Here comes the man with the big banana, and he's looking for a man with the small Oh, hello.
Hello. What are they doing with all these egg vibrators?
On Dizzo, I think you know.
Oh, explains the low hum and the wet, sticky floors.
Yeah, they're bored. They're boring. It's a boring place.
Yeah, it is. It's crap. I hate going there. I don't know why we have to. They have vending machines for everything. I hate vending machines. They have vending machines that vend vending machines. Who needs that?
I hear you. Why did we even agree to this stupid trip? Drop crap at Dizzo, take crap to Lave. Two boring arse-cheek worlds with us farting around in between.
Yeah, pays the bills, I guess. Did you get to see Dr. Goggles, by the way?
No. His fingers are way too cold. All three of them.
Lave. Home of anaglypta wallpaper and where tin pies were invented. Did you ever run into Frey Bentos? Had heavy webbed ball sacks everywhere, apparently. Obsessed with tinning everything. Tin pies, tinned bread, tinned condoms.
Check this out. Have you seen this? Marty Pello was made prime overruler there last week.
Oh, hide the whatsits. What's that? Now what? What is it? What's that?
The AL-82 is saying there's some kind of spatial anomaly.
The what? A what?
Well, have a look. I've no idea what it means. I didn't even know it did that. See? Spatial anomaly, right there.
Hey, they're shooting us. Dickheads.
What are?
Whoever that is.
What the hell? Are they firing eggs?
Dog eggs.
Yeah, I better raise the shield, I suppose. Do we have shields?
I don't know. It stinks now. Just get lost, you lot.
Can dog eggs do that?
Clearly. Just, can you get the weapons set up?
Great, yeah. Arm the mining lasers. Woo-hoo.
Oh, no. Hang on. It looks like the Commodorians.
Well, that sounds very convenient.
Yeah, look. They've got brown bread bin-shaped spaceships and everything. Ugh. Oh, God. They're not pissing about. What's up with them?
Hey, no one shoots dog eggs at us and gets away with it.
What's this? Does this declare some kind of retro war on us? Me and you, personally, us too. Just check out this text message. Hang on, let me bring it up. Attention, Zapped to the past bastards. For 200 episodes, you have shit on Commodore games. That ends now. The Retro Federation of Brown Dog Eggs has declared you sworn enemies of the Commodorians. And as such, you must be captured and made to look over wet eggs until you are both dead or full egg, whatever that means. Signed, Win Bobner, United Federation of Retro Brown Dog Eggs.
Win Bobner?
Oh, just go with it. Who knows? There's something else here. We represent the Wild Streets, the Lee Enfields, the Cisco Heats that you so rudely eviscerated with your cruel, cruel words. May you burn in the brown depths of Hero Quest forever.
What?
I have no idea what they're on about. I'm not looking over wet eggs. No chance. I'm not doing that for anyone. Let's take these bastards down once and for all.
With mining lasers.
Shush. Just get on those laser cannons, you. Prepare the plasma missiles, and let's tear these assholes a new... assholes.
Plasma missiles, yes. Hang on, what plasma missiles?
Oh my God, there are dog eggs everywhere. Head over there. Over there. Oh, for God's sake. Over by the giant ball on a leg thing. Don't waste your time shooting at that. Shoot that great big bloody thing there. Are they firing brown envelopes? That's not going to work on us. Quick, shoot it with your mega missiles. Your mega missiles. I don't have a mega missile. What are you on about? never waggled before. Careful with all that waggling, you'll snap your joystick handle off. That ship, it's split in two. What's that on the side? It's an apology from the constructors. They can shove their apology right up their arseholes. I've had enough of this now. It's time for the big weapon. It's away! Take that, you stupid dog-egg idiot. Ha! I think our job is done here. Now let's get on with episode 200.
And welcome to episode 200 of Zapped to the Past. I am Adrian Mills. I'm joined as always for the 200th episode by Mr. Graham Raddings. If you haven't listened before, there's 199 episodes. What you've been doing? It's a podcast where we discuss games that released for the Commodore 64, which we've done for 199 episodes prior to this. It's 200.
It is.
Last week, we looked at our first batch of games from issue 80 of Zapped 64, which we are in no way affiliated with for the 200th time, and were traumatized by Cisco Heat. We shot aliens aplenty in Super Space Invaders, and we stroked our chin in the Strategic Stratego. This week, we continue our look at the games in January 1992, along with what was also going on in the UK singles chart that month. Graham, it's episode 200 if you hadn't guessed, and anything could happen. I feel our listeners should strap in for this one.
Well, here we are, our 200th official episode, and we're still stuck in January 1992. Blimey, I've done 200 of these intros now as well. That's a truckload of mixed metaphors and tons of interesting factoids. So, for episode 200, in a month where American serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer pleaded guilty, but insane, we regress to loincloth-wearing cave folk, and then play a game where we regress to a loincloth-wearing cave person on a quest to hop, skip and jump through the dithery platform levels of the C64 conversion of Toki, and then grab our shiny fighting shorts, tape up our hands, get the 16-ounce punchy gloves on, and go 8-bit nose-to-nose in the ring as we thump our way through to the final blow. All sounds exciting, doesn't it? Seems the arcade conversions are still coming in thick and fast, with not too much attention to simple concepts like fun or entertainment. Still, if 200 episodes has taught me anything, it's that the number of C64 arcade conversions is directly proportional to the amount of disappointment I felt over those 200 episodes. So, to the final couple of C64 glove slaps we go, and we take to the 8-bit racing tracks on a high-powered motorbike as we shuffle and clunk our way around some quasi-3D races in the deeply disappointing world of The Cycles, before we finally head off into unfamiliar territory, an original idea, or original-ish, as we protect our inheritance by keeping a family member from sleepy self-harm in the ghoulishly humorous Sleepwalker. Episode 200 is so packed full of stuff it is bulging like the pants of a man-bird, or indeed like a Goblin King rock star. Guests, comments, reviews, questions and answers, there is something for everyone. As for the decent games, well, sea greens and plankton and proteins from the sea, and so forth. Or in some cases, strap on, I think.
No, that's just Gary.
That's just Gary. Yeah, who knows what's... It's episode 200, isn't it? Woo! 200.
Yeah,
200 is a big number, isn't it? Way bigger than 100, isn't it? Wait,
it's twice as many as 200.
It's twice as many as...
It's twice as many as 100. My maths is crap.
It is, but it is definitely episode 200. 200's a lot of anything, isn't it?
Yeah.
If I gave you 200 quid right now, that'd buy you loads of mojos, penny mojos and sweet bags, wouldn't it?
Oh, I don't think you can get them anymore, can you?
No, you can't. No, they were banned because of all the chemicals that were in them. But if I gave you 200 quid right now, what would you go and buy?
I'm an adult, so I'd probably use it to put towards my upcoming MOT for the car.
Yeah, same. Yeah, man bills. Yeah, oh, the bills.
Yeah.
The bills. But if you didn't have that, in another world, so you've got £200 of free money.
200 quid of free money, I would probably put it towards half a Switch 2.
There you go. Half a Switch. Ah, yeah.
Half a Switch 2.
The sequel to
that's
After Switch.
the sequel no one wanted.
Yeah.
He's
it's like
back.
Dudley Moore. It's Dudley Less in that one.
Dudley less, Dudley more. Who knows which one you get? Sometimes he's less, sometimes he's more.
Exactly. 200 though. 200's a lot. 200 episodes. That's actually equates to well over 400 hours of content, plus all the other bits we do. It's quite a lot.
I know. It's a lot, isn't it? I mean, yeah, obviously we've actually done way more than 200, but this is official.
Yeah,
200.
do you happen to know what was the first, when did we first release the first episode of Zapped to the Past? Do you know what month and year it was?
Yeah, I can tell you
So
exactly.
what was it?
It's 1st of February 2021.
So 2021. God, can you remember 2021? It was well similar to 2020, wasn't it? COVID.
Lockdown.
We
were just coming. I think we were either just coming out or in phase 3 or stage 3.
It was the second year of lockdown, so we was going back into lockdown.
Well, we went into lockdown in March 2020. Then we did it again in November 2020, and I think Christmas was crap. We were recording though in November. We started recording in November.
We were.
But yeah, so it is literally nearly 5 years ago that we started recording.
My gosh, that's crazy. God, can you remember? We were a bit nervous. I was listening back to the early recordings. We were both a bit nervous about it all. We didn't quite know what we were doing. Completely different now.
And we've written very few notes.
Yeah, well, our notes, that has changed massively because obviously I've got, weirdly, there's a few things I've got. And this actually leads me to something that I think is something I'm going to ask you and Patreons and the listeners of the podcast, whether they think it'd be good mileage in it. So I'm going to ask you a thing. But before I do that, so I've got all of the intro pieces that I ever wrote for this podcast. I've got them all. I've kept them all. I write them all out. So I've kept them all. So I've got all of those. We've got all of the agendas, of course, for every episode. And we've got all of the, technically now, of course, we've got all of the transcripts from every episode as well, thanks to the listeners and thanks to modern technology and everything else. I wonder if there's mileage to release a Zapped the Past book with all of our reviews in it, which is just transcripts of our reviews. So for people that don't want to listen to it, they can read them.
I think we could.
And that's a question I'm asking. Is that something that feedback from you, feedback from the Zapped the Past fans? Do you see mileage in that? Because if that's a thing, if there's people believe there's mileage in that, we can start to have conversations with publishers about where we go with that. And because gathering all of that in stuff together, we can do that. And would people be interested in that?
I think so. I think as a sort of definitive review of a load of over 1,664 games. But my thought would be that I think it's too much for one book. I think you'd probably be doing a book a year. Yeah,
we could do that. I was more thinking of the possibility more than the logistics.
I've thought about it for ages, if I'm perfectly honest, that we may, I mean, it depends how we would do it. I think we include every game we've looked at, but I think like we did it back then, some games would just warrant probably a small paragraph and stuff because they're crap. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that we can take the reviews out of that we've got the actual transcripts of the reviews that we've got, because there's some really funny ones in there, and just get them edited and for content and things like that. I wondered if you thought there was mileage in that. Clearly you do. So maybe that's something, towards the end of the life of the podcast, there's no point in doing it now and then going, we missed out on, but we could look at the year one, like you said, we could look at 1985, 1980 to 1986, and maybe do that and Zap the Past Volume 1, something like that. I was just thinking that for collectors' sakes and for the posterity, that the audio versions are good, but we're like an audio book without the actual book. Maybe we need a book. And I know that one of our amazing patrons has created that PDF with all of the guides and everything else in. So there's a nice accompaniment to
Deadlock.
that. Deadlock has done the amazing work there. So there's a good accompaniment to that, is what I'm thinking. And there's some really funny content. Because there's crap verts, there's the music sections, there's a lot of spoken word content. And I've got all of my notes for all of that as well. So I've got some alignment for that. And there's some extra bits we can add in terms of things we said, things we didn't say. And I think there's just a little bit of, there could be some fun to be had in that. So it was a question. Sounds like it might be a reasonable thing. But I'd like to get feedback from our listeners and patrons, whether they think that there's mileage in a Zapped the Past book or series of books based on the transcripts and the what we said. Zapped the Past, so. What he said. That would probably be the title of it. Something like that.
I certainly think so. Yeah.
I think it'd be a good accompaniment to the whole production and series. I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think because part of me thought there's a lot of retro books out there. Is the world ready for yet more? But I thought actually, I think there's enough people that would probably dig it, and we know people, don't we, that like it. I think.
Yeah, I think we do. But we'll put that on the back burner for now, because I think this episode is going to be quite big. because we've got
It's
a
a
lot to
whopper.
fit in. It's going to be a whopper, I think. So, like I said, strap in. Should we just get to our first game? Should we just get going?
Yeah. Get your elasticated pants on and then get ready.
All right. So, yeah, strap in. Let's get to our very first game this week. And of course, that first game this week for episode 200, well, it's not going to be reviewed by us. No, we've got guests in. This week, anything can happen. So we've got one of our patrons in, Nick James. How are you doing?
Hey.
Hi, guys. How are you
Golf
doing?
clap. Golf clap for Nick James. Well, maybe more than a golf clap. We'll get a bit more cheery than that.
Excellent. That's brilliant. That's excellent. Well, first of all, congratulations. Thanks for everything. The laughs, the jokes, the memories, even the memories of the podcast, because I think I came in about episode 20, maybe not even that.
Wow. Veteran.
So how long has it been?
4.5 years we've been going.
Four and a half long years.
Yeah,
Excellent.
it'll be 5 when we finish.
Yeah.
Excellent. I mean, I've been loving it ever since. And it's sort of part of my week. It's part of my routine because you drop an episode Friday, Saturday, something like that, don't you, for the Patreons?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Well, I never listen to that. It's always Monday morning. I'm running in. So, I mean, I said this last time, but I just love it. Running to work or cycling, I put my headphones on, I go to work and then like hear reviews and I do a quick YouTube of the games you've been talking about or something while I'm just getting myself set and have a look at what, I always think like the graphics look better than the credit you give it for. But then like when you actually, when you actually talk about the game, you think, oh, the mechanics are rubbish in this area and that's it. But it's always great. I love the crap games more anyway. Like the reviews of the crap games that are the best bits for me, especially when they're really bad.
Which is more often than not.
I also love getting triggered by your views on music, especially when you slag off Queen and Iron Maiden. But in reality, you're probably right what you're saying. They're probably fair comments. It's just my
To be
my
fair,
bias.
when Bruce Dickinson, menaced loads of people in a cafe, it had to be mentioned.
Oh,
It
yeah.
had to be brought up. So I feel justified in that.
Everything's so bad now anyway, doesn't it? Like that, especially if you haven't got a Michael Jackson budget or whatever. When you look back at bands like Iron Maiden and stuff from the 80s and 90s, even Queen, who obviously had some of their videos are so cringe and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
here's what
absolutely.
it is. Anyway, episode 100 seemed like yesterday. How long ago was that?
I can tell
AD,
you
you're
if
the
you want.
stats person. Yeah, we need to know right now.
Actually, hang on a minute. I can tell you because I can basically look on our Discord chat and when I messaged you, that was actually 2nd of March, 2023.
Okay.
Wow. That is
That's
mad.
Brilliant. So, Toki, Toki,
Toki?
I don't know.
Toki?
I don't know. I'm
You
saying
say,
Toki
is it
anyway.
Toki? I'd say Toki, I think.
It's a 1989 run and gun platformer by TAD Corporation from Japan. I couldn't find out much about them. There was a couple of other games never heard of. So it's a JAMA-compatible PCU board with a custom SEI AT-BU chip. Don't even know what that is. I've never seen this game before. In Norfolk, where I grew up, arcades everywhere. Great Yarmouth Way in Hemsby, my local village. Even my village had about 10 arcades. Never saw this game ever. I wasn't aware of it until I got back into the retro thing and it came up on various people's YouTubes or whatever. How about you guys? Had you come across it, or was it in the retro
Never.
arcades?
No,
not for
I've
me.
heard of it, but I've never seen or played it.
Yeah, I've only heard of it, but it seems to have a lot of love. And obviously, there's been it's on many platforms: Amiga, ST, Commodore, NES, Sega Genesis, Mega Drive, known as Toki Going Ape Spit. Brilliant, love that. Atari. even if we've done it for the Switch and the PlayStation 4.
Really?
That's one of
Xbox.
them.
I mean, maybe it was just not big in this country. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, Commodore 64 version, released by Ocean, which I thought was interesting. $14.99 cartridge only. So I'm thinking this time, is it that Commodore GS thing, the cartridge thing, was that maybe... I just don't get why, because it's got most of the levels there and there's been a lot of love put into it, but cartridge only, it seems quite an odd thing. So it's probably why we never come across it, because we were busy copying the games and it wasn't out on disc. So the Zapped review, presentation 70%, graphics 79%, sound 74%, hookability last 83, last ability 81, and overall 82, which I don't know. It's quite a weird score for Zapped, considering it was Ocean and the brown envelopes and everything else going on at that time. I thought they'd either be, really into it because it is quite comprehensive. It looks okay, but it's quite comprehensive. So Ocean in-house probably, because I couldn't find out who done it. Coder was Al Dukes. Heard of him?
Yeah.
Yeah?
He did
Bomb
Fusion, Top Cat, and Yogi's Great Escape.
So would that be in Ocean in-house, would it?
I don't know. I don't think so, because they weren't for Ocean, don't think.
Oh, right,
so it might have been. Who knows?
Graphics, John Scarcliffe, Mike Clayton. Don't know. It's just about these games. I mean, William Harbison.
At this point, I think Ocean were going out in the street and just visiting local transients and saying, can you code 6064? I can. Right, come in here. We'll give you 50 quid. Make a game for us.
Well, Joff Scarcliffe, you might remember him from Bomb Fusion, Top Cat, and Yogi's Great Escape.
Makes sense now.
And the musician was Keith Tinman.
We love you.
Yeah.
Yeah? No, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, he's one of the Tin Men, actually. There was two of them. There's Keith and there's another Tin Man. But together they formed the Tin Men.
Okay, so this is the blur bit, and this is the bit that always baffles me with these games. I don't know. This is from the C64 manual, because some of the other ones I found had massive long stories. Well, so here we go. Toki, a proud and mighty warrior, his venture revered in song, as Toki's fair maiden, Maiho, is for her beauty. Yet now Toki lies, ashamed, angry. Bashar it was who unleashed his powerful sorcery upon the brave Toki. Bashar, with his spell-casting hands aflame with evil, blue electric power, transformed Toki into a lowly Neanderthal ape. Only then could the evil wizard kidnap Maiho. Yet Toki, a warrior in an ape's body, will not relent. He must pursue Bashar, conquering all manner of demonic challenges before rescuing his love, Maiho, and regaining his manhood. What?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
That's what he's taken. He's lost his manhood.
Right. Well.
Seems harsh.
Yeah, that's bad. Anyway, so there's a cut screen which sort of shows this on the arcade, and I think it's sort of dumbed down a bit, but it's there on the title screen. But it's basically the baddies kidnap the fair maiden, and after doing some magic, Toki must now rescue her. It's basically Ghosts and Goblins, this game. I think, or someone said, what's made a lot of money? Ghosts and Goblins, let's copy that. Because I don't know if you've seen the screen that shows you on the arcade which level you're at. It looks exactly the same as Ghosts and Goblins.
Yeah, very similar. Yeah, I spotted that.
So the gameplay is joystick port 2. I quite like this kind of thing. Run, stop, and pause the game and start it again. That's always great. And a lot of games don't have that. Spacebar with toggle between music and sound effects. Yeah, okay. Okay. And press fire and it's joystick up, down. Well, this is a big bugbear for me. It's a 2-button arcade game. Yeah. So, because you can fire in 7 directions. You can, and also you can jump. So it's up for jump. And I don't know, sometimes when I was playing it, I wanted to fire and I was jumping and vice versa.
Yeah, glitchy.
There's crawling and crouching. There's some swimming levels. One thing I kept forgetting to do was jump on the enemies. Then when I was watching people play it, you need to do that in certain places to get to the power-ups and stuff like that. And there's power-ups like an American football helmet, which you normally get in the jungle, rabbit feet to jump, clocks. There's a few fireballs, but the power-ups, I thought this was a bad game mechanic. Power-ups are on a timer. So you get the helmet, but it only lasts for a certain bit. And, the helmet sort of stops attacks from above. It's like Ghosts and Goblins having the armor on, and then you lose it.
Yeah.
You can tell it's an arcade game. One hit and you're dead. Some of the ports had a health bar. This was just one hit and you're done. So obviously it was made as a coin guzzler, but it's okay. It's a bit of a memory test. There isn't much randomness to it, or all the enemies appear in the same place, which is probably a good thing. Some of the enemies' obstacles sort of explode when you kill them, and they release some sort of fire out. And sometimes you're so close to them, you haven't really got time to react. So that was a bit annoying. But if you remember it, it's okay. Weirdly, on the Commodore 64 version, when you spit your fireballs, there's like a range to them. On the other versions, they go all the way across the screen. On the Commodore 64, they only travel like 3/4 the length of the screen, which was a bit odd, but okay. So loading wise, it's cartridge based, so you got all the performance of a cartridge. But basically, the game is Ghosts and Goblins. Really, it's based on that. Another coin guzzler, but it's pretty good. So in my experience, when I was on holiday a few weeks ago, I started playing it. Had one of those on the plane. Had one of those little handheld jobbies. Have you seen them? You get them from China with MAME.
Okay.
So I dug that up, and that was okay. It was good. It was playable. It was really hard because it was an arcade game. Continues. It was all right. So when I got home, got on the Amiga, one button killed it. The jumping firing a thing was really hard to control. Then I went to the C64 version, and that was actually really good. So the scrolling's pretty good, quite slow. Sometimes it sort of like catches up. So when you jump down, you end up at the bottom of the screen, and the scrolling sort of catches you up before you end up in the middle of the screen. One button, it's a bugbear of mine. I don't know why there wasn't more 2-button stuff for the Commodore, or gamepads were starting to come in, why people didn't start looking at development stuff like that. But anyway, so there's 5 out of the 6 arcade levels there. I had the swimming, which I was thought, that's the kind of thing that when they develop games for cassette, they sort of ditch straight away, don't they? When you only have there's 7 levels in the arcade, but we only got 3 on a Commodore 64. That's like one of the first things they ditch. Large bosses, really good. Multiplexing's going on. There's a few sort of graphic glitches I noticed, but really good. Missing that sequence that shows you what level you're at, the Ghosts and Goblins bit, but pretty good. Yeah. What did you guys think?
Well, I mean, there's some interesting tech here because I also played a cracked disc version, and the disc version had to rip out the music and sound effects to fit it all into memory because it says that they're using the cartridge to pull in the sprite data.
Right.
So that's why it's on cartridge, I think, to get it all running with everything in. Otherwise, and when you do play it without music and sound effects, it's really boring. Because we've said that quite a lot. But so I think that's quite interesting. There's some nice visuals in this, some nice backgrounds and stuff. They're a little on the blurry side, though.
Yeah.
So that was one of the things that I thought about it. I mean, there's some, like I said, there is some nice stuff. I thought that there's a bit of a lack of variety though throughout. I got quite far into it, and I just fed up fighting the same enemies in just different variations all over the place. There's not much movement or difference from level to level. I mean, obviously you go underwater and there's fish and stuff like that, but above ground you've got the same things. Below in the water, same stuff. The music's all right. It's not brilliant. Fills in the gaps. The sound effects are awful. Awful sound effects. They don't fit this game at all. Not in the slightest. They sound like they're from a sort of space shooter or something, not a sort of monkey walking through the jungle. But I think the problem I had with this, and this is a thing with the arcade game, it just feels slow. It's a bit of it's a slow memory test.
Yeah.
So it's, you learn where the enemies are, but you play it for the first bit, you die quickly. And then you're like, right, I need to stand here, shoot that, shoot up, wait for this thing to appear, shoot there, shoot at this angle, get to that bit, shoot here, climb the rope, shoot these things off that, climb them, shoot them. And you just rope progression. There's no sort of reaction very much because it's like, if I'm here, I can do the thing I need to kill that thing, and then I can move on. And so that's my issue with it. I thought the bosses were okay, but again, nowhere to stand, and you can pretty much get past them quite simply as well. And I thought 5 levels, I got quite far in this quite quickly, so I thought 15 quid, that's a lot of asking for this. It's tricky in places, but once you get the hang of just get the memory in, it's not that tricky. And I think a better version of this is Rick Dangerous.
Yeah, okay.
Which is another memory test of a game, but more fun. Just a bit more fun to play. Even though it is, dead hard and stuff, but it's just I found it more fun. I thought this was it's not a terrible conversion. Maybe that I think the issue we've said with a lot of arcade conversions, the problems lie with that original arcade game. You can learn it and this is a decent conversion of that. That's why. So I thought it looked pretty in places. Some of the backdrops are nice. It's nice to see a blue sky when you get up top. A lot of the things we've seen, just have black skies all the time. So it's quite nice to see at least a blue sky.
But the bullets still have a black background, don't they? Did you notice that?
Yeah. It's not terrible, I thought, but it's just a bit of an average thing, I thought. Graham, what about you?
It was okay looking in certain parts. I'm not a huge fan of purple skies or bluish purple skies. I like them to be like more blue, but it did have colour. There was plenty of colour, and there was actually quite a lot more colour on the screens than I would originally give it credit for. At least 2 or 3 shades of brown. That's a good commitment from anybody, isn't it? So there was dark brown, light brown, tan brown. I wasn't sure what I was when it started. I figured I was a Neanderthal, but it looked like something like from Harry and the Hendersons or from like a Bigfoot. But I thought, okay, it is what it is. But it felt like a really weird alternative world Mario.
Did you see on the title sequence? On the title sequence, when you move, when you're human, and he looked great. The sprites were like great, and then it changed into that. And the main character was absolutely. The sprite is absolutely shocking for that, isn't it?
Yeah, and when it came up with Toki and its brown brick pattern, I was like, oh, that's double brown on greens, never a good combo with a pink mountain. And it's just I was like, oh, what are we doing here? But I'll give it its credit. It made a commitment to that kind of colour scheme, and it kind of worked in places. For the backgrounds of the game, it actually looked very colourful and quite nice.
Yeah,
so I'll give it credit for that. And there's quite a lot moving on the screen. It wasn't so great when it started glitching, and that was normally when I was going up. So left and right seemed to scroll fine. But if I was going up ropes or whatever they were, the vines or whatever, and that's when that problem that you've identified, Nick, comes into play. I'm trying to shoot upwards. It's I'm trying to do that, and I kept jumping up and then landing right next to that first boss thing that's going left and right, and it kept killing me. And I'm like, oh, this is just getting annoying now. So I just found it more glitchy and annoying than it needed to be, and it felt fidgety more than interesting to play. And I wasn't really sure that the pace of it, I think you're right. The pace of it felt just a little on the pedestrian side. There was no urgency or anything that was really driving me on. So it just felt like I was a kind of a monkey man lost in the woods. And that's Gary's life story, actually, as it turns out. Because that guy's got lost in a library before now. So this is really the life story of Gary, which, you don't know him as well as we do, Nick, but trust me on that, it's very accurate.
Yeah, true. Can I just say as well that what was the first boss? Because I don't know whether that's really problematic or
what
just
was it?
Bit,
it was,
but
what is it?
It's like a big tribal guy, I thought.
Yeah.
Is it? I don't know. It just looked a bit. All the rest are really weird and animalistic, but that looked like a big.
It was a big block thing, wasn't it? That was going left and right.
I don't know. I'm not sure what it was. It just looks. I'm looking at it now, and I'm like, I don't know if it's just a monster or something you'd go, you wouldn't do that now.
On the Arcade Perfect podcast, I don't know if you're familiar with that, but they were saying one of the baddies looks like a massive ball bag. I didn't get that far. So
I can imagine it would.
Yes, I think one of them does actually. I think I might be the second level,
Excellent.
and it drops rings at you, which is
Rings,
yeah.
Cool.
I think I got to the third level a few goes. The thing is with this is that you just have to stop, hold down fire, aim, kill the enemies, get moving again, stop, hold down fire, and it just doesn't feel fluid.
No, and they've got drop shadow on the trees. I'm sorry, but that's a drop shadow crime. You don't need to drop shadow everything. Just it doesn't need it. And if you're going to drop shadow anything, drop shadow the character if you're going to do that, because that's probably the one thing that needs a little bit of relief from the background. But the trees are quite drop shadowed, especially the leaves of the trees. Everything else, not so much. And like you said, Nick, when you fire the bullets, there's the famous character graphic black outlines in the light. And I was like, I don't know. It's kind of putting me off it.
But by then, them sort of problems have been sorted out ages ago, hadn't they? So that was
should
a bit
have been
lazy.
really.
I thought the graphics, the backgrounds were pretty good, really. The original has like parallax scrolling, but they seem to ditch that, which is good because sometimes with Commodore 64 games, with parallax scrolling going on platformers and stuff, there's too much going on. You can't tell what is a platform, what's background, because of the lack of colours and the brownness. So some of the sprites were shocking.
Yeah, the other thing that this reminded me of is going back quite some time, and a better sort of version of running around in a jungle is Antiriad.
Yeah, that's actually a bit better looking than this. And
And how old is that? What was that, 86?
86. It didn't help that the main character's a bit fuzzy.
Yeah, that's what I mean, blurry.
But I think that's because his colour scheme is basically the same as the foreground. It would have been a little bit better if it had just been a little bit less mishmashed into because he's kind of a washed out brown. He's washed out brown. The ground beneath him is tan brown, and then he's got brown trees behind him. It's a bit, what is it with brown and yellow on the C64? Even the text is brown and yellow, isn't it?
That is in line with the arcade, but obviously, they've got a palette of thousands
many
of colours.
browns.
Yeah.
50 Shades of Brown is a book and a movie I never want to see.
No, I don't. No.
Excellent.
You're a bad man. But overall, I think it's not terrible. It's just a bit plodding.
But is it 82% good though? That's the question, Nick. Would you have given this 82?
I think by Ocean standard, it's worth 82. I think if you're a fan of the game, I think if you've got 5 levels to go out, the 6 from the arcade.
For 15 quid, would you be happy?
If I was a fan of the arcade,
it's cheaper for a cartridge though.
Yeah. We'd wanted to copy it of someone, so cartridges are useless anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you're not going to be able to dupe that so easy.
Maybe it's so brown so they wouldn't notice the brown envelope that arrived with it.
Yeah.
You never know.
I think you'll find if you open that envelope and then review Toki, the score could be much more favourable to us. What do you think?
Well, that's why I was expecting a higher score, really, because the effort that's gone into it and the envelopes that can, that swap hands. But 82, probably a bit high.
It may be that this wasn't much. There wasn't much push behind this. It's not a big license for the time, I guess. So maybe not much money needs to be spent on it.
Yeah. Well, why was it developed? I mean, no, it was it looked like quite a big production, really, for the Dying 64. You think they'd just knock something out in a couple of weeks, that'll do, and still get 82%.
Yeah, maybe. But we've asked, why was this made about so many so many games. There's so many arcade conversions. Like, where did they dig this up from? What corner? So I think anything that was ever graced an arcade was ripe for a conversion. So
That's
what it is.
Excellent.
There you go.
Toki.
You got anything else you'd like to add, Nick?
Yeah, I've got some questions for your next podcast because I had some last time.
We'll do it
put
now.
them in this. It's episode
we'll
200. Anything goes.
What's the funniest, weirdest thing that's happened when you've been recording that's made you stop recording because you've had to laugh or some bizarre event?
That's a really good question, actually. What is that? Well, we've had a few technical errors that have caused issues before now, where for one reason or another, microphones have failed.
Didn't you have to record the whole episode twice or something once?
We've had to revert to the backup system.
Right,
Eddie always uses the backup system, which is we don't tend to ever have to go back to it these days because we use Riverside that we do. But back in the old days, the way we recorded this was I recorded my audio on Audacity on my side.
Mm-hmm.
On Audition. Adi recorded using Audacity, I think, on his side.
Yeah.
So Adi would have to emit a really loud beep. So that I could hear it over my headphones on my microphone. So I used to put my headphones next to the microphone, so Adi would go beep.
Yep, like a clapperboard.
I'd then get both audio files. I'd get Adi's and synchronize them manually, and then it was a nightmare to get it synchronized. It was honestly.
Have you ever recorded them in the same room?
We haven't.
No, we've never done that. We've always been on using one of these services. Apart from when we were at the events where we recorded like live stuff. But other than that, no. Cool.
Excellent.
We've always talked about doing that, and we never have. I'm just trying to think if there's anything that's actually stopped us. We've had power cuts. I've had major like family arguments that have just sort of spilled into the room as I've been recording. I had to like shut everything down.
I'm just sat here like do do do.
Yeah, a 17-year-old daughter and a very angry wife screaming. That often causes, doesn't now because she's left home, but not the wife. She's still here, but the daughter, obviously.
Yeah, we have had power cuts, haven't we? I had power cut because
you had a power cut. You had wind outside, really loud wind. Not you personally, but wind outside the actual wind.
Yeah, we had a shower replaced at the last place I was living at, and the people who replaced the shower, they wired it in wrong. So as soon as you turned the shower on, it shorted everything out. It basically just shorted the entire house out. So we were just mid-podcast. It just went off. I was like, what?
That's a nightmare, wasn't it?
And I just heard my partner in the bathroom going, the shower.
Excellent.
I was like, oh God, what's going on?
Back in the day, Nick, we used to actually record 2 episodes in one evening. Yeah. So on a Thursday, we used to record 2 episodes per night.
Well, you doing 30 odd games or something at the start?
Yeah.
Jesus
so we used
Christ.
that's that because we wanted to sort of try and get one step ahead of ourselves, and that was back then. I wasn't super familiar with using Audition in the way that I am now. So we'd get all the recordings, we'd get all the separate audio recordings. I had to piece those together. I was chopping and editing, trying to edit the gaps until I figured out how to use polywaves and stuff. It was all very manual, and it took hours to do it. And then now, I mean, obviously, we've got a bit better at the recording. It doesn't need so much noise gating because there was loads of extra noise on the podcast originally. And so now we've got a bit more refined, so I can normally turn these around pretty quick. And we only record 1 episode per week now, as opposed to recording the 2.
Yeah.
Unless we've got like a gap or a holiday or something like that, where we tend to record a little bit. We tend to record a few pre-versions so that we can release still while we're away, which is what we've just done. But it was the schedule originally was crazy, wasn't it? And I was thinking about that the other day, actually, because I was listening back to some of the early episodes, and one of them, I think we had 16 games with, which is crazy.
Yeah.
And bear in mind there was 2 episodes. There was 16 games in the first episode that we recorded, and then there was another 14 in the second one. So we'd played a hell of a lot of games in a week to then record. So that's a little bit why the episodes, some of the reviews are a little bit shorter back then, and then we gradually extended that.
Yeah.
Some of them, we've actually got a 1 minute review on one of them. That is our shortest game. I forget which game it is now, but back in one of the early dark days, there's one where we basically go, it's crap, don't bother with it. Yeah, it's rubbish, it's shit. Move on. And it's really like a 1 minute review.
I've got another question. What would Zapped to the Past, the C64 game be like? Would Brown Sauce be an end of level guardian? Would Gary Laneker be the final boss? What levels would you have? The Gulliver's level? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Would it be vector based?
So.
No. It would not be vector based. No. It'd be hardware sprite based.
Multiplexer.
It'd be hardware sprite based with a good multiplexer.
Yeah.
I think it's probably a side-scrolling, a bit of an advent. I like the idea of there being a bit of point and click in there, actually.
Yeah.
A bit of point and click.
I think
Switch
it'd be
between
a
the characters.
a bit like Andy Capp.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Wandering around
But
Grimsby.
depressing.
Yeah, wandering around Grimsby, trying to find stuff out. Yeah, I think locations like Gulliver's. If we did it back in the 80s, you could have Lucky Las Vegas, the arcade. There'd be the Barge, the Leisure Centre, any place we played arcades. Things like
J&M Software.
J&M Software, of course. Yes. Yeah.
Excellent.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Excellent.
We had to. You had to get £2 to get a dodgy copied version of Leaderboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. That's brilliant.
That was a legendary place with these mountain of tea bags. So yeah, I think it would be probably a side-scrolling sort of a bit of mixture between point and click and not pointless and click, and a bit of a walk and seek, but a bit more exciting than Andy Capp, I hope. But I think the question was, would Gary be an end-of-level boss?
Yeah, would he be a playable character?
No, he'd have to go against him in some kind of waggling thing, because he was a weird waggler, Nick. He waggled weird.
Yeah, he was terrible.
He was all elbow. He was all elbow and forearm. Nobody waggles like that. No one waggles like that. It was disturbing, very disturbing.
His sister used to beat him as well.
We'd have to get Gary Lineker in there at some point, probably. Final boss.
We're going to get our Gary. Gary, play game. Yes, Gary, we will be playing the games, but we're not sure which ones at the moment.
There could be a trippy vector dream sequence one where we sort of that might be interesting.
Yeah, a level for Mike Oldfield where you can just like control some kind of graphics in like a what do you call it?
Oh God, you remind me of that Tube of the Bells stupid
Tube of the
thing.
Bells game. Yeah, it was just a visualization tool made flesh, wasn't it?
Yeah. Ooh, there you go.
There's mileage in it, I think.
Be a good game.
And we can get Gary Lineker's endorsement anytime we want.
Gary like game.
There you go. Just put a thumbs up of him at the front of Gary Lineker. Me like game. Good, Gary. That's well done. Good.
Brilliant.
Put the joystick down, Gary. Down. Oh, he's
not there.
He's off again. Not there.
Well, guys, I've got to thank you because honestly, the effort that you guys put in, and it's such a it's such a part of my week. Or it's easy listening. You both have the right level of enthusiasm. And when it's crap, it's crap. When it's good, it's good. It's just the effort that you guys put in. It's unbelievable, And
we very much appreciate the kind words because we just did it. We had no idea if people would like it or not.
I just went along for the ride, thinking it'd be a good laugh, and there we are, 1,600 games later, and I feel mentally exhausted and tortured. It's been a lot of fun over the 200 episodes, and what makes it. And I'm not saying this to just blow smoke, but what I mean is that. We do these things. We make a joke about playing the game so people don't have to and everything else. But the podcast is nothing without people like you, Nick, who've supported us right from the beginning. You've been with us all that way. And that means a lot to myself and Adrian. I'm speaking for Adrian, really, but certainly for myself and behalf of the podcast, that the listeners of why we do it, people like you and the patrons, but everybody, but principally those people. There's a few people that have been around with us since day one. It's been an adventure. And I think the consensus is, Nick, people are going to miss us because, of course, this podcast is coming to its natural end of life, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Like you said at the start, 1992 is the final year of Zapped. This was Zapped to the past. It's coming to its natural end. And we're getting a lot of questions from Patreons, from listeners, generally from other podcasters saying, what's the plan? We don't know. At this stage, I don't think we're going to commit to anything.
I think we need a massive break, really.
There is that, because this takes up almost every bit of free time I've got.
I should imagine.
And I've got other projects that I could be doing and I don't. And there's things like that. I know AD is fundamentally a game developer, really. Yeah. And he's got probably about 17 million game developments that he's got to about 28%. And then he's like, just put them on hold because the podcast kind of takes over it a bit. I genuinely don't know.
Well, I tell you what, guys, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure.
Cheers, Nick. Thank you for reviewing Toki.
Oh, no worries. Catch you later.
And that was Nick James. He was reviewing Toki.
Nick James. Right. Golf clap for Nick James. Golf clap. Okay. No, raucous applause for golf clap.
But it wasn't. We also asked Mr. Steve Erickson,
Steve,
of the Retro Asylum podcast, he said he was going to review Toki as well.
Okay.
So he recorded something. So he did record something. God bless him.
He did.
So should we have a listen to that now? I think we should have a listen. I mean, might as well put it in now. Let's have a listen.
Yeah.
We'll put it in here. Go on. What did you say, Steve?
Hi guys, Steve here from the Retro Asylum podcast. Just want to say a quick thank you for inviting me on to do a quick review of Toki on the C64. I've had a quick look at Toki, a quick play of it, and I've decided I'm not going to review it because, number one, I'm crap at it. Number two, you guys are going to do a way better job than I will. And number three, I want to use this as a sneaky little opportunity to sneak onto your podcast to say congratulations on hitting 200 episodes. What an absolutely brilliant achievement. I've been listening to you guys since episode 1. When I saw a podcast was coming out about Zapped magazine, I was well interested. Loved Zapped magazine as a kid. Started listening to you guys, and pretty fast I was fully on board, and you fast became one of my favourite podcasts. Love the banter with you guys. Always funny, always interesting, sometimes educational. It's always hilarious when you get really annoyed at Zap giving a great score to a crap game. But yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant, boys. Well done putting all that effort in. And I'm going to say something now that I'm sure all your fans and listeners are thinking the same thing. We know you're in the final stretch. We know there's plenty of magazines to go, but we're heading slowly towards that final magazine and that final episode. And what we want to say is, yeah, you might want to rest after that. That's absolutely fine. But do not quit, boys. We absolutely love your show. So whether you come back and do a different magazine, whether you come back and just do some random games every now and then, whether you do films, movies, whatever you want to do, just don't quit. We want you back. We love listening to your show. We'd miss it if you stopped. So you're not allowed to stop. Just keep going forever. The end. But yeah, all the best, boys. Absolutely brilliant achievement. Congratulations.
To be fair, I'm actually quite moved by what Steve's saying there. It's actually a very... the Retro Asylum podcast, they're massive. They're the world's number one podcast, or whatever, retro podcast, or whatever. The UK's number one retro podcast. They're a massive podcast. And for them to say that, they want us to keep going, we want to keep going. We'll do something.
We will do something.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. It's, hugely appreciated what you've said there. It's very nice. I'm terrible with compliments. Graham, you say something. You're much better at being receptive than me.
You are crap at just being gracious. It's just incredible.
I get very embarrassed. I think that's the problem. I just don't take compliments well.
I think because you're close to it. This was your idea, right? So fundamentally, you had an epiphany when you were in the park. You were probably drowning a duck or something horrific at the time. Doing what you do, on your quiet time, and you had an idea for a podcast, and I don't know how long you germinated over that idea, but you pitched it to me, and I was sold from the second you said it. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And this was in the dark days of COVID. And lockdown and negative and darkness, and I think you had cleverly identified a gap, and there was a gap, not for retro gaming, because there was good podcasts like Retro Asylum and stuff like that we're doing amazing work in there, absolutely, but there was a little bit of a C64 gap. It was not that it had been ignored, but nobody had ever done what we did, which was to go, right, you know what, let's go through Zap issue 1, we're going to play everything. And that's a brave undertaking. And I totally appreciate Steve from Retro Asylum saying that it's, what we've done is the achievement. I think we don't fully understand what we've done. And I think because we're close to it and because we're passionate about it and because, I'm so traumatized by half the games, I try and blank them out, if I'm honest.
Absolutely.
But I agree with you. So firstly, what kind and amazing words from Steve at Retro Asylum. He's always been a big advocate for us, though, hasn't he? I mean, the multiple times he's mentioned us on that podcast, and whenever he does that, we see a spike, which is always good for us, right?
I think it was him getting us on Retro Asylum all the way back.
Yeah, it was. Right way back in the early
drove our numbers upwards.
It did. It gave us that kick that we needed. It gave us a boost. They've been doing it a good while, and I think just that kind of reassurance that they gave us that this is a good thing to be doing. We're on the right track because those guys are experts, right? And so it was good to be able to get that kind of level of endorsement and continually. So I am forever grateful for the Retro Asylum podcast and everybody on there, especially Steve, of course, for just being strong advocates for what we were trying to do or what we've done, and continuing that message. And you know what, you feel it in the tone of his message for us. Please don't stop, is what he says. And we've never said we were going to stop altogether, I think what we've said is that the cadence and what we do might change and where we focus that. And there is, for example, there's a whole bunch of C64 games that never got reviewed in Zap that we could look at in whatever time period. There's a whole bunch of things. There's thousands of games that we've not looked at in more modern context, some of the newer games. There's avenues we can follow. I think what will probably change, if anything's going to change, maybe the cadence, the frequency of when we record those. We've still got Battle of the Pilots, of course, as well, which has been a nice little sideways egg to be able to do now and again. We're not going to vanish altogether. I think I can guarantee that. I think we'll always be recording something. It may not just happen as frequently, but we've made a commitment. I made a commitment to your idea. You made a commitment to that idea, and what an idea it was. So, and I think Steve from the Retro Asylum is just echoing what I feel and what a lot of our listeners feel, AD, which is you had an amazing idea and we just made good on that idea. And as much as it has literally killed me in times to play some of these pieces of shit games that have come out, there have been some really good experiences in there and some really unforgettable laughs. And I think that's my takeaway based on what we've done, is to say thank you personally. I know we've reached episode 200 and we've got a few to go, and I get all that, but thank you personally, one of my oldest friends. This is what a great privilege it is to be able to do. That's what keeps me doing it. It's, games and everything aside, I get to go online with one of my oldest and best friends and just chat stupid crap about games for every week. What's not to like about doing that? The fact that people find that fun and everything else. This isn't something that's new. We've done this for 40 years, right?
Yeah,
we just
true.
record it now. We always said years ago, like, we should probably record this or something. People who think this is hilarious. This is just the kind of banter that we do. And when we have Gary on the podcast, again, that's another, veteran friend of ours. So we really are old schoolmates from being very young teenagers. And so what you're hearing is a lifetimes of friendship that's poured into the podcast. And I think that's what hooks people in a little bit as well, is that this isn't some tokenistic thing where we're just people that have come together and have a shared affinity. We actually have known each other for a very long time, which is why the banter kind of works and why we can get away with all them jokes at Gary's expense. Because we know A, you can take it, and B, there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing, because we've tried
take it. All right,
we've tried.
We've seen him. I've seen him.
Look, I've seen Gary commit horrors you people wouldn't believe.
Absolutely. They make a billy goat puke.
And I've had to get rid of bedroom dustbins because of him. So that's all I'm saying. I'll leave it there.
We'll leave it there.
Go. But thank you, Steve. Thank you. Amazing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. And thank you for the comments. Well, let's move on. We've got some games. We've still got some games to review.
We've got to get on with it. Yeah, we have.
We've got to get on with it. This is going to be a massive podcast, but there you go. Because we've got loads of extra stuff still to fit in. We've got people, comments, questions, loads of shit.
It's 200 episodes. It's a big thing.
It is. So shall we move on to our next game in this part? I think we should. Let's move on.
Yeah.
And Graham, that game is over to you to tell us all about Final Blow.
Final Blow. Pet House Video presents.
After 10, it's the Final Blow.
So Final Blow, goodness me. This was $11.99, published by Storm, copyright Tito. It's Land of Potatoes. So it's an arcade, obviously, an arcade conversion. It's just developed by the Sales Curve and coded by Kevin McClintosh, which is a good name, I think.
McClintosh?
Yeah, very Scottish sounding. Yeah. It might not be, though. Anyway, it scored a summary 31%. Ooh, eggy, very eggy. And the graphics here are by Sean McClure. Not Doug McClure's cousin. Hi, I'm Sean McClure. You may remember me for such games as Narc and Soccer 7. So he did Narc and Soccer 7. He also did the title screen here. The musician Martin Walker. Good old MW, Martin Walker. The Walker's in the house, y'all. But 31%, that's a bit of a stinger, isn't it? Stingy.
Stinker, yeah.
It was released in the arcades back in, actually, now conflicting reports here. I've read it 1988 and 1989. Either way, quite a while ago in terms of C64 world. But it was also released on the mysterious FM Towns, whatever the hell that was. The 1990 Genesis, it was released back in Genesis, so Phil Collins and his gang released a version for some reason.
They can't fight.
Then in 1991, it came out on the Amiga, the Atari ST, and then the Commodore 64. Exciting stuff. What on earth is Final Blow? Well, according to the manual, which is the Amiga manual, because that's the one I could find, It says, only a 200-pound mass of angry muscle stands between you and the title you've been training for all your life. Limbering up in the other corner and ready to elicit, I'm not sure elicit's the right word, some serious damage could be any one of 10 boxers. You punch, or putch, as it says here, duck and weave, with the referee waiting like a vulture to see you floored. Will you wear the championship belt, or will they be shoveling your remains back into a cardboard box? I don't know what kind of boxing they've been watching, but it sounds like death boxing, and that's not the kind of boxing I'm familiar with.
No.
Anyway, how to play. First of all, you can adjust the game to your own requirements. Your options are minutes per round, which can be 1, 3, 5, or 9. Number of rounds per match, 1, 3, 5, 9, or none. I don't know, none, I think it means 10. You can have the order of opponents being random, or you can be fixed, and the number of players can be 1 or 2 player, of course. When playing, you must select one boxer from the 10 available. All boxers have a rating from 1 to 10, 1 being the worst and 10 being the best. Boxers' names and ratings are Dynamite Joe, Kim Nang, King Jason, Fernando Gomez, Detroit Kid, Crusher Kev, Cool Sean, Killer Ken, Kid Steve, and Demon Dave. They were running out of inspiration very early on there, weren't they?
That's a dreadful names.
Yep.
Dreadful.
When you select a boxer, they get its hits rating is wiped clean, and so it's up to you to make him the world's best. Okay. There are different modes. I'll come to the different modes of play when we talk about that, when we get to those. So that's principally what the game is about. It's a boxing game. An arcade video game, obviously released in 1988 by Taito. Like I said, the name remained the same for all ported platforms, by the way, Adrian, except for the Sega versions, which Sega released outside Japan as James Buster Douglas's Knockout Boxing, featuring obviously James Buster Douglas, who was very popular at that time in the 90s because he beat Mike Tyson. So,
okay.
Famously, Buster Douglas knocked Mike Tyson out. He's the first person to actually do that, I think.
Yeah.
In Japan, by the way, Game Machine listed Final Blow on their June the 1st, 1989 issue as being the third most successful table arcade unit of the month. Table arcade units of the month. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. No, it's not. And that's in June as well, so midsummer. Mega, though, placed the game at number 9 in their list of the 10 worst Mega Drive games of all time.
Ooh.
That sucks, doesn't it? So, like I said, the game follows a single season boxing championship run, and according to this, there's 5. Now, in the description here, it says there are 5 fictional fighters competing. Dynamite Joe, the Miracle Fighter, Fernando Gomez, the South American Eagle, Kim Nang, the Korean Comet, King Jason, the Black King, and the Detroit Kid, the Invincible Black Panther. Okay, make of that what you will. So boxing game then, and this one is probably more akin to, actually, if you took it back to its basics and went to like the tabletop version of this is basically Rock'em Sock'em Robots. I don't know if you've ever played that, or if you remember it, but this is Rock'em Sock'em Robots, essentially, but in C64 version anyway. So it's that kind of a type of approach, rather than anything particularly strategic. It is just a dust them up, really. From the outset, this game has a nice look to it. I'll say that from the start. Quite polished in terms of graphics and the sounds, with a good-looking loading screen and then some arcade title screens too. I thought that looked quite good. It's a version of the cover, which is a guy getting punched in the mouth, but it is pretty good.
It is good. It is good title screen.
Yeah, exactly. And then the music is okay too. It's not amazing, but it kind of drives things on in a kind of boxing-y way. So it kind of suits the tonality of where you're at. And there's enough of the arcade at the beginning of this to keep you interested, at least in this section of it. So when you're looking at it, you think, actually, this is okay. It comes up with some images of the boxes and things like that. But it's okay at this point. You got 3 options you can leverage here. Practice, league, and preferences, which gives you some control over the game dynamics, as I've already explained, rounds, timings, and all of that. Okay for what it is so far. Okay so far. Starting the game takes you immediately to the game window. Here, the 2 very large and well-drawn, well-grown boxers stand toe-to-toe in 2D. Probably some of the biggest game characters we've seen on the C64, I think. At the top of the screen is the UI with the usual details, score, high scores, name of the boxers, and the round countdown clock and things like that, what you'd expect. In the middle as well is a well-realized image of the boxing ring with a crowd in the background. Oddly, in a nice black and white effect, which kind of offsets the color of the main sprites, which are in kind of they're in browns, but they're kind of in like, they do look like, boxers in kind of shaded browns, but they look pretty good. And it kind of works quite well. So the background effects with being black and white kind of offsets them, so they look quite good and they're quite big. Under the boxes, each boxer is their energy bar, which will obviously deplete as you get into the game. So ding ding, and it goes the bell, I guess, and you're into round 1 of Rock'em Sock'em C64. The game, like the arcade, is not a game of boxing strategy or finesse. This is no Barry McGuigan's, I think it's safe to say. Here, you're a player on the left. I chose Dynamite Joe for mine. Your opponent is on the right. Then you slug it out using the moves you can use on the joystick with the button and beat the crap out of each other till either the bell rings or your opponent runs out of energy and you knock them down, which I think is fair to say. It's a boxing game, right? The controls-wise on this are done with a joystick. So without the fire button pressed, you can sort of lean back, then move back, sort of go back towards or go to the left. And then you've also got move right. You could also pushing up, push your guard up, and then pushing down, push your guard down. You can press double down to repeat the duck if you want. When you got your fire button pressed, it gets a little bit more complex. You've got, with your guard up, you can do a swing punch. You've got a lean back and a jab if you go to the left. You've got a long high punch to the right and an uppercut if you pull down. And then you've also got another version with the fire button pressed with the swing punch. So the controls are a little bit odd, a little bit weird, and not really working to the advantage of a single button joystick. And now I didn't play the arcade for this. I looked at the YouTube. But I imagine the arcade's probably got a little bit more controls, probably dual button at least for this, I think. So maybe even more than that, because it felt a little bit like a kind of a boxing version of Street Fighter in the way that you could sort of play it out, certainly in the arcade. So, but it did at least look quite nice. It's boxing, ultimately this. Knock your opponent down or be knocked down, and a countdown will appear above their head. If you beat that, you can carry on. So if your person gets up after being, the countdown doesn't get down to 10, obviously, they'll get a mini energy boost and then they'll come back and you have to fight them again. And it drains a bit faster if you get more thumps or you give more thumps. It's very thumpy. And that's kind of how it plays out till one of you knocks each other out or you win by a technical knockout. It's just to slug them up with really any finesse. And that kind of really is it. There's no real thought, strategy, or detail in that. It's exactly like the arcade in that respect, with the same gameplay, details, and sadly the same issues as the arcade. So while graphically this is impressive, and it is, there is little else of depth to offer. You've got a range of moves, but in reality they all feel like a button mash scramble, which is a bit of a classic trope of these kind of 2D, not side-scrolling, but 2D beat-em-ups. This is like a boxing version of Street Fighter in many respects, where you just stand toe-to-toe. And if you don't know what you're doing with the moves, you just press anything until you just end up punching and kicking them and wear their energy bar down, and to the point when you might win, you might stand a chance of winning. And that's exactly as it works in the arcade as well. So it's the same arcade logic. It works in the arcade for a 20 pence a go dust-up with no real rationale or reason behind it. And the arcade does have some nice sound effects and details and crowd animations and all of that stuff. So it feels exciting and fun for however long you last. But it's not a game designed around creating longevity of experience. You don't care about these boxes, nor are they very interesting or different. So you're just really playing out the 2D beat-em-up logic with boxing graphics, but with no real boxing in it per se, no real boxing strategy or boxing management or none of that. It gets boring pretty quickly. The opponents will push you against the ropes all the damn time, and so you just end up in a pixel, nose-to-nose, close quarters, slug 'em up, mashing the buttons and moves on the joystick, hoping you hit something repeatedly. Now, in a 20 pence arcade, with no reason to come back to it at any point, a coin muncher, if you like, those kind of arcades, they don't need to offer you any more than that. You put 20p in, you pick which player you want, you press the buttons and mash them up, you slug them around, maybe you get past the first person, you get to the next one, you probably won't get past that one. 20 pence spent, done, or 50 pence spent, done, whatever it might be. However, a C64 game does need more than that. Take away the coins and some of the arcade production, I guess, and the game is dull and doesn't reward you for sticking with the boxes and pushing through a league. I mean, you will eventually do it, maybe, if you can be bothered, but the difficulty of the indestructible opponents from probably the third opponent onwards will soon put a stop to any dreams you've got of becoming the league champion. It's not really like you can get better with this either, or that your boxer improves as you get further and win more, because it's not really the logic that's in the C64, because it's akin to an arcade. It's more aligned to Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat for approach, just for general players. Put 20 pence in or 50 pence in, slug it out for maybe a few rounds, get as far as you can, then walk away from the arcade having spent 50 pence and think, I'm not going to go back to that. It's not that interesting. But I did have a bit of a laugh while I was throwing punches and things like that. It looked nice on the C64. I liked the graphics and I liked the sound to an extent as well. It looked the part. This had the making of something better. And had they put boxing management and a bit of Barry McGuigan logic into this, had they made you be able to choose and design your boxers and care for them a bit and look after them and grow them in the right way, make them big and well grown, but grow them in the nature of the game and everything else, aside from this sort of vacuous league that you participate in or anything else, had it had a bit more of that about it, this game might have really stood a chance of being one of the better boxing games because of the way it looked. But because it is just an arcade slug 'em up, rock 'em, sock 'em type approach to this, and because it's got that intrinsic arcade logic of just put 20p in, beat a few people up and walk away, it doesn't work on the C64 because it doesn't have the game. And the game is what it needed. It needed the boxing game in there. You can't just sometimes, and we've said this many, many times before, but sometimes you can't just take the arcade logic of a coin munching 20 pence a go, 50 pence a go arcade, transfer it to a C64 and expect that logic to work. In essence, the game design will function on another platform, but ultimately the C64 and the people playing, when they're not putting coins in, when they don't have that kind of gratification walk away mentality, if they've paid good money for this and at $11.99 this is good money, they're going to want more game than that. And this is not going to present you with anything more than that. This is a put your money in, fight a few people, walk away. And is that $11.99's worth of value? I don't think it is. So I think 31% is about right because it's got good graphics and there's some good ideas and production to it. But this is such a mindless game that you'll soon want to move on from it because I don't see anybody really wanting to take Dynamite Dan all the way to the end because what's the point? What's the point? It's just not very interesting. With Baron McGuigan's, you had buy-in, you had a reason, you had boxes that you took, you'd grown and you'd trained. Without all of that stuff, if it's just the fighting, it's an arcade game and it does not transfer to a free-to-play C64 version at all. And I didn't like it for that. Clearly, Zapped didn't as well. But what about you?
Yeah, pretty much the same. It's a subdued version of the arcade original, and we've seen this before. When those arcade when you take that away, it papers over its thin gameplay. Which the arcade version does, with lots of nice visuals and sound effects, which are there present in the arcade version. There are some nice graphics in this one, but it lacks the oomph and everything like that, which you might get. You get that oral, that boo in the arcade, which you don't really get it here. So the C64 version, it's kind of the same, but without all the frippery and flash, it gets very dull very quickly, as you've rightly said, because there's simply not a lot of game here. The boxing, if you could call it that, consists of just a few basic moves, and there's very little strategy to anything. I won quite a few fights repeatedly jabbing the stomach whilst against the ropes, because you're always against the ropes. You can never move them.
Yeah, you can. It's so frustrating that.
It's dead annoying, but it doesn't really matter, because then you just let them walk into you and punch them, let them walk into you and punch them. And punch them.
That's true.
It seemed to get me quite far with very little effort.
Yep.
I do like the visuals. The visuals are very good. The boxes are very good.
I thought they were good.
Big main sprites look good. Some nice animations. A bit staccato, but the good stuff. Kind of like the arcade. I really like the monochrome crowd and backdrop.
It worked quite well, didn't it? I thought.
I think because it makes the boxers who, if you'd have coloured that background, the use of brown for the main boxers would have, like we saw in Toki,
would have been lost. Yeah.
Would have been lost. But because they monochrome that background, just black and white, it works really well. I thought black, white, and grey. I think that's actually quite a good choice and quite a nice, and it's well drawn as well. It's different to the arcade.
Give it a Raging Bull kind of quality as well. I think a little bit.
A little bit of that, yeah. Maybe. Yeah, I can see that. So that's all right. There's some nice raster effects on the title screen, and like you said, nice loading screen. Yeah. But that's it. I'm afraid. The music's okay. It's a version of the arcade, but the main issue is here. There's just so little game. It gets really dull really quickly.
Yep.
And once you've those nice visuals, you kind of go, ooh. We said this about Fight Night. Fight Night is what's reminded me of.
We did. Yeah.
Because again, that was like nice sprites, nice visuals, and things like that, but then completely empty, vacuous gameplay. Whereas, you've rightly pointed out, Baron McGuigan would just KO this every day of the week because it's a more in-depth, better boxing game with more moves, more strategy, ways to play it, improve, grow. Get used to your boxer. Become attached to them. Nah, this was really, really dull. I think 30% is about right because it's a flashy game in the arcade where you get a lot of visual and oral feedback, but take all that away again in the C64.
Yeah.
Naff all there. There you go. Final blow. What a blow. What a blow for it. What a blow.
A big blow. Yeah.
What a blow. Now, normally here we'd go to a break, and we would go to a break and come back with the music. But we've got lots of comments. So we've got lots of comments from some of our patrons. We've got questions. Andy Marsh went mad on the Patreon. He's asked loads of questions, so we'll answer him. And we've got some very nice comments as well from other patrons and stuff. So I've got them all written here. So I'm going to go through a few of these. I'm going to read just a couple of these here. I'm just going to drop them in throughout the probably some here, beginning the next bit in between the things. Just some little ones as well. Brian Howarth, he says, congratulations on reaching the impressive milestone.
Ooh.
I'm guessing he means 200 episodes. Otherwise, I might have been talking about when I was out for a walk. So I don't know. Could be. But cheers, Brian. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian.
John Ebbs, I'll just put this one in here, and then I'll ask some of Andy's questions, actually. John Ebbs says, I've got 2 points to make for your upcoming special episode. One, actually, it's not a point, it's a question. Are there any games that on mature recollection, so mature, Graham, we're going to act mature, you two should have given gold medals to? Example, Last Ninja 1 or 2. I think this is John saying he thinks Last Ninja 1 or 2 should have got a gold medal.
I think Last Ninja 1 should have.
I think probably so as well. At the time it came out, I think it probably should have. I mean, we've always said that Way the Exploding Fist should have.
There's Way the Exploding Fist. There was another game as well.
IK Plus, I think.
IK Plus didn't get a gold medal.
I think recently we've said things like Swiv and there was another one we looked at recently.
Yeah, I think there's been a few actually that were surprised us that didn't. And Usagi Yojimbo, of course, didn't.
Yeah, looking back, Usagi Yojimbo, I think that was it got a sizzler, but was underrated. Yeah. Project Firestart.
Yeah, another one. Yep.
Or did that get? I don't think that got gold medal, did it?
Bob Winner.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Lee Enfield.
Yeah. Well, Win Bobner.
Win Bobner. Enley Field. Enley Field. Isn't there a place called Enley Field? There probably is.
I think there probably is.
Yeah. He also goes on to say that if you had doubled your output, you would now have 400 episodes. I mean, that's math. I do like a good math point.
Yeah. That's logical. I'm not sure how we would have done that, but
yeah, it's well done anyway. But yeah, we would be at 400. I mean, we could have just cut each episode in half, I suppose.
We could have done that, but what would be the point in having it? I mean, we could have. We would just cut down each episode. We could have cut them to 1 hour instead of 2, but you know, we do what we do.
We'd have been going until we were 60.
No.
And here's a couple of questions from Andy Marsh. It says, great work, kids. Now here's some questions for you. Which games, out of all the games reviewed, gave you the best nostalgic trip?
Ooh, actually, I would probably say, out of all the ones we revisited, might be a Cinemaware game for me. I really liked going back to Defender of the Crown.
Yeah.
Because I hadn't played it for quite some time. And when I played on the C64, it really did bring back some really fun memories of playing that, of getting a disc drive and playing it and really liking it. And so that Rocket Ranger was another one which I really liked on the C64, and I remember getting really frustrated, and Zapped the Kraken. So I've had real good times playing those, but those are kind of games that I knew I'd like. I'm trying to think of games that I've looked back on that I thought weren't very good and then gone, actually, that was a lot better than I thought.
While you think of that, I'll just say that ones that gave me a nostalgic hit were way back, because obviously I think my bigger playing was sort of 84 to 86, 87. So it was 84. There was those 84 games, and it was Beachhead.
Yeah, I get that.
Forbidden Forest. Those early ones we looked at in the sort of episode 0 one, and Pit Stop 2.
Yeah, Pit Stop 2 is good.
And then revisiting Summer Games 2.
Yeah.
So it was revisiting those games which I played a lot of back then that gave me the biggest nostalgic hit. Obviously, you only get nostalgia for what you played back then, so none of this more recent stuff has given me, that's not giving me nostalgia because I've never played them back then. It was just those big ones during that period.
I think Catechist a bit for me because I had quite a good time with that.
You loved Catechist, didn't you? I remember you loving Catechist at the time.
Such a good game when it came out, and I had such a good crack of that worked all the way through, which many games didn't back then when you had cracks of them. So it was, it was nice to get a game that worked 100%. But I had affinity for that and some of the demos, and just the direction I went was less about buying and playing games and more about trading demos. And so the nostalgia for the C64, for me, a lot of it comes from the experiences of that and coding demos and sharing them and getting feedback on them and just trading stuff. It was a good world to be in, and still probably is for some people, but it was a really good world to be in the early 80s, or late 80s, I guess, really.
Yeah. Do you both still buy magazines like Retro Gamer or anything like that? I don't. I
did buy Retro Gamer for a while, and then I bought the online version for a bit. I hate to say this, and this is going to sound really snooty, but I'm 50 plus years old, and I quite like GQ. So I get GQ pretty regular because I quite like looking at the watches and looking at some of the sort of clothes. And I know it's so sad, isn't it? How your life changes, but I quite like looking at that and reading about really nice travel destinations and things like that. So I quite like GQ and Men's Health, although I've never developed an 8-pack abs from any of the plans that they've been selling me for the past billion episodes, but
it's a different plan every month. When was the last time you bumped into an old friend from the C64 days, and did you talk about the bread bin?
Yeah, we was at the Zap Live and bumped into quite a few people and talked about it at that time.
My old friends are you and Gary, so...
Yeah, we bump into you all the time. less so, Gary. I know an old C64 friend. Have I ever bumped into any of the old contacts and things like that? No. Do you see any of your old mates from the old Amstrad days when you knocked about with the Amstrad people?
No, I don't really see anyone from back then. From you and Gary, like I said. That'll do for the moment. We've got more. There's loads more questions and there's comments as well, so there's more coming up. We're going to go take a quick break right now. We're going to come back. Prepare yourself for the music. Brown sauce is in the house.
Oh.
So
who invited that rogue?
I don't know. He just turned up like a bad smell. But so you've got that coming up. So we'll be back with that after this break. See you in a bit.
This is Andrew Fisher, a former contributor to Commodore Force, saying congratulations on reaching 200 episodes. It's been fun listening to the opinions and descriptions of so many games, and long may it continue.
The novel Escape from the Commodore 64 by David Hearn is out now. Crash landing on a green planet full of vector graphics, can Sarah find a way to escape for real? Or is she stranded on a planet full of sun, sea, and chippy tea forever? Imagine finding yourself in a cinematic karate game, having to rescue a princess, or remain stuck under the run-stop key forever. What about finding yourself on a space freighter full of robots? Could you clear the decks? If you were transported back to a Wild West town, having to round up outlaws, could you survive until sunset? What if you were a wizard with a cat who must colour worlds? Could you beat the game, or would a virtual guitar solo announce your demise? Sarah might just be another visitor, but she doesn't want to stay a while, never mind forever. Available from Amazon and all good online retailers, discover if there's a way out in Escape from the Commodore 64. Visit davidhearnwriter.com to find out more.
And we're back. The awesomeness of episode 200 continues. Here we are with the January 1992 singles. But as requested by some of you, we've got special guest. no, not many.
Actually, that's surprisingly accurate, that, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, it was only ever requested by you, Gary. You. So, yeah.
One excited Patreon. Gary.
We're joined by Gary Wilson.
Look at all these singles. Was hoping to be on the 300th episode because it wasn't exactly a prime month, but we're going to make the best of it.
There's a couple of ones I thought you'd be very interested in this month, I thought, as we went through them. But yeah, Gary's joined us for this.
We will find out.
Yeah. We will. For this very special episode as we continue. So let's get into these singles. Let's get into them. Number one singles. It is just the singles, by the way, no albums, because there were barely any albums out in January. There's about 5. Which is rubbish.
It's a fallow month, is old January for albums.
Very fallow, yes. Anyway, number one singles for the first 2 weeks of the month, we had Bohemian Rhapsody, These Are the Days of Our Lives by Queen.
Yeah.
To be expected, I guess. To be expected.
Yeah, it's hanging around the chart for a while, wasn't it, that?
And people, obviously, everything that's gone on and stuff, I'm not surprised. Yeah. Following that, for the final 2 weeks of the month, there was Goodnight Girl by Wet, Wet, Wet.
And it really, really was bad, wasn't it?
I'm going to leave that fucking noise in. You clatty.
What you doing?
Sorry, my headphones have died. I'm having to change headphones.
God's sake. Clack, clack, clack.
It was when he stood up, he went, what? Did he just do his flies up?
He just stretched his bones.
He did. Well, he is made of xylophone. I don't know if you know that. Glockenspiel.
You can play him like a marimba.
He's got glockenspiel arms.
I'm back. Sorry, my headphones were like, you have 1% power.
Why don't you charge him up beforehand, you idiot?
Well, I did the other day, but I think they've obviously
That's the other day.
They've been used. So anyway, sorry.
You don't say. Right, okay. Replacing that for the final 2 weeks of the month was Goodnight Girl by Wet, Wet, Wet. The What's It Vampire has woken up and reached the top.
It wasn't very good, really, was it? At all?
No.
I said before, it's all right. It's not the worst Wet, Wet, Wet song I've heard, so it's not saying much, but...
He looks the worst in it, though. He looks like he's been bathing in Karamak, and that's not a good thing to do, because that's a lot of Karamak.
He's still touring around, his old Marty Pello.
Well, he can't be stopped.
No.
You can't stop a vampire.
He will not be stopped.
You have to invite him into every venue as well, on purpose.
Please let me in. No, we don't like your kind here, Pello. Oh,
No,
you will let me in. I am the
for me.
master. Anyway, singles. Let's get into the singles. 5th of January, in at number 13, we got a Love Thing. DC Peniston. Not for me, this. Not for me.
Kind of dancey pop, riding the house kind of thing that was everywhere at that particular time. CC Peniston's Finally is an absolute classic. Everyone knows it. Finally, it's happened to me. Do-do-do. Everyone loves that song. Nobody really likes this one, I have to say. I
love a song called Finally. I'm not sure it was that one.
It's that
Finally. Yeah, it's like, it was a classic, but they kind of peaked with that one, didn't they? Old CC Penis Town.
She did. She peaked with that one. This one's a bit boring, isn't it? Really?
They win the award though for getting the word, the cheeky word penis in their title. I mean, that's pretty good going.
Come on, that's a cheap shot at poor old CC. Come on, she's been living there.
No, it's not. That's where she lives. She lives in Penis Town, and that's just outside of Sheffield, as we know.
Peniston. I think it's Peniston, man. Peniston.
You say Peniston, we say Penis Town. Just admit it. You know what it is.
Number 14 is Rubbish by Carter, the Unstoppable Sex Machine.
Now, guess what? Jim Bob from Carter is still touring.
He is. I was watching an interview with him recently. It's quite interesting. You've always thought of them as a poor man's Big Audio Dynamite.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's not
they
right.
use kind of samples and cheap drum machines, and they're a bit edgy.
Yeah, they do.
A bit, So we're talking samples, drum machines, indie pop. They didn't really have the hip hop influence that BAD had, but
I think they're catchier tunes than Big Audio Dynamite.
Possibly. I mean, not really my cup of tea. But respect. They got on with. I think the big thing about Carter was they did their own thing and just got on with it. So you got to kind of respect that.
You was always a big fan of theirs, though, weren't you? Really, Carter?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, I seem to remember you really liking them.
Yeah. But they always had a bit of a nice bite to their lyrics.
So when you say Jim Bob's still touring, I'm assuming is he with the Unstoppable Sex Machine, or did they go off to be with Gloria Estefan?
No Fruit Bat anymore. Because it was Jim Bob and Fruit Bat. That was that was Carter.
Fruit Bat.
So what happened to Fruit Bat?
I'm honestly not sure what happened to Fruit Bat. It's just Jim Bob now.
Oh. We'll have to
it might be
find
Fruit Bat.
No, Jim. I've seen Jim Bob's touring. I've seen him on Twitter.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Anyway, number 17, Different Strokes by Isotonic.
Lots of samples there.
Another dancey. There's a lot of cheaply made dance music, and I know I love a bit of cheaply made dance music, and this one wasn't great really, and it sounded a bit old fashioned now, didn't it? Really, it sounded a lot like Moby's Go and all the stuff that was kind of following that, and the hard beat and the Hoover sound that was coming out of Belgium, which was the next lineage from New Beat, which is that kind of sound, which is why it was called the Hoover sound.
Well, we've discussed the Hoover sound. In fact, I've got a sample of a Hoover sound I can put here. No, maybe I will, maybe I won't. I tell you what, though, the thing that I noticed about that is that all those samples firing off, it's very much of its technology of that time, that track. That's why they're all kind of sounding the same. They're all utilising the same 8 or 9 synthesizers or samplers, probably more rumplers really at this point. So you've probably got some rumplers and FM synthesis heavy on the go here. So you see it loads. It all starts to sound the same. They're all swapping discs. I think they're just swapping sound discs. It's a cross between a sampler and a rumple.
I've had a few rumples in my time. Don't tell the wife.
I've sampled a few rumples, but
so you got samplers, you got rumplers, you got all these different times.
You didn't answer my question.
Samplers.
What is a rumpler?
I've just told you it's the cross between a sampler and a rumpler.
But what's a rumpler?
You'll have to Google it. More modern samplers are more based around ROM samples as opposed to disc-based and stuff like that. So it's
okay.
It's a hardware-based sampler, is it?
Okay,
I'm sure.
A
swift Google search will enlighten thee. But more importantly, at this particular time, they're all kind of there's a Fairlight sampler, I think, and there's an Akai sampler that was doing the rounds around this time, and a lot of them were kind of because they're utilising the same sound sets because you could just swap the discs around, and you've got them sounds and someone's taking the time to create them. So a lot of the default sounds get shoved into these tracks in the background, and that's why they all start to sound the same. And they're all utilising the same studios with the same kit, with the same engineers. So it's not like there's a reason why it all starts to, there was that kind of critique, wasn't there, of a lot of the dance music around this time. It all starts to sound the same. And there's a reason for that. And that's the reason. It's all using the same shit.
And at number 18 is Easy to Smile by the Senseless Things.
Who the hell are these people?
Senseless Things. They're just another part of the, I'm not sure if they're part of the Grebo lot. or anything are in that sort of vein. I think they are.
Grebo.
I quite like this. Never a fan of these. Never a big fan of senseless things. They're a bit. I always preferred Mega City 4. Who are in the same sort of bracket.
These dogs on strings, Grebos, is that the same?
Yep, they used to wear a lot of green, a lot of Army Navy, wasn't it?
A lot of Hessian.
A lot of tie-dye was it.
And pullovers that fell off the shoulder.
That was your look, Adrian. In the early 90s, that was your look.
That was. I was actually watching one of your videos from 1992 this very day, and it really was.
Yeah, I know it was. I'm not saying it won't, but that's what
Gary had
like
Deirdre Barlow glasses. None of us were in a good shape at that time. I looked like a bedraggled tramp from another dimension. So I looked like Wurzel Gummidge's fat cousin, I think. In some of those
Gary had an
videos.
afro.
Well, in this particular video, he didn't have an afro. He had kind of a side do, but he did have them big old glasses on his face. They were huge.
Yeah, but those are the only glasses you could get at that time. They were either really tiny or really large.
Who told you that?
Well, the guy in Specsavers or Moss's.
But they had one pair on the shelf. You went in, he was like, you got glasses? Yeah, there's one pair. That's all we do. We don't do any of those. There's no other kind.
Those glasses were not good. They were crap. They were horrible. No wonder I couldn't get a girlfriend with those glasses.
They helped you see, though, didn't they? That was always good.
Yeah, that was the reason.
So cruel and harsh.
Sorry.
None of us were looking great in that video, I've got to tell you. None of us. To be fair, and I mean, not just us three, everybody in the video was always we all looked a bit teeny, unsure of ourselves, some worse than others, me particularly, but Ada, you had kind of a Bill and Ted vibe going in one of the videos. It was bizarre.
Do you remember when Adrian used to go, "Cheers, dude," to everybody or whatever?
Still say that. I still say that.
Still does.
And but you had to do it with the little arm movement that was Bill and Ted, like you.
He still wears German army shirts with shorts, I believe, jean cut-off shorts.
Very pale cut-off shorts they were. Very, very pale. So pale they were like, you couldn't tell them from where their legs started.
Did they start off as jeans and then you just edited them? Is that how it worked?
Yeah, pretty much. My mum was not pleased.
I bet she wasn't.
She was like, where'd they pair of jeans? I was like, no, they're shorts.
Well, not only did you savage the jeans that you'd obviously got, but then I noticed in one of the videos that you'd made, it was in your house. A few of them, but that particular one where these couple just came to your house to have an argument.
Oh, yeah. That would have been the Queen and the Soldier, I think, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very emotional, totes emotion and everything, but they just come to your house and look, she looks thoroughly pissed off when she opens the door. I don't mean to, because it is well put together. Don't get me wrong. I'm not being critical. It did just make me laugh. When you look at it, all this years later, contextually, it's quite funny to watch. It's just two people just go and have a really shitty argument, but the music's really sweet and nice.
It's not, though. The music's dead sad.
Yeah, but it doesn't come over that way. Oh, yeah, the music is emotional and sad. I get that. But it's just that, at one point they're kind of really in each other's faces shouting and she's all crunched in a little ball. It's quite tragic. It's like two things going off at the same time. It's very clever, but
it's like sweet and sour.
Just when he knocks on your front door, it's because I know it's your front door. Nobody else would know that. I know. So it's like a complete stranger goes to your front door and somebody else answers and it's not you, or it's none of your family. It's like, who are you? Get out of his house. Why do you have to go to his house to have an argument?
That would have been like the house when all the walls were knocked through and everything, and the council knew nothing about it. So
yeah, it did look like there was no walls.
I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised that house stood up. The upper floor was levitating. I'm pretty sure of it to this day. We knocked every single wall through. My brother was like, "Oh, what have you done now?" The house is still standing. I don't know how. But, never mind. Anyway, that's the senseless things. Number 21. God Gave Rock and Roll to You 2 by Kiss.
You take it you don't like this, Gary?
No, this was it was set in some kind of farm or warehouse, wasn't it? That which was covered in water.
It's the only way they could fit the hair in.
The hair is massive in it, and that. God, there's so much of it. It's crazy.
I know. And what is Paul Stanley doing at the start of the video? I think someone's electrocuted the water he's in. He's like, he's dancing. He's just like, what's he doing?
It's a bit weird. It is a bit weird. The whole thing's a bit weird. It was off the Bill and Ted's, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's very overwrought, this. I don't mind this because it's so stupidly overwrought. It's ridiculous.
It's a bit.
Yeah, it is
and complicated.
It's a cover, isn't it?
I never realised it was a cover, but it was Argent, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's good. The original version's pretty good. Really complicated, though. If you actually try and play that, the opening, I think there's like 12 chord changes, something crazy at the beginning sequence. It's really complicated, a lot more than it sounds. Gene Simmons makes it look easy, but he plays everything with his tongue, so he would do.
Well,
it's a bassist, so
that's what he plays.
Yeah, this wasn't really for me, I have to say. I'd probably have gone back to the Hoover sound or something by now.
You'd have gone to the next one, Gary, which was the Am I Right remix EP by Erasure.
No,
number 22.
This was really boring. The video was just... Only these guys could go to Amsterdam and make it really tedious. I mean...
Yeah, there's a lot of walking around, doesn't he? And boating, I noticed. Yeah, going along the boats.
It didn't look like the Amsterdam that I saw when I went.
That's because you were down the red light district, probably, weren't you?
Well, I walked through it. I wouldn't say
You were in the windows. What are you on about?
He had a roaring trade.
Well, I had to pay for the holiday, didn't I?
Hey, baby, I love you long time. All right. Since we're in Amsterdam, why not?
Show you a good time for a quid.
Dutch rudder on the cheap.
But yeah, this wasn't a very good Erasure song, was it? It was a bit slow and boring.
Well, I noted what you said there, AD, about it, because it is very Yazoo-y, isn't it? Which made me realise that Cayman from the Lambda Zone from Battle Beyond the Stars is a member of the Yazoo. He's a Lazuli, really, but is a member of the Yazoo. So that's probably where it comes from.
It probably is, yeah. Vince Clarke was writing songs for Battle Beyond the Stars. Who knew? Who knew?
I want to see a version of Erasure with that lizard man in it.
Yeah, I'd watch it.
Yazoo. I'll go for Yazoo with that lizard person in. I want to see him sing, that and just that'd be cool. Someone make that happen with AI, please.
I did wonder why that lizard man was there, because I couldn't for the life of me think why you'd put that picture up.
That's Cayman of the Lambda. You really got to get into the spirit of things, Gary. You've not seen Battle Beyond the Stars.
Gary.
Come on,
It's
Gary.
been a while.
Know your sci-fi. Know your sci-fi.
Yeah. If I start eating a sausage right now, you'll taste it.
No, not for the first time.
We're part of the Nesta.
Whenever AD eats sausage, Gary gets the taste.
I think this is the wrong podcast. This is tomorrow night's podcast when I'm meeting up with some others.
What, Sausage Anonymous? Hi, my name's Gary Wilson, and I like sausages.
Absolutely. It's been 30 days since I last tasted a sausage.
Since my last sausage.
Bangers are us. Anyway, in at number 26 is Can You Feel the Passion by Blue Pearl. I cannot feel it, and nor do I want to.
Did you think the video looked a lot like the KLF videos from that period? It was clearly, I would suggest the same director. There was a lot
Sound studio, maybe, as well.
It was really like the KLF. Now, Blue Pearl were a side project of Youth, who is a very well-known producer nowadays. Obviously, their first single, what was it called? Dancing Naked in the Rain is...
Naked in the Rain.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah,
absolutely fantastic. And Durga McBroom, the lady who's singing, is a very well-known backing vocalist. Pink Floyd, loads of those kind of artists.
Wow.
And she's got a great voice and she looks great. And the videos, obviously, KLF. The song doesn't really work, though, does it? It's not as good as Naked in the Rain. So this is a bit of a, 3 out of 10 for this one. Sorry, Durga, babe, but nah.
Nice bass synth sound, I thought, in there. I like, good sounds.
Yeah,
I like a good sound.
It sounded good. It was the same kind of like they just retuned the keyboard or whatever from Naked in the Rain and done it slightly different. But yeah.
And that annoying habit they have of titling in the 90s where they put two of the words in brackets, open and close brackets, for no reason, really. So they just do that a lot in this. It's a very 90s way of giving titles, isn't it?
What was the song that had brackets at the front and brackets at the end? What famous 90s song was that? We'll leave that to your listeners to post that on your Discord. Let's have songs with brackets at the front and brackets at the end.
We'll probably come across them.
I don't know. Sounds like an if statement.
Coda's jokes for the win.
Yep. In at number 27 is Hit by Sugar Cubes. I do remember this song. It wasn't supposed to happen. But I didn't like it. I know, obviously, you do like this then, Gary. You are a fan of the tiny Icelandic elf.
I'm not a huge fan of Bjork. I find her really irritating and whatever. But I'm not a fan of the Sugar Cubes, but this particular song, I remember listening to quite a lot in the mid to late 90s, and I think it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. It's by a country mile the best thing that Bjork and the Sugar Cubes ever did, in my opinion. And I quite like the video. I thought there was a lot of colour. It was interesting. There was a lot of inventiveness in what was going on. It wasn't like a bunch of chroma key. They'd obviously gone some effort to make the sets, etc. So this was a pop smash.
All right. So, okay. Let's just take some of that apart a little bit, just to not dissect it, but I'm going to fundamentally disagree with you on a few things. Firstly, inventiveness isn't a word. I'm just going to say that. Just putting it out there.
Inventiveness.
Secondly, I've ever professed a liking for anything that this outfit has done, Björk especially. I pitched this as more discordant pitch gymnastics from pinch-faced Icelandic singing monobrow, and I want the ice wasp that she is to piss right off.
She's just how God made her.
Yeah, pinch-faced and angry. She reminds me of like a baby. Babies are pinch-faced and quite angry, aren't they? She's a bit like that, a bit pinch-faced and pissed off. I don't know what pissed her off so much. Iceland's a nice place. I've always thought it was nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
I much prefer the next one. Number 28 is Waterfall by the Stone Roses.
Not my thing, this, at all.
I think it's another great track for them. So much better than the rest of the Manchester shite that we've had to endure.
And we've had loads
over the
of that,
past year or two.
We have had a lot of that.
It's not for me. You've reviewed the Stone Roses quite a bit the last year. Or so,
the singles are coming out, so we just talk about them.
Yeah,
so.
and
we talk as God made them.
Yeah, exactly. And I just don't like the Stone Roses. I don't like them whatsoever. I don't like Ian Brown. I don't like John Squire. I don't like anything to do with them at all. Sorry,
I didn't like them at the time because there basically wasn't something I was into at the time. I have come to appreciate them since. And I think that's where
which is fair enough. Which is fair enough.
Yeah.
But not
is that all of it? Have you revisited it all and that's an epiphany you've had, or is it just Fool's Gold and that period? I mean, Fool's
Gold is a very good song. It's by far and away, Fool's Gold is the best song they ever did.
That's the
famous one with the wangy guitars and that kind of drum loop.
That's probably one of my least favourites.
Wow. We've got a difference of opinion here, Jeffrey.
We have 5-1 Fool's Gold and a 2-1
crap.
Well, actually the right answer was of course the other one. I can't remember. No, what's the I like Love Spreads and stuff as well. There's a couple of tracks off the second album which are good, 2 singles, Love Spreads and the other one.
Fair enough.
But the first album is better. Number 29 is Feel So High, 1992 by Des'ree. Smooth sounds here.
Very smooth. Desiree's lovely. She's got a nice voice, but man alive, this song was so boring.
Wasn't it just? And a weird mix. Boring. Did you notice how crisp and dry her vocals were in that mix? At least it might have been the way they've recorded it on YouTube, I guess. But it just because normally when you're recording vocals, you put a little bit of room reverb or you put a little bit of background reverb and even subtly, just so it doesn't sound like they're trapped in some kind of soundproof booth. But that one, the sound is so dry. It's unusual to do it that way. Very unusual. And I noticed it straight away because I was like, oh, that's dry. It's so dry. So
it was backing music for Topshop and Primark, really, wasn't it?
Totally that. Yeah, totally. Yeah, not going to be one that's going to really hit the charts, I don't think, in a big way.
Unlike the next one.
Because in at number 30 is This New Year by Cliff Richard.
Back again.
He's back. Not content with ruining Christmas every year. He's now set out after New Year. What a git. This might have the worst drum beat I've ever heard at the start of the song.
It ain't good.
That drum beat is so bad. And then when the ghostly backing singers appeared, I started to laugh because they just appear out of nowhere.
No, I don't think I got that far. I really don't think I got a minute. I think I lasted a minute. I don't know how long.
The ghostly backing singers would have appeared by then, but the Dancing Among the Chimneys, he's no Dick Van Dyke.
No.
The song is shy.
Than Van Dyke, I think.
Yeah.
I didn't rate it. It's all the sounds that were in it were all from that horrible cliche FM synthesis collection. So there's just, you see, if you hear that and you think of all the songs, they all come back to you, all the ones that use those sounds. Especially Michael Jackson had a lot of those sounds in his stuff around that time. So no. And
Cliff,
there was a bit where he sang. There was a part where he sang in a really weird way as well. I don't even know what that was. There was a part that
Jesus Christ, Gary,
just making noises. And he didn't have anything in his hands when he did that. That was his tongue.
Why are you drinking out of a plastic bottle?
he's got
We're
dry
leave
tongue.
that noise in so you can hear what we have to put up with from him.
we will. Bloody, honestly, can't work with these crazy. Anyway, no, he hits some really weird notes. No, so watch it back if you really want to. But he hits he sings in a way he's never sung before, and he hits these really weird notes. It was really strange. It's like he sort of stood on a nail, and it was really weird. He went pitchy. I don't think Cliff Richard could do that. Really strange. Really strange.
Did you like it, Gary?
Cliff Richard.
No, I didn't. I thought it was bloody rubbish.
Cliff Pitchard. He hates that criticism. Imagine leveling that. More like Cliff Pitchard. I thought my singing was okay.
I'm surprised he's still here. I mean, how old is he now? I mean,
some say he's 1,000 years old.
Some say he's 1,000 years old. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, he sits in front of an image of two snakes coming together, but they are one. Number 31, Old Red Eyes is back. Speaking of Cliff Richard, Old Red Eyes is back by the Beautiful South.
Oh, I hate these fools. Don't like him.
More insufferable smugness.
I don't want to be a contrarian. But I actually while I don't like every song and I'm not a fan per se, they've done some fantastic songs of the Beautiful South. Paul Heaton is quite a good singer-songwriter. And Adrian, do you remember the time, were you there when we had a game of pool with the Beautiful South singer in St. Helens? Jackie Heaton.
Maybe, yeah. I think
she was from that area, so she was lovely. So big up to Jackie Heaton and Alison Wheeler and all of Paul's other female vocalists, because I've got a lot of time for those songs. Don't Marry Her, A Little Time, You Keep It All In. These are great, great songs. And I can't be doing with you chastising them in every podcast. Come on. You've got to give him credit for this. But I did think Paul Heaton in this video looked a bit like a Fast Show character. He looked like he was Charlie Higson.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I can
Did you like it, Graham?
No, I've never liked the Beautiful South. I don't like them. I even went to by the way, did you win that pool game against them?
No, I don't think I did.
Oh, you just crap. You could at least have beaten them.
Sorry about that.
No, I don't like him. I went to weirdly ended up after I suppose we went to a dance event that was in Hull at the time called Eat Your Words, and the DJs that were doing that lived down the street that Paul Heaton owns. He owns a block of houses in Hull, and one of the houses was his house. We were having a big after party in there, as you do, and all of the DJs that were quite famous DJs came to this house party, and it was Paul Heaton's house, or one of them. And then apparently he got complaints from every neighbour in the nearby vicinity because of the sheer volume of bringing a nightclub to somebody's kitchen and what that would ensue, which was very loud music that would shatter the windows for miles around.
If he owned the whole street, surely they'd just complain to the landlord, and he'll go, well, I'll just take it forward and it's my house. I'll do what I like.
Well, he did. Yeah, the complaints came from people sort of 3 or 4 doors down that it was too loud, and the landlord was Paul Heaton. So.
The life we'd lived.
Absolutely. Sounds like the punchline to a joke. Anyway, in at number 35 is For Love EP by Lush. Very twee, very twee.
Yeah, twiddly diddly twee, wasn't it a bit? Don't know, a bit dull though, wasn't it? A bit boring.
Yeah, I really wanted to like Lush more than I did. Still touring. Mickey Burenyi is still touring, just to let you know. There's a recurring theme in my points that I'm going to be making. Mickey Burenyi Trio, I think it is. And they were kind of the poster girls and boys.
That's 3 Mickey Burenyis.
Something like that, yeah. I think they're called the Mickey Burenyi Trio.
They're all dressed up the same with that red hair.
With that, she hasn't got the red hair anymore, which is a shame.
Well, one of them does.
How would you know it's her?
Because it's bloody Mickey Burenyi Trio, though, isn't it?
It's the only way you know it's Mickey Burenyi is because she's got the red hair.
Do they wear numbers like Mickey 1, Mickey 2, and Mickey 3?
Mickey, they just do, Mickey, you're so fine.
Who's the original?
All night.
Who's the original? We don't know. None of us know. We keep it secret from each other.
Absolutely. But the one in the middle eats the sausage and the 2 on the outside taste it.
There's people who pay for that, I think.
That's true.
That's OnlyFans, isn't it? Or something like that.
Only you would know that, Gary. By the way, Gary is on OnlyFans. He's just not many. Actually, you can pitch for subscribers there, Gary. You need a few. Earn a bit of extra cash on the side.
And he takes one.
With his high-vis vests on, and that's it.
Yeah. You ask him nicely, he'll lower the camera.
That's onlyfans.com/high-vis Gary.
That's already been taken, I imagine. Number 37 is Home Sweet Home 91 Remix by Motley Crue.
Cheese.
Very quiet video, this one I found, but it is, isn't it? It's an okay track by Motley Crue. It is what it is.
Cheesy ballad stuff.
It's kind of come to the end. It's come to the end of all this, really, isn't it? Though.
Yeah. Well, we've been saying that for a while. It never seems to. Every time we think
absolutely. The tail on this is very long.
Yeah, another one comes up and then just another ballad salad, and you're like, oh no, just let it go. It's done. Nirvana's done it now. They're out.
I mean, this was obviously re-released for the 10 Years of Decadence, whatever it was, the best of that they had out at this time. So it's obviously just come off that. And at number 38 was Credo by Fish.
Don't you mean Credo?
He did keep saying Credo, yeah.
Credo, I know. It's Credo, you bloody idiot. I thought this was better than his recent output, and that I didn't actually mind this too much. It was okay.
See, I didn't mind this either, actually, because Fish is looking well in the video. Maybe he's come off the booze a little bit. And it sounded to me a bit like Peak Era Marillion in the 85-86. Misplaced Childhood is one of my favourite albums of all time.
What?
Just to let you know that. So I've got time for fish, So this actually was
on
okay.
a Friday, especially.
That's on his T-shirt. Got time for fish. You work in a chip shop.
That's on his high-vis vest.
So I'm going to go away and check the album out. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, the rest of it that we've been wading through, because we have been wading through some real stinker singles.
I know you have, yeah.
So I wouldn't hold out much hope for the album. I just thought it was a bit more rocky, a bit more to it, and felt just a bit more like a decent song.
Yeah, we did. It was quite well produced, I thought. It was put together better than some of the other stuff he's done.
Well, an astute observation from you, Gary, is that he's a renewed fish, isn't he? So he's obviously had a new pump, new filter been put in that tank of his, got a bit of crawfish going on or something in there, bit cleaned out, yeah. He was, because when they have to clean his house, they have to put him in a little house. Just next door.
You have to get him out with a net. he runs around his house trying to avoid the big net that's lowered in through the roof.
He goes under his lounge bridge, which he's got in there, and hides under his log,
which is shaped like a skull.
Imagine all the furniture in his house is all like just giant-sized furniture that you would get inside of a fish tank. So, like you say, a skull,
sunken pirate ship, treasure chest which he likes to climb inside. And then when he tries to clean his house, he just does it like a loachfish, a clownfish, and just uses his mouth across the walls.
It's like he's got gravel all over his floors and he shits wherever he likes.
Just trails it behind him.
Imagine a long stringy poo coming out from the back of fish. And it's literally trailing all around his house.
This is your OD fans again, isn't it?
Absolutely. Time to get the giant net out. Fish has done a massive shit.
He needs cleaning out. Get the blue suction pump and get it in that gravel. Get the gravel filter out.
He's got it in the skull again. Get out, fish.
Come on. Fishy, why are you sleeping?
And at number 39 is Mega Mix by Crystal Waters. Is there a more generic name than that? Mega Mix.
Just Mega Mix.
It's so shit. I hate that song so much. I can't explain. I hated it originally. I hate the fact that it keeps coming back. Yeah, and now I was in where was I recently? I was in a fairly posh, not a nightclub, but a fairly posh bar. And that came on. The DJ was doing a live set. It was pretty cool. And then that came in like a new version. I'm like, what? How has this become popular again? Ugh.
It will never go away like Michael Myers keeps coming back.
This time, Crystal.
to ruin your washing. And at number 40 is Can't Let Go by Mariah Carey.
The reason why she should, I suppose, really.
Oh. Black and white, so it's a bit moody. I just thought it was usual vocal gymnastics over a boring tune.
Oh, it's so boring. It's just so dull. And I can't believe she's been around that long. Like, I just imagine she's only been here like 20 years, but she's been around 30 odd years. I mean,
she's been going a while.
Yeah.
And every single song she's ever done is boring as crap.
Yeah, you got to be into it. I mean, it helped that she was married to the boss of, was it Sony Records or something like that? She married the head honcho there, I think. And I'm not saying that played any part in her success at all. She has got a crazy good voice, but not a karaoke friendly voice. Her songs are karaoke killers. They really are.
And she does. I mean, and she got one of the best Christmas tracks, though.
Oh,
yeah.
I hate it. Absolutely hate it.
It's been kind of overplayed. I think it's fair to say it's inescapable now, isn't it?
In at number 45 is "I Can't Dance" by Genesis.
Oh, I'm with you.
Where do you start with this? Where do you start? I don't dislike Genesis, that incarnation of Genesis. I'm not a huge fan of the first incarnation of Genesis. I can kind of live with them, but just this particular song is so shit. The video, trying to be funny, Phil Collins gurning like a madman all the way through it, trying to crack jokes, interspersed with the gorgeous women and the bikers and everything else. Oh my God, it was crap, wasn't it? Just absolutely crap.
Ain't good. It's just a bit of an odd song as well for them anyway.
I seem to remember it was quite popular though.
It was. It was a big song of the 90s, but for some reason, I don't understand what it's trying to say. What's it saying? I don't know.
I imagine it's all to do with I Can't Dance. I don't know. I'm not listening to the lyrics, but going by the video and the title, I Can't Dance, is a song. Is it a comment like it doesn't matter what they can do as long as they look good, because it's all the pastiche of those adverts, the sort of model adverts. So it doesn't matter if they can't dance as long as they look good.
Well, I've seen that little dance. That little dance that Phil Collins does on "You Can't Hurry Love," he's getting into it, so I know he can dance. So
no, I think you're missing the point. It's not that Phil Collins can't dance, you idiot.
No. No.
It's that they're not looking for talent anymore. They're just looking for people who look good.
Yes, big critique, you see, Gary. You've got to get into the deep, dark depths.
I think
of
that's
the
what it is. I
analysis
don't know.
of that, yeah.
I've never listened to the lyrics, so I could just be making it up. But going by the title in the video.
I think we need to just start discussing the dancing again. I'm sorry to go back to this, but anyway, I'm not there.
I'm with you, Gary, because I remember being at like a family do, and the DJ came on at this family do and played that, and then people just started walking around the dance floor like close to each other, like doing that kind of stupid walk they're doing to that, and that kind of like a robot walk type thing.
That's like dancey-oki, isn't it? Like the dance version of karaoke.
I don't know.
Dancey-oki. I think I've just invented a new
People
term.
didn't do that for Men Without Hats, did they? You know, nobody did the safety dance, did they? And formed a line with a dwarf when you were there.
Dancey-oki, is that Phil's brother?
Dancy. Dancy and Phil.
I get you now. I get you.
In at number 46 is Half the World by Belinda Carlisle.
Does that mean you blow up half the world? Maybe you would.
Lots of blue light in this. I didn't quite get it. I guess she's sad.
I mean,
not one of the best songs.
No, the song, I said, the song is really, really boring. So, you know, Belinda Carlisle always looks great. She's still touring, though, just to let you know. Touring right now.
With the Belinda Carlisle 5?
Yeah, possibly. Still touring.
Oh, 5 of them.
Tickets available from Seed Tickets. Other merchants are available.
Touring with Bobby Halifax, Robbie Rotherham.
Robbie Rotherham. It's not there. That's not the Belinda Carlisle that you're thinking of, Gary. That's Belinda from Carlisle.
Absolutely. That's your viewer on the Ivy's Gary channel. I'm Belinda from Carlisle.
Hi, Belinda from Carlisle here. Have you got any other coloured tabards you could wear? Or any Ivy's vests? You got any Ivy's socks or anything? And can you wear one of them headlamps? Just a headlamp and nothing else will do me. That's smashing that. Can you put it on flash like strobe mode? Oh yeah. Now stroke a melon.
I'd watch this channel.
Belinda loves it.
Just for your listeners to let them know that I work in health. I work in health and safety, and these jokes do have a biting resonance.
You can call it what you like, Gary. So I didn't think about that, but that's a good point, Gary, that what you've written here. The director really liked David Lynch. It did look like Firewalk.
Yes, I'm not sure of whether Firewalk, it came out in 92, whether it came out...
Or at least some Twin Peaks, I think, in there.
Definitely Twin Peaks with the colour blue scheme. David Lynch always loves blue and red and the velvetness and those colours. It's definitely got a very much a David Lynch vibe on it. It would have been better for Belinda to be dancing with a dwarf who talks backwards. That would have made it far more interesting.
Yes, it would. Yes, I think we can all agree on that.
But I don't think she'd be touring today if she did.
But the dwarf might.
He is.
The dwarf. Hey, hello.
Belinda's dwarf, or is that a place?
That's Robbie Rotherham.
I'm off to Belinda's dwarf. See you later. It's a pub.
In at number 56, overdue to on this one, is Godhead by Nitsa Ebb.
Good track, that.
So Nitsa Ebb started out in the 80s as an electronic body music band from Essex with very shouty lyrics over very sparse, very heavy dance beats. By the 90s, they'd gone into a kind of a ministry-like phase with the addition of guitars. This is off the album Ebhead, which I think I have got this, and it is a pretty good album without being their best. It's not a bad track. I remember buying this from Andy's Records on multiple 12-inch versions, etc., etc. So, obviously the sad news is that the lead vocalist, Douglas McCarthy, died a few months ago. He's been ill for quite a while, so Nitsa Ebb will never, ever be anymore. So rest in peace to the man.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like that track. I really like the album. So good group, actually. Excellent use of Oberheim instruments for them. They're the masters of the Oberheim, and I think they also used one of the Roland synthesizers. But possibly, I think these the SH101. I have a feeling, but it sounds very OBXy, Oberheimian Moog. There's definite Moog in there, or Moog, as some people like to say.
I'll take your word for it.
And probably a Rompler or 3. Bit of romp.
Didn't know it's produced by Alan Wilder, though.
Yeah, Alan Wilder and Uber producer Flood produced it. I think, not sure whether Alan Wilder had left at that point, Depeche Mode, because he kind of left the group at some point. I can't remember the exact date.
I don't think he hadn't left by this point, I don't think.
Okay. because obviously it was just after Violator and comes into Songs of Faith and Devotion for Depeche Mode, which is those best 2 albums they did.
I agree. Although I do like Some Great Reward, but 12th of January, number 14, Black or White, Claville's and Cole's remixes. Michael Jackson.
No.
House mixes, so just no
Awful.
for me.
What do you know about Clivilles and Coles?
So Clavillis and Cole, a New York-based dance DJ pair, very big in the gay New York scene, and they were charging lots of money. And they did Everybody Dance Down, and that was their famous one.
We might as well talk about number 20 as well, because it's Pride in the Name of Love by Clavilles and Cole.
Yeah,
So.
I'm not quite sure what that was all about, to be honest. The Michael Jackson Black or White was just a remix that ended up in the charts, and it was really bad.
Yeah.
Really bad. I turned it off after 10 seconds. I've no idea how long into the mix you got. The Pride in the Name of Love, obviously a U2
weird
cover,
terrible,
which
really
is
bad.
odd because their second greatest track that they ever did was called Pride, A Deeper Love, and that came out a couple of months later, and that is absolutely brilliant. And I don't understand why the Pride in the Name of Love. I think they just thought, let's do another
Maybe
song
someone
with
just
Pride in
misheard them when they were suggesting it in the office or something. We should do Pride, Deep Love. Yeah, in the name of love. Yeah, I'll get that. I'll get onto you too.
Yeah.
And then there was sort of, it all went from there. No one had the strength to say no. These things just happen. We've all been there in those kind of.
They were getting like remixed to hell though, U2, weren't they? I mean, there was Oakenfold was like made like 17,000 remixes of their tracks.
After that in Zooropa and Acton Baby, they got into the thing of remixes. Yeah, so Clavilles and Cole, massive New York. I'm not sure if either of them are alive anymore. Obviously, the New York scene had its issues.
Aye.
In at number 26 is Blue Eyes by The Wedding Present.
No.
It's just hair is growing heavier with every video, isn't it? It's just heavier
very
hair.
heavy.
David Gedge. Brilliant. Well, what a voice. Yeah, David Gedge, I'm singing my songs.
It
like
sounds
that.
like The Wedding Present. If you like these or you don't, they just are The Wedding Present, aren't they? There's not much else that sounds like them.
But when I listened to John Peel in the late 80s, they used to play The Wedding Present all the time. And they did a whole album or Peel session of Ukrainian folk songs.
Yes. We've had that, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, what the hell is this? It's like an indie band doing a Ukrainian folk songs on it. And then at some point I kind of tuned into them about mid-90s when they did an album called Watusi. And they've got a great, great song on that Watusi called Spangle. And if you go and listen to it, David Gedge's voice is so, I'm glad you've got the time to speak. Yes. It's brilliant. You should go and listen to it. I think
I've probably heard it. Yeah,
Watusi is probably their best album, I think. I know that there's quite a few of them before that. But Watusi, 94.
Was that around the time they were doing a single a month?
Could have been just a bit after.
They did that for an entire year, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, that was when, I think, that was the late 80s. And then I think Watusi is 1994, which is what I first heard them. So, yeah, I know David Gedge does, what's the word? You either get into it or you don't.
Yeah.
Did you notice, Gary, you're a health and safety man, the knitted stair carpets? I thought that was a bit of a fire hazard and a slipping hazard, I thought, on the stairs there in the video.
Was that this video or was that someone else's?
No, this is video. He's walking down some stairs and I noticed the floor had knitted carpets.
Well,
like hand knit. It's dangerous, that. Slipping.
Well,
that's very dangerous.
They don't do that. It's a fire hazard for a start.
That's what I said, yeah. It's dangerous.
Your ages as well.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a commitment. That is a commitment to the crochet, isn't it? Or the knit, because that was serious.
Yeah.
You're going to knit carpets for your house. Like, we need carpets for the house. Doreen? Oh, okay.
Can't we just live like fish in gravel?
Yeah, or can we buy carpets? No, get knitting and just shut up complaining about it and knit the carpet. We need a new one. Knit some floor tiles while you're at it.
Why don't you knit the carpet?
Oh, you've got knitted roof tiles. It's always wet in here. They're not working very well.
Knit the windows and the curtains and get on with it. Oh, but they're going to be rubbish.
Knitted doors. Everything. Anyway, at number 29 is Vibology by Paula Abdul.
Paula Abdul, swishing her head about. She does that a lot, doesn't she?
Exactly what you expect, sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, she was an astonishingly good dance choreographer, which is where she made her name.
Yeah.
And then they decided that she should have, like, who was the woman who did Mickey? Hey, Mickey, she was a choreographer as well. And then they decided she should
Tony Basil.
Tony Basil, yeah. So she comes from the Tony Basil school of pop malarkey. So, yeah, she should have stuck to choreography. Other than Straight Up, No, I can't be doing with Paula Abdul.
You don't like Opposites Attract then?
No, Opposites Attract. Oh my God, that is so bad. And that crap video with the stupid wolf or whatever it was.
Cat.
Was it? Well, I don't know. I can't remember what it was, to be honest. Why would you dance? Surely you should dance with a wolf. Why are you dancing with a cat? Like, a wolf would be better, surely.
It's a cool cat. I don't know why. We didn't make the decision for that, Gary. That's well beyond our pay grade. God, take it up with the management.
We were just sat in Graham's bedroom at the time. No one asked us.
We were just listeners, easy listeners.
Absolutely. Singing to the Monkey Island soundtrack or something.
Exactly. Possibly even dancing to it. I'm just saying.
Maybe. In at number 30 is Idiots at the Wheel EP, a Kingmaker. The big track off this EP was Really Scrape the Sky.
I didn't like it.
I do like that track. It's probably the only Kingmaker one that I actually do quite like. So I think it's quite catchy.
It was indie music that I don't like.
But. Yeah, so it didn't make me want to listen to more of it.
No, I'm not a huge Kingmaker fan. They just would never go away, but I do quite like this track. It's
don't remember anything about them.
It's a bit of a Gully's Gold one as well. They used to play this at Gully's a lot, I think.
I didn't recognise it. Is there a one that they're more famous for that I would recognise?
Maybe, but I couldn't tell you until I heard it. You play me, I go, oh yeah, that's Kingmaker as well, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. And number 31 is Take Me Away by Capella, featuring Lolita Holloway.
The Lolita Holloway bit is just simply added on, isn't it, really? Because
it's a sample, isn't it?
It's a sample, yeah. She's basically, obviously, put an injunction in to get her name on it, whatever. Obviously, the famous song that sampled Lolita Holloway was the one that we all love, which is famous. The same song, Love Sensation, was Ride on Time.
Yep, exactly. All from the same stable of shit, I don't imagine. I found it on Who Sampled if you desperately want to know what samples it uses, so we can put the link in the show notes for that.
Yeah, it's not great though, is it? Capella was the Italian DJ who started in 88, 89. His first song was Helium Halib, which is really good, sampled Yellow. Really liked that one, but everything he did after that was really, really bad.
I saw him live in a nightclub. It was they played the Pier 39 nightclub. I saw him with our old mate Rick one time over.
That must have been fun.
It wasn't. They were crap.
I, for one, am shocked. I have to say.
Drinking that much Labatt's Ice that I'm pretty sure I had some kind of violent episode at some point. I'm not sure what happened there.
Labatt's Ice. Oh my God, that's a blast from the past. Labatt's Ice. I like Labatt's. It was quite woody and earthy. Labatt's Ice, that must have tasted like piss.
Of course it did. But after the 20th bottle, I don't think I was feeling any pain.
Yeah, probably not. You needed that many, though, with the Pier 39.
Oh, yeah.
In at number 38 is Rock Till You Drop from Status Quo.
Yeah.
I thought a salmon jumper was quite the choice for a rock video.
Yeah, but a salmon jumper over a white polo T-shirt.
Yeah.
Like, what was that about? That was like Dad going down the pub, down the Carvery on an autumnal night.
That's exactly what it was.
That's Status Quo, isn't it?
But the shots of the stage of the Quo and the shots of the young people in the crowd.
Yeah, that crowd's from a different
completely
gig.
a different band. It wasn't Status Quo that they were playing. They just took them from something else, probably Kingmaker or something like that.
They're the real Spinal Tap at this point, I think. There's a case to be said where they actually are looking and acting and probably enduring the same problems as Spinal Tap do at this point.
Probably. And at number 66 is Love Your Money by Daisy Chainsaw.
I
thought we'd already had this, but
I'm feeling because we discussed it with I thought we discussed it with the patrons at one point because a lot of them Australian, weren't they? And said, "Oh, yeah, they're Australian." I think.
I don't know. I just thought this was the evolution of Transvision Vamp. I guess I don't know. Well, it says it's new in the chart. So
I think didn't the girl from Daisy Chainsaw, isn't she died or is she dead or something like that? I think there's some tragedy about that band. I seem to remember somebody saying. You'd have to Google it, but I'm pretty sure there's a tragedy.
Wasn't one of them one of these bands on the Word and the guitarist held up her
that was L7.
Showed her bits. Was that L7?
That was L7. Yeah.
They're all of a sameness to me. They don't do anything for me.
So we could have got it more wrong, really. Daisy Chainsaw are an English rock band from London. So nothing to do with Australia whatsoever.
No, I don't think it was. Were we talking about the Primitives?
Possibly. Anyway, yeah.
That's what I mean. These kind of sound like the evolution of all those sort of girl-fronted bands. We kind of said we're all starting to sound a little bit each other with a bit of rock.
Yeah, but the Primitives weren't very angry, though, were they? Daisy Chainsaw.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's just the evolution is what I'm saying. It's not like they're not saying it's just a sort of a step up. We've got to be more angry. We've got to be a bit more angsty. I don't agree with throwing Muses, by the way, in with L7 and Hole. Not having that.
No, they're just all kind of the same thing for me, I have to say.
Yeah. 19th of January. In at number 5, Give Me Just a Little More Time by Kylie Minogue.
Yeah. She does that a lot in that, doesn't she?
I didn't like this.
Bit of brrrr.
It's all yellow.
Yeah.
That video, isn't it? It's all yellow.
It's just
Not good.
this was the end of her first pop phase, was it? 88 to 92?
Yeah, I
This is
guess.
92, Gary. That's the year we're doing.
Yeah, I know, but that whole phase is the PWL phase, the kind of pop.
Yeah.
At this point, she needs to wait another couple of years with.
Well, she's not with them now. I think this is the departure, isn't it? I think we noted a couple of singles ago, that the recent ones aren't PWL.
Yeah, and
We
it's still not particularly good. She needs Nick Cave to come on the scene to rehabilitate her with a murder ballad.
It doesn't.
Or,
Hit her on the head with a rock.
Yeah.
Don't she hook up with Hucknall first? Not Hucknall.
Hucknall? Mick
Not
Hucknall?
Hucknall. No, what's
He'd
it?
be so bloody lucky.
Oh.
Who am I thinking of? I'm thinking of the guy out of
Hutchins.
In Excess, Michael Hutchins.
Yeah,
Michael
not the crusty Hucknall.
No, she didn't taste the crust of Hucknall.
Something
Hucknall's
got them
crust.
started. I'll give it all up for you. Bread-based buffoon.
No, I meant Michael Hutchins. Sorry, she hooked up with him at some point, didn't she?
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm sure she
did.
And famously cut her hair quite short as well at a certain point, because obviously up to this point she'd been the kind of long hair teen hat throbby type thing, and then she went all full on punk a bit, didn't she? She punked it out a little bit.
I mean, Kylie's great, isn't she, really? Let's be honest.
Yeah,
She's
totally.
made great choices. She knew when she was failing and changed it. And then you keep doing it until you strike lucky again. And then eventually she ended up with spinning around and Can't Get You Out My Head. And pop history was made.
And then weirdly starring in the film Skyscraper with The Rock. She has a cameo in that film.
Is she in that?
She is. She is. She's basically she's having a dinner party with. Well, she's at a dinner, sort of lunch dinner with somebody. Well, and the whole building collapses and she falls away into the not Skyscraper. It's got Skyscraper. It's San Andreas.
Yeah.
I believe that her she used to have a statue, as if you call it, or a wax exhibit in Madame Tussauds. I don't know, but it was famously, she was in kind of quite a provocative position, and then they actually had to take it away because so many people were mounting it that it actually wore some of the paint off their ass cheeks.
Oh,
of the waxwork.
Gary's still got the flakes.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Well, Gary's got the model at his house.
Ooh, a bit chafy. The splinters getting to me now.
Wax splinters. Oh.
Yeah, we've got Belinda from Carlisle on the phone. Hey, Gary, can you get that Kylie Minogue on that again? And
Pose with it.
Pose with it.
Right.
Yeah, pose with it.
Ride it like it's red rum.
Get the Ivy's vest on again.
In at number 9. Sod off, Belinda. In at number 9 is Twilight Zone by 2 Unlimited. Oh, just rubbish.
I quite like this, to be honest.
Rubbish. This is rubbish. It's rubbish.
I can kind of live with it, but I don't like. I love Euro dance music, but I don't like the fact that they keep forcing these raps into them. I'd rather they just had the nice beats and the female vocals. And we love a bit of Anita, who was just brilliant in every way, shape,
in all
or
fairness.
form. And she should have gone off to much better, bigger things. You know, everyone remembers Anita from that was No Limits.
EastEnders.
No,
Yeah, from Anita Dobson. It's not that.
not
it's
Anita
that
Dobson. Anita, whatever her name is. She's from Belgium.
Del something or other, wasn't it? Anita Del something or other.
Yeah, she was gorgeous and she had a good voice, but she was just left behind by this stupid Euro rapping Malaki. They know where they rap like talk like this.
Roy, was it Roy someone?
Yeah, he pulled it all together, so he says. And she was just kind of the dance meat, wasn't she? But in actuality, she was the only reason people would watch that idiot.
Well, yeah, exactly. She could be the dance meat in my sandwich anytime.
It is not the demographic of us. Then what was that? Did you say she's deli meat?
No, dance meat. You said dance meat, didn't you?
I thought
in Gary's sandwich.
I thought you said she was the dance meat.
How are you going to be 2 pieces of bread?
I could make it happen if Anita was around.
She's a deli sandwich, so she's got probably a little bit of avocado in there, I'd have thought, as well.
I mean 2 Unlimited with Anita Dobson in. I
want to see that. Brian May as well. It's the guy in the background. No limits. I run away with that. No, we're not the demographic for this. We never were. But the school kids were digging it, weren't they, at the time? I mean, if you'd have been of a certain age at school at 12, 13, maybe you'd have dug the old Too Unlimited. I never really liked them. I saw them live at a nightclub as well, strangely enough. Wasn't the Pier 39 though. It was a bit of a bigger venue, a bit more cash, because they were quite big at that time. And they weren't very good either. And it wasn't Anita, by the way.
It was.
Either.
I was going to say it wasn't.
No. They'd got some kind of like diabolical stand-in duplicate. It was not the same thing. It was like an Aldi version.
Anita Dobson.
Should have been better, actually.
No.
Anyone can fall in
that's
love.
it. I was going to say, what was the song she sang for EastEnders, wasn't it?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Anyway, in at number 11, enough of this Too Unlimited talk. Number 11 is Welcome to the Cheap Seats EP by The Wonder Stuff.
Imagine the surprise, and I opened his eyes and I ran a lawnmower over his thighs, I believe, are the lyrics or something like that.
Something like that. They've really embraced the hey noddy noddy twiddly dee at this point, is what I thought. It's just like...
It is, isn't it? It's very, hey noddy noddy. No, there was a guy...
bassist that died.
Well, when I was watching back on the old videos that you'd provided me with from 1992, some of them, the guy that was well into the Wonder Stuff was in it. He was in there. There he was. Good old Will back then. He was the big Wonder Stuff man.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Oh, yeah, with his big coat.
Big coat, big hair, like curly hair, long curly hair he had.
Yeah, he was.
And he was well
Louth,
into the Wonder Stuff. Yes, he was from Louth, yeah. He lived in Louth. Yeah. But he loved the Wonder Stuff. He did.
He did, yeah. Not for me.
Gary, you loved the Wonder Stuff by the looks of
it. That Miles Hunt character, I don't like him. I don't like his face. I just don't like his face.
I'm with you on that one. He's very smug, isn't he?
There's a face to be slapped, then that is his face with a big wet
smug
fish or something. He is. And the video for this was like, I thought it was like Fast Show. It was like a parody. Like, what was going on?
You can't hit him with wet fish because you'd have to get him out of his bridge, or his skull.
No, it was diarrhea for the eyes. Was this and ears?
Was that a title of their album?
Probably. At number 21 is Shut 'Em Down. Shut 'Em Down by Public Enemy.
Shut 'em down.
See, now, I get that.
Over to you guys on this one.
This is their downward slide, Garrett. I sort of get that because it is the album they invented in like 10 minutes on it, because the other ones got like blatantly robbed or went missing or whatever the official word is on that. But I actually quite like this track, just because I think Chuck D, because he sounds so prominently, they've just gone, right, Chuck, do this for us, and they've got this like reasonable backbeat, and then they just handed it over to him, and he just throws himself into that, and it's not the greatest vocal, but his performance is what kind of sells it, and I think it just reminded me of why I really like, and I've got a lot of time for Chuck D and the way he kind of does what he does, because he's a very perfect voice for it.
He's an iconoclast of
the
last 30, 40 years music, regardless of whether you like it or not. I've been on this podcast before detailing my love of Public Enemy. The first three albums were so immense. Go Bum Rush the Show, It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back, and Fear of a Black Planet. They made the album, didn't they? And some sod stole it. So they had a couple of weeks to knock it all together. And Hank Shockley, the producer, said, we threw it all together with what we had, including more live musicians rather than backing tracks. And they weren't happy with it, but it had to be released. And, full enough, they have a new album out next month, Black Sky. Ooh. So they're still going.
Still touring?
I bet they're still touring, yep. I think they have, actually. Now. I think they are. Yeah. And so, possibly the greatest rap group of all time, and they're still going.
Yeah, and I really like that. And Apocalypse 91, The Enemy Strikes Black is a great title for an album.
It is. A lot of their titles were pun-based.
I dig it.
Fear of a Black Planet and so on and so on.
Yeah, I'm digging it. And do you remember do you remember any of the parody titles from Fear of a Black Hat of their albums? Don't Shoot Until You See the Whites of Their Eyes. And Father Christmas Is Coming and Not Necessarily to Town.
I've got to watch those films again.
Yeah. At number 27 is Stay by Shakespeare's Sister.
Yes. Big fan of this aid, are you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's clearly the best thing they ever did. We've seen a lot of them. I mean, Use Lovely Siobhan for Hey, but this is so good. But I don't know if I like it, or it's just I heard it so much, and I've heard it so much over the years. It's just embedded in my brain. It's just a song, just there. So I know it, but I think that drop though into the rocky part is still brilliant. It's still brilliant when
it put together
drops in. I think I still do like this. It still gets me a little bit goosebumps when that drop happens. So yeah, I think it's great.
It is an astonishing song. I mean, just by far and away the best thing that they ever did. And I was reading today, on a little side note, that obviously it had an iconic video as well with Siobhan Fahey all dressed up in that particular suit, and there was a very certain look to it. That the inspiration for that came from a 1953 film called Cat Women on the Moon, which, if you then find it on YouTube, more than a passing semblance to Amazon Women on the Moon.
Makes sense, I suppose, when you think about it.
Yeah, so all these connections you see, our love for Amazon Women on the Moon.
That's it for stealing the precious moonstones.
Yeah, although they fall in, one of the guys falls in love with a Catwoman, and they're all whatever, and they're taking their space beams onto the moon. It's perfect.
One of them get fed to giant spiders.
But the benefit of council.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's just not the way we do things back on Earth.
I might spend the film. I think is about an hour and 3 minutes. I might, if I've got an hour and 3 minutes the next week, I'm going to. I recommend it to all your listeners.
I shall have to track that down. Now, I will say this. See, now I've had this ruined for me, this song, and it's not that I dislike it because I don't. The song's okay. It's all right, not my thing, but the video was quite cool, and as for all the reasons we've said, but. I was at a New Year's Eve party with two friends who were very drunk at the time. And one of them, you'll know these people who listen to the podcast won't, but one of them was my friend Wayne, and the other one was Zoe. And they decided they were going to sing this song at karaoke together.
Oh, dear.
And so Zoe sang the sweet bit, I guess you'd call it.
The Marcella Detroit
the opening
bit.
part. The opening.
And then Wayne sang the You Gotta Hope and Pray part.
Oh, God.
But he did it in pure Grimsby. So it went, you better hope and pray that we'll make it safe back to your own world.
I can't imagine him being Siobhan Fahey. It's just no.
It ruined it for me, and now I've shared the ruin for you.
Oh.
Happy Christmas, you're welcome.
It's only September, you've already ruined it. That's early for you. In at number 29 is Feel So Real by Dream Frequency featuring Debbie Sharp.
Who the hell's Debbie Sharp? Who's Debbie Sharp?
Don't know. Opposite of Bobby Blunt.
Bobby Blunt and Debbie Sharp together at last.
Yeah.
Blunt and Sharp. That is a comedy duo, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, how did that Cannon and Ball, Ale and Pace, Blunt and Sharp? It works. It does work. I'll give you that.
There you go. More house piano shenanigans, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Let's not talk more about that. And at number 37 is Moving by Marathon. Nope.
No. Bit boring.
DJ's gone for a piss, I think.
Yeah. 26th of Jan, last week of the month. Number 12, I'm Doing Fine Now by the Pasadenas.
I'm doing fine now.
What was this? You know,
boy band ass.
I think they were a proper soul band. I don't think they were a boy band, but
That sounds like a boy band track.
It's not great, is it? It's one of those songs that everyone knows, but you go, ooh, I really hate that song.
yeah, the discount 4 tops, the 5 middles, I think.
Yeah. It's not very good. Number 13 is The Bouncer with Kicks Like a Mule. Bet you like this, Gary.
I did like it. I remember liking it at the time. It was kind of like what was that kind of bleak music, which kind of got a bit harder than what the Prodigy were doing and various people coming out of Sheffield. And I thought it was quite interesting in the sense that it kind of paved the way. It was part of the scene that led to jungle and drum and bass and all the splintering of the musical genres at that time. So it had a bit more. Basically the jungle guys did was that they got that backing beat and sped it up. So it went, and then
they sped it up, but they also it's the start of that kind of chopping up samples. So they'd get a break beat, they'd chop it into so standard ways you'd get a break beat and you'd loop it, so it would just be the same loop over and over again, which is what a lot of that ravey stuff did. Jungle took the break beat and chopped it up into little chunks and mixed it up a bit, so it was a much more less syncopated type thing and not quite as repetitive, which is why Jungle sounds like dung 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 dung. It's very much more thunderous. I quite like that, but I thought that track was a little bit too much in the rave camp, not quite in the jungly
it's
drum and
not
bass
quite
camp.
there yet. It's just a bit of a signpost.
Yep.
And at number 22 is Born of Frustration by James. Never really noticed how much this sounded like Simple Minds to me.
Oh, it did. It really did, didn't it?
I can't hear this Simple Minds comparison.
I straight away did, yeah.
Sounds like massively like Simple Minds. The mid-80s style Simple Minds. Minds.
I bet what's his name? What's the lead guy's name? That's just gone from my mind.
Tim Booth.
Tim Booth. I bet Tim Booth is not a Simple Minds fan.
I bet he's not, but the song sounds like it.
Yeah. I would agree with you there. Simple Minds Light, in fact, really, that one. That particular song, especially.
I mean, the song is good. I mean, it's from their fourth album, 7, which I really liked at the time and still do. There's some really, really good songs on that album. This isn't the best one, but, it's still a good hit. I think you guys mentioned this before, covering the last 2 years, is that James started off as one thing, and then suddenly with this album, they got bigger and better produced.
Ian was involved, isn't he?
He was at some point. I don't know if it's this one. He definitely produced Laid, which was the 5th album, which came in 2 years after this. And Laid is probably their best album.
Yeah.
And at number 27 is You Lovers, 1992 by the Manic Street Preachers.
No, I don't love them, so I'm not quite sure where they've got this title from, to be honest. Insufferable, they are. Insufferable.
It's the only one from that second, apart from Motorcycle Emptiness, this is the only other one that I like from that period. I quite like that cocky cocksureness, and just like, it is what it is, but it's got a good hook, good tune,
I couldn't get past his kind of, his batteries on low, or his clockwork voice that sort of, as it's running out of power, it's like, he starts to go all like a Formula One race. It's just, that's the way he seems to sing, and he seems to do that more and more and more. The more he does that, the more I hate them. So.
But if you start your video with a quote from the Futurist Manifesto, that tells you that you're smug and insufferable, surely. That's a sure sign.
Yeah.
And pompous.
I mean,
they're still going. I bet they're still touring.
Yep.
Yeah. Only 3 of them, though.
I'm not begrudged them
right
their
outside
money.
your house right now.
Oh, my God, no.
They're busking outside your house.
Yeah.
No, not for me.
In at number 28 is Can You Handle It by DNA featuring Sharon Red. I don't know what this is. I didn't like it.
So DNA were the same guys who took Susan Vega with Tom
right.
Steiner.
Oh, they were, weren't they? Yes, which I hated.
So they've taken Sharon Red. So this is I don't know whether it's a cover. I think Sharon Red has redone her vocals for this, but it's based on a 1980 Sharon Red single. And Sharon Red was a disco and funk artist coming out of America in the 80s. And unfortunately, literally a couple of months after this came out, she died of pneumonia from AIDS-related illness.
Wow.
Which is why she does, unfortunately, she looks a little gaunt in the video.
Oh, goodness, that's tragic. And by the way, what's it called? The DNA song, the Suzanne Vega song, that's also, Tom Steiner's also had a modern new version out. Warning you, because you might hear it, because it's it's popular on Spotify, that kind of thing, and TikTok.
I don't have Spotify, so.
Oh, you'll hear it all right. I'm going to have it played outside your house right now.
Oh, damn you. In at number 39 is So What? Not by Ministry, but by Ronnie Jordan.
What was this all about? Why did this chart? Was it on an idea or a TV show or something?
Smooth grooves, though.
I'm not begrudging the guy's ability to do his smooth jazz. Fair play to him. But how did this end up at 39?
I don't know. The mystery here is, how did that end up at 39? How did I end up with the 12-inch of that for some reason? Why have I got that? And why did I try and learn it? Yeah. Well, I don't know. I sold on my records, but I had it originally. I had the 12-inch of So What by Ronnie Jordan. I don't know why. Same reason why I had a number of weird stuff. I did quite like it at the time, and I really wanted to learn how to play more jazzy stuff on the bass, and I thought that'd be a good start. Turns out it's well difficult.
Who knew?
Who knew that trying to emulate a jazz savant would be that difficult?
Yeah, exactly. I imagine that you were learning that because you were fronting a rock band. We're gonna do So What, guys, and it's all right, tough, and then. Ooh, smooth. All these guys in leather going, this is smooth.
There was nothing smooth about whatever you just did. That ukulele noise that you just made.
What was that? That was a really weird mouth trumpet, a kazoo trumpet, whatever that was. I never did that, but I did. I wanted to learn more technique. You need to learn technique when you're trying to learn to play music, Gary. You wouldn't know that.
You got to know the rules before you break them.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly that. And I broke many of the rules because I couldn't play that for shit. It was rubbish, really rubbish. It didn't help me at all. Turns out it doesn't help you to learn that when you're trying to be in a rock band. I did learn that.
Number 42 is I'll Cry For You by Europe.
Somebody will.
A song 6 years out of date.
Yeah. Where did it come from? How is their hair still exactly the same? It hasn't changed.
I don't know. I wonder if they've sort of found this in a vault.
I reckon you're right. And it looked like they've been trapped in that castle for quite a while, didn't it? There was one band member less for a start, so they've obviously eaten somebody.
Maybe there were ghosts. Maybe they were the ghosts of the castle.
They're still touring.
They're still touring, yeah. They probably are. Still touring.
The Europe 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a weird one, wasn't it?
It's not very good in comparison to what we've been hearing and stuff. It was very not very good. And finally, to round off this mammoth music section, in at number 51 is China by Tori Amos.
China.
It's a good song, this, but I like the previous one we covered more. I thought it was all right, this.
I didn't get into this. I think Tori Amos is a fantastically beautiful and talented woman who took the mantle of Kate Bush and went with it. And, she now is an Anglophile. She's been living in Cornwall for 10, 20 years, doing her thing, pumping the albums out. Great.
Making Cornish pasties.
But I found this song just a little bit boring.
Mining for tin.
Niche. Very niche, that.
A Cornwallian joke.
Yeah. I mean, that is a niche joke even for Cornwall. Actually, a very clever lady. I thought she was braver than she looked as well, wearing that kind of one-piece onesie that she's got in that video. I was like, ooh, that's a bad choice, but brave for her and very of her oeuvre, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, she's very pretty. Get away with it.
I did a hop, skip, and a jump after watching this too.
Is that what you call it?
Which hand did you use for that?
Right, left. It's the Summer Games 2 method. Right, left, up.
So I waggled across my keyboard to YouTube and I went to the song Pass the Mission by Tori Amos, which is from the next album up, I think it was, from 94, featuring backing vocals from Trent Reznor. And I'd recommend you or your listeners watch the video. I was never seen it before, and I was quite astounded at how brilliant it was. Absolute. I mean, it's my favourite Tori Amos song by a country mile. But I'd never seen the video, and the video is fantastic.
What's that song called, Gary?
Past the Mission. It's off the next one.
We'll check it out. Now, just to go back to when you were doing your bull nostrils to Tori Amos, Gary, earlier, did you do an Amos face from Emmerdale when you did that?
Going, ooh, Mr. Wilkes.
Yeah, you went full Amos when you were doing that.
I don't want to know.
Benny hat, high-vis vest, bull nostrils, Tori Amos on the stereo. It was a golden moment for you this afternoon.
On the back of a wax Kylie.
Frothy ejaculate everywhere.
We've kind of gone off the fact that Tori Amos was quite talented, and you've gone down this Amos and Mr. Wilkes trip.
Yes, exactly. It's Tori Amos.
It's the content that I'm here for.
Tori Amos.
Yeah,
Sorry, Mr. Amos. Tori
Exactly.
Amos Wilkes. That's an answer smashing it from Richard What's-His-Face's game.
But yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a very good song. It didn't do anything for me.
Oh, well, there you go. Can't have everything, can we?
We can't
Sorry,
stop
Tori.
us laughing.
No, you can't. And that's it. That's it for the music. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Wilson.
It's always a pleasure to come on and be ribbed like I am. It's always a
It's
pleasure.
episode 200. You have to expect 200 episodes, Gary. Can you believe we've made it to 200? That's mad, isn't it?
I can't believe I've listened to 200.
How many episodes have you been on in that 200, actually?
About 4, I think.
Too fucking many. That's how many. Too many.
Hey,
No, I'm joking. How many times is it,
I'm not coming
actually?
on again now. It's about 4.
Is it 4 or 5, I think?
4 or 5, yeah.
You went a bit all Robin Asquith then. Hey, wait, it's about
I won't leave her.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
God bless you,
always
Gary.
a pleasure to come on, and you make me watch. Can we get a better year and month next time? I know it's coming to an end.
I'm sure
It's coming to an end soon.
We've got what we got January, so we've got 10 months left. So I'm sure we'll get you on again before the end.
I think we might have had you on at least once for every year of the podcast.
No. The first few years I was catching up.
You've done the Christmas once as well, remember?
Yeah,
Yes,
4 or 5
that's
times.
true.
You need to speak to my agent after this to get myself a
So
better deal.
was 92 a good music year, Gary?
I don't think it was.
What we got to look forward to, because we've got, this is episode 200, but it's right at the beginning of, obviously it's in January, isn't it? So what we got to look forward to for the rest of this 92.
I don't think the 90s were not as good as the 80s. And
Any album highlights you can think of at all?
No, I think 90s for me was that early thing. Do you remember those crappy songs, Adrian, when we lived in St. Helens? What, Juju Baby? Do you remember that one?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I think about that time, that when I was in that time, I think
Well, St. Helens was 93 to 94.
93, yeah. I started to listen to bands like Spaceman 3 and Stereolab and all the stuff I was getting out of the library, St. Etienne. So I went...
Anything that began with S, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
You just robbed the library's S section.
I did, yeah, completely.
Spiritualized, got into them.
Spiritualized. Yeah, but Spaceman 3, Spiritualized, and Spectrum, they're all the bands that were made by the same people, and they all began with SP. It's not my fault they all began with SP.
Final Tap, Status Quo.
That was the section of the library that didn't have a camera.
Simply Red.
Simply Bread.
No.
So you can't think of anything we've got to look forward to in 1992 music-wise. That's depressing. We'll have to listen to that pop collaborate and listen. Did they start in the 90s? When did they start?
1990, didn't they? Yeah.
Right, so I'm going to go back and see what they say, because they're a talented bunch of musical folk and knowledge. Unlike you, Gary, you know nothing about 1992. Nothing.
Hold on. 92, wasn't that the year that TV Sky came out from Young Gods? Those, not 92, 93.
You should know. That's why you're on this podcast, to know stuff like that. God,
Don't
what's
put me
going
under
on?
pressure. I'm not very good at pressure.
We've watched the OnlyFans videos. We know.
Yeah, you pop like a cork.
Ew.
If only I did.
An easy cork.
At least I'm not an easy.
That's
I'm not
your name
an
around
easy.
those parts.
Anyway, it's always a pleasure to come on and be ribbed.
Stop saying ribbed.
Stop saying ribbed for her pleasure.
Annoying. Right, anyway, thank you very much, Gary. We've got to end this because it's going on for quite a while, and we've got more games and more stuff to actually get into this episode.
Shit to do.
So thank you very much for coming on. It's always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
And we'll get you on again at some point.
Cool. Take care.
Cheers.
Ta-ra.
And we'll go away for a little bit. We'll be back in a minute after this break.
The novel Escape from the Commodore 64 by David Hearn is out now. Growing up in the 80s is a chore for Sarah, who feels misunderstood by her parents and badgered by Reese, her bothersome brother who incessantly prattles on about his treasured computer games. When Reese tells her one of the games tried to pull him inside the computer, she laughs off his fanciful fib. She waggles the joystick to disprove his fairy tale and is pulled into the computer. Now trapped in games she'd never had any interest in playing, how can she possibly beat them? With the help of feisty Nell, another trapped player, can Sarah find her way back home, or is it game over? An evil madman, a hostile planet, bloodthirsty robots, a never-ending throng of karate experts, and relentless digital soldiers will do their best to ensure Sarah never escapes. Available from Amazon and all good online retailers, find out if there's a way out of the beige bread bin of betrayal for Sarah in Escape from the Commodore 64.
And we're back. We are back. We've still got 2 games to get through, loads of comments, some what we'll read out, some which you'll hear from the very people themselves. But before that, we've got another game to review, the first this part, and that game is The Cycles. Ooh. This is The Cycles, or International Speedway, or something or other called. It's time to don our leathers, Graham. Don our leathers once more and slip that helmet over our heads and get astride the fastest thing on 2 wheels, as Accolade brings us The Cycles International Grand Prix Racing.
Aye.
There's some confusion over the price for this, because Zapped listed it as £5.99 on tape and $7.99 on disc, which I thought seemed remarkably cheap. But I think it's wrong, because Commodore Power, which I had a quick look at, listed it as $15.99 on tape and $17.99 on disc. Seems more expected. I think someone's left the ones out in the Zapped layout. So I think it's 50. So I'm going to say it's 16 quid. But you don't want the tape version of this. You want the disc version. So it's 18 quid. Anyway, this comes from the same people who made Grand Prix Circuits back in 1989, a game we very much enjoyed. Pretty decent 3D and being a solid stab at doing first-person racing all that time ago.
It was.
We preferred it over Revs. We thought it was pretty good. So the developer here, once again, Distinctive Software. The designers are Brad Gore and Don Matrick. Yes, we said it before. It's that Don Matrick, the person pretty much responsible for the slow death of the Xbox.
That guy.
Yeah, it's him. The one who basically said release every Xbox with a Kinect in 2013 and pretty much killed it very slowly. The producer was Keith Orr, the coders Frank Barchard and Mike Keyman. Visuals by Michael Bailey Smith, and the music was by Chris Hallard. Okay. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's Hat, Lelid. Hatlelid.
Yeah.
Ivan Allen, he worked on QA, and Jeff Wagner did the manual. It's too many. So the game, if you played Grand Prix circuits, you got to be very, very familiar with this. The game opens up in exactly the same manner as Grand Prix circuits. It's got a loading bar. We said we like loading bar. Oh, it's like a loading bar. Got a bit of rock music and a decent loading screen showing a load of bikes racing. Yeah. It's a nice screen. It really is. It really is exactly the same because the Grand Prix one was the Grand Prix car. I want it on the checkered flag.
Very similar.
Very similar. The way the logo comes into the corner, distinctive software, it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
And it goes for the game once loaded. So then you press fire, it loads up. We get a very, very similar options screen as we saw before in Grand Prix Circuit. It's laid out exactly the same. It's got 3 race options at the top: practice, single race, and championship circuit. Under this, we have the difficulty slider, same as before, going from beginner at number 1, then up 2, 3, 4, and 5, which is pro at level 5. Each one offers more of a challenge. These are described in the instructions, so things get turned off, manual gears, better AI, that kind of thing. Under this, we can enter our own name and the number of laps to race. Once we've selected the type of race, we have the choice of 3 bike classes here: 125cc, 250cc, and 500cc. These have loads of stats beneath them. Unlike Grand Prix circuits, though, they're not animate. They were animated in Grand Prix circuits. The cars drove off, didn't they?
Yeah.
Here, they're just single they're just images of them. So, not quite as nice. Pick what you want, bike-wise. And then if you picked a practice or single race, you then get a list of the tracks. There are 15 offered. These are offered all around the world. So these are recognizable bike tracks. So Suzuka, I'm not sure if Le Mans is in there. There's Spain. So I think there's
the famous ones, weren't they?
Laguna Circuit, whatever it's called.
Laguna.
There's 15 of them, which is, I think Grand Prix Circuit only offered 8. So there's they've upped the ante by 7 tracks. That's quite good.
You have.
But unlike Grand Prix circuits, they're just in a list. So you saw the tracks in the layout for the Grand Prix circuit. Obviously, trying to fit 15 tracks on screen would have been a bit much. But if you go down to the bottom, there's an info button at the bottom of the screen, and this says loading. You get a little sort of loading icon, and then that allows you to inspect the track for each course. So you can click on the track, and it will actually show you what the track looks like. So you can look them. They're a step further into like the menu system if you want to do that.
Yeah.
If you chose a championship, then you're into the first race at Japan. Japan is the first race. Suzuka. It shows you the track before putting you into qualification, and you do this as well in practice, and you do this as well. Not practice, you do this as well in single race as well. So you go into qualification. Practice, you just ride around and what have you. And so once it loads, it's very much like Grand Prix Circuit, but here things take a turn for the worse for me. Okay, this is where things are not as good. So at the moment, it's very Grand Prix Circuit. So as soon as it loads up, the tracks visuals, they seem very similar to what we saw in Grand Prix Circuit. In fact, they're absolutely identical. The way that the screen is laid out is slightly different, but we've got a chunk of the land at the bottom with a sort of track going off in the distance, 3D with the sort of white lines in the middle. We have a finish stand, the finish sort of marking above the track in front of you, red and white corner markings, etc. All that as well. But the bike itself, the way the bike is drawn, what you can see of the bike, it's not as good as the interior we saw with the car in Grand Prix circuits. It really doesn't look very nice. And it only takes up a small part of the middle of the screen at the bottom. It just looks very, almost vector-like. It's very wiry, and it doesn't look particularly good. And it doesn't change. I didn't notice any change for whichever bike I chose. It always just looked the same to me. So the way the screen is laid out is slightly different. Grand Prix Circuit kind of split it across the middle, didn't it? And it had pretty much most of your UI and stuff in the car bit at the bottom that you could see with the rear view mirrors and everything. And there was a bit at the top with the map and everything. The way this obviously doesn't have that. So you've still got the same amount of land and sky, but you've got a chunk of UI at the top now. So that's gone to the top because obviously they can't show it in the car because there's no bike UI. They're not showing that. So the UI has been switched to the top. This now shows the map of the course. In the top left, it's got the rear view mirror, your gear and present speed, your position, the present lap, the total time and lap time, and that's what you can see. So, you've got the rear view mirror in the middle, your gear, present speed, like I said, present lap. None of this will matter because you're not going to be looking at any of these because the main issue with this game, as soon as you get going, is you will be struggling to control the bike. And that's the one big problem with this game. So I went back and played Grand Prix Circuits, and that had that kind of control system where you moved that dot around the steering wheel, and it kind of felt a bit analog-y, and you know, felt good. This doesn't have that. This is, you know, kind of, it feels a bit like, you know, you move in stages, so you sort of turn, and it doesn't kind of work as well. So here, even at the 125cc and on beginner level, which it says, obviously is the inroad to this, the bike is incredibly twitchy and it's barely controllable, and it's really difficult to maintain any kind of level or even straight riding. You're just all over the place. You're constantly overcorrecting.
Yeah.
And then we've got the speed of braking as you approach corners. It feels like going from 100 to nothing in a second. I know bikes brake fast, but they don't brake that fast.
No.
So you just lock up as you try to turn. So then you're at 0, and then you have to get going again, and you'll go through the gears. It won't start going, and so you're pressing up and struggling to turn to the left, so the top sort of left or the right diagonal to try and turn around the corner. And it just feels, I just couldn't get the hang of trying to actually control this damn thing. Because then on top of that, we've got the frame rate. Now, the frame rate might be the same as Grand Prix Circuit. It feels lower to me, though. Something about it feels lower. And this exacerbates the issues in trying to control a bike in this engine. Because it's the same engine. It's pretty much the same game as Grand Prix Circuit. They just put a bike and then move stuff around. So at that frame rate, it felt like I was constantly overcorrecting because the frame update isn't fast enough to keep up with the speed and sensitivity of a bike. Whilst it may have worked in Grand Prix Circuit, it doesn't work here. The bike, for me, was just veering all over the place. And every time I tried to turn it, it turned too much, and I'd be like, just all over the shop.
Zigzagging.
No matter how hard I tried to get round tracks in a decent manner, I couldn't get this thing to a point where I felt in control. And I tried quite a few races. And that's a real blow to a game like this. You need to feel like you control the bloody bike. You've got these slow, easy modes, supposedly, to ease a player in to give them an into the game, or you need them. But this just feels uncontrollable from the get-go. As soon as there's no in, there's no on-ramp. And I thought, well, actually, let's just switch up to 500cc and just have a crack at that, put it on whatever. It felt about the same to me. I didn't really notice any different. It just felt the same. So the 125cc and beginner mode, even although it was manual gears, I just felt like I couldn't control this. And that's it's just not. I don't think there's a power in the C64 to do a first-person bike game justice. The way they did it with the car was sort of take over half the screen with the Jeep, with the interior of the car, and they're only moving a little bit, and they kind of got away with it like that. Here, it's seems like a lot more screen to be displayed, although it's a lot of sky. It just doesn't seem to work as well. There's something weird about it. There's also the weird sprites of the other riders that appear over the front of your bike.
Yep.
So they've used sprites for the bike, other bikes on the track, but obviously your bike, I think, is probably bitmap or some kind of screen character graphics. But the sprites, although they're in the distance, appear over your bike, which is
not good.
Doesn't look good, and it's an odd thing to see. So that's not good at all. So I was quite interested to see this. It comes from the same people who did Grand Prix Circuits. I was quite excited to see them do a bike game, but for me, it don't work as it should. There's problems here, real bad problems. There's too many elements that might work with the car, simply don't work with the speed and sensitivity of a bike. And at this frame rate, it becomes a real chore and almost impossible to try and control. So this really wasn't for me, I'm afraid. I was thoroughly disappointed. There's not a lot else to say about this because it's like Grand Prix Circuits, but with a bike and a lot worse. So the structure's the same. You can do the full Grand Prix and go through all 15 tracks if you really want to. You qualify, you try and control this, but you won't be able to. Or at least I couldn't, not with the joystick. It just felt, I don't know, there was something in the way that they did the control in Grand Prix Circuit with that dot around the steering wheel, which allowed me a sensitivity of control. Here, it just isn't there, and I couldn't get my head around it. So no, I didn't like this at all. What did you think?
Same, all the same problems. It never felt like you was in a racing in a stand. The Grand Prix game felt like you were in a rate. There was like stands and there was grandstands and things like that around.
Yeah,
just didn't feel like there was any of that here. It felt like you was racing in the middle of California somewhere with hills in the background in a really poor frame rate. There was weird choices made here. It's clearly just the other game with new graphics in it. There's no doubt about that. Why is there a rear view mirror? We don't have that on a motorbike. So why is that even part of the setup? You don't need it. You have left and right rear view mirrors, and that should have been what they had if they were going to do something like that. But you don't have a rear view. Where's it going to be? Glued to your forehead in some way? How's that going to work?
Yeah, true.
The bike graphics, like you say, they're a mishmash. The frame rate's not very good. Controlling it was a nightmare. This was all the things that were good about the Formula One game made into a really malfunctioning motorbike game. It's basic. I'm convinced as I gradually played it through that this was the same game with different graphics thrown in, and they've just tried to alter the sort of metrics of the game to suit motorbikes, and it just doesn't work. So this simply does not work. And add to that the ear-splitting engine motorbike.
Oh, the white. Well, that's the same as Grand Prix Circuit, because I did have a listen to them both, and it's the same noise again. So
yeah, it's just this ear-splitting fly wasp in the background. That jerky frame rate just made it unplayable. And was this a good motorbike version of other Accolade games? No, it's not. For the exact reason you described. You don't control this in the same way that you do with the car. You need that dot on the steering wheel approach. This just simply doesn't work. It's too sensitive, so you just end up weaving across the track, not really controlling anything. If you can handle that with the ear-splitting sounds, or you can turn the sound off, maybe you'll get something out of it for a bit. But this is a really poor motorbike game, which is a tragic Accolade misfire. I don't quite know why on earth this was released in this form, this way, because it looks a little bit unfinished and a bit unpolished as well for them. So I thought this was a tragic waste of money at $15.99. And certainly, I don't believe this deserved 70%. I'd have been giving this in the low 40s at best. And we've seen games that are far better than this get a lower score. We've also seen games that were trying to do racing and get a much lower score, and deservedly so. So this should not be in the 70s. This is not 3/4 good in any stretch of anyone's imagination. This is a weak, jerky, unpleasant game to play in every respect. Stick to Formula One. Don't waste your time with this. You're not going to get anything out of it, I don't think. So I didn't like it at all. Thought it was rubbish.
No, I didn't either. However, we did ask a friend of the podcast, Bastic64.
Ooh.
We asked him to give us his views on the cycles, and so he did. So have a listen to what Bastic64 thinks of this game.
Thanks again to you guys, Adrian and Graham, for having me back on this massive 200th episode. Well done for getting this far. And here's my 2 cents on a super cool racer released in 91 on the old bread box, namely the Cycles, which was obviously a pretty late C64 release by Accolade, and possibly their last game they actually released on the C64 right next to Star Control. This one was made by Distinctive Software, the team who had done their previous massive hits, Test Drive and Grand Prix Circuit. It's a first-person styled motorbike racer using the same engine as Grand Prix Circuit, their awesome Formula One game, and simply runs with it. You get multiple difficulty settings and 15 international tracks, which is massive to choose from. If you play the game on a harder difficulty level, you'll need to hit up those pit stops as well, but on easy you can just gun it. There's also multiple bikes to choose from with slightly different stats. You should definitely try them all out. The full championship season though is definitely the way to go. As you race, you build up points and try to end up as number 1 at the end. This is the version or the option that I actually played the most as a kid, and ended up playing this game probably almost as much as Grand Prix Circuit. From that opening amazing guitar rock Sid track by Chris Hadley and the fantastic presentation in the menus, you just knew you were in for a big old quality production. The controls were a little bit sensitive, at least in the beginning, but with a little bit of practice it's pretty competent overall. You're gonna have to use your brakes, folks. It's not a pedal to the metal game. The graphics overall are pretty fantastic. Obviously speed is a factor here. However, this is on a computer that was made in 1982 running a first-person racing game, so you need to have some sort of perspective. I think it's still totally playable though. It doesn't overall replace my favorite motorbike game on the C64, Epix's Super Cycle, but it still does a really good job with the limited hardware. And thanks again for having me on, guys. It's always a pleasure. Cheers.
Okay.
Well, he liked it.
Yeah.
He liked it a lot more than we did.
I don't know quite how. Maybe he just is more friendly to jerky frame rates and bad controls than I am, but each to their own. But massive respect for Bastich and all the amazing documentaries and work that he does. I don't agree with him on this game. Though. I thought it was this is a dog egg game, and I don't quite know how he's managed to palletize that. But each to their own. Each to their own. That's how we roll. That's how it works in the retro world, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to sort of see, if you're interested in the C64, then do check his channel out. We'll put a link in the show notes if you haven't.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Loads and loads of cool stuff about C64.
Loads
new games,
of
old games.
stuff.
So go and have a look. We don't agree on this game. Can't agree on everything, but I can agree that his YouTube site is great.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good stuff.
Yeah. There we go. That's the cycles. Let's have another question from Andy Marsh.
Yeah, let's do it.
He asks, tell us about an experience you had with alcohol and computer games. The C64 years were formative years for us kids, but did you ever mix the beers with the pixels? Now, before you tell the tale of your that party which saw the moped in your front garden, I'm going to say I don't think I have anything from the C64 days where I mixed alcohol with gaming sort of thing. But what I will say is never try to play 4-player Halo after drinking 2 bottles of wine.
Ooh.
That's a bad mix. That's a very, very bad mix. So don't do that. Like trying to concentrate on a first person shooter while having drank 2 bottles of white wine at 13%, you're like, oh, I've made a terrible mistake.
Malfunction. Need input.
Yeah. I need output. There was output. So that's all I'll say. I mean, obviously I've played games drunk, but that was probably the worst one. So what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned it before, but we did have an infamous S-Express demo party at my house when we were back in this must have been 1990, where we invited all the members of S-Express over, which meant we had NMI, who lived in Norwich at the time. We had Paddy, who lived in Ireland. He was Irish. And obviously myself, Storm, Gary was there. Mark Fisher, who was NMI, was there. So we had principally all the then current members of S-Express. We didn't have the Mighty Flash, the Great Flash. He wasn't there. Mike Ware, because he wasn't quite a member by then, although he had done some bits in the background. So everyone came to my house. The idea was that we were going to code a demo and just have a few drinks and we're doing that. What we actually did was pool all our money together, get Paddy, because we were only 16, 17 at the time, get Paddy, who was about 28, I think. He was older than everyone else. So we gave him all the cash. He went to the off-license or the local shop down the road, bought a massive cardboard box full of booze. Like, he just came back with and at that time when you're like a young teen, we were like, oh, that's all the booze. So we just brought this big box of booze back and we just proceeded to drink all of that. The end result was Storm ended up throwing up all over my kitchen table. Gary ended up wandering around the house, getting angry with everybody because he'd poured everyone's drinks, all the dregs of their drinks, all the backwash into one bottle and was just drinking that. So God knows what he was actually drinking. Listeria and E. coli, I think. So he was drinking that. NMI, Mark Fisher, was on Storm's Tomos moped, which he used to use to come to my house. But he didn't unlock the steering column, so he was just driving that round doing donuts in our back garden, wearing a hole in the grass, which I then had to explain to my mum and dad, which was not easy, let me tell you. That annoyed the neighbour who came round and then threw him off the motorbike in an angry exchange. It all got needlessly upsetting and violent at the end of it all. But you know what? It was a party. And the irony of it all is that the demo that we'd pulled together, my C64 did exactly what it always did. It just decided that the black power brick just failed at the key moment and just wiped everything out. So all the work we'd done, all the scroll text we'd created drunkenly and everything else, it just went, nope, and it just switched itself off, which killed everything. And we're like, oh, what?
All right, let's move on to our next game. I think we should. We've still got loads of stuff to cover and put in, but we'll move on to our next game right now. And Graham, it's over to you on this one for our final game of the week to tell us all about what it's like being a sleepwalker.
Yes, well, the two, you wait around for sleepwalking games and then two come along, don't they? This is the Zeppelin Sleepwalker game, not the Ocean one. This was released in 1991. Obviously, well, it says 1991, but we're looking at it in 92. I don't know, maybe it took a while.
It's January, isn't it? So it's probably
yeah.
Our end of 91.
But this is published by Zeppelin, of course, who were one of the final remaining publishers that were existing on the C64. This was coded by David Sowerby. He did Round the Bend, if you remember that, of course. So it kind of shows. The graphics here are by Neil Hislop. He did Round the Bend as well. Title screen, Neil Hislop. He also did Round the Bend. And the musician here is Andrew Roger, who did a lot of stuff post-1992, which we'll probably never look at, as did Dave Sowerby, as did Neil Hislop. So they still carried on the fire and they carried on the fight for quite some time. So Sleepwalker then, what's it all about? This was $3.99, by the way, which is technically a budget game, 78% in the pages of Zap. So what does it all add up to? What's it about? Well, let me tell you this, Adrian. Uncle Silas has had a rather worrying problem over recent years, sleepwalking. Until recently, nighttime occurrences had been rare, but suddenly Uncle Silas had been found wandering fast asleep by friendly neighborhood watch people almost every night. The costs of running a big old house are very high, and to be perfectly frank, Uncle Silas is flat broke. His house is slowly falling to pieces, and this, combined with Silas's forgetfulness, meant that the family home was just like a disaster waiting to happen. Now, Uncle Silas is a very stubborn bloke. When his relatives suggested that he may like to move to a house more suited to his condition, he flatly refused to budge. So Rory, Uncle Silas's young nephew, was brought in to try and make sure that the old man did not meet a premature end. So, if Uncle Silas decides to go out on a bit of a wander after 12 midnight, it is up to young Rory to see that he gets back to bed without breaking his deep sleep. Okay, decent premise. So the gameplay then, whilst Uncle Silas is sleepwalking, he will move randomly around the house in deep sleep. Sometimes he will make his way back to his bed of his own accord, but mainly Rory has to gently maneuver him back to his bedroom. Deep sleep is an interesting phenomenon. The person can be stirred quite violently and yet quickly recovered to go back to sleep. The number of times Uncle Silas can be shocked and return to sleep are shown on the nightcap icon on the grandfather clock. If Uncle Silas wakes fully while sleepwalking, he will suffer untold mental trauma and possibly never recover. Oof. To prevent this from happening, Rory guides Uncle Silas by standing stationary in his path. This gently guiding action prevents his uncle from waking up altogether. The house is littered with following hazards, all of which will wake up Uncle Silas. Rory may have to set off the hazards himself to protect his uncle. These are dynamite. Uncle Silas is very eccentric and has been known to do some explosive house alterations in the past. There's bricks. The house is falling down and suffers from damage done on previous evenings wandering. There's raw electric cables or live electric cables. The house was due to be rewired in 1965, but Uncle Silas never quite got round to doing it, so that could be quite shocking. There's dangerously dangling chandeliers. The house dates from the early Neo-Georgian period, complete with ornate chandeliers. It is a shame that the bolts holding these up, these heavy articles date from the Tudor times. These open trapdoors. Uncle Silas was going to shut these after his visit downstairs, but somehow got distracted. Radio cassette, modern, fangled, howling machines, as Uncle Silas would say, so loud sounds. Rory's football. Uncle Silas is not the only one who can be forgetful. There's an alarm clock designed to wake people up. Tacks. The workman brought in to fix the holes in the carpet, but left them by mistake so you could stand on those. There's a skateboard, a really cool skateboard for all street cred individuals, complete with Walkman stereo sound. And there's carpet holes as well. Firstly, the carpet started to hole, and now the floorboards aren't doing much better. And then on the right-hand side, the old grandfather clock chimes the hours as Rory toils away during the night, ticking away until dawn approaches. And it says, Sleepwalker, nobody said a cure was going to be easy. That's all of the instructions for this. Okay. Now, this game is quite unusual. And for a second, I had a flashback. And that flashback was to episode 105 and the Pink Panther game. Don't you remember that?
Oh, very, very big. I hated it, didn't we? Well, like the game where you could just walk off to the right and end the game.
Yeah, to a desert island, yes. But if you didn't do that, this game was about stopping somebody who was sleepwalking from walking into things.
Oh, yeah.
So it gave me kind of a flashback. A good loading screen starts things off here, though, followed by a fab-looking title screen animation. I really liked it. I really liked that. It was almost like a Scooby-Doo game that never was.
Yes. Yeah, very good. Yes, good. Yes. I can get behind that.
Some really nice production at the beginning part here for a budget game. The Sleepwalker titles, everything else, it's all in keeping with the thematic and the style of the game. I liked it for that. And remember, this is really good production for a budget game too. Now, we know Zeppelin games have done that before, haven't they? And this is no different to them doing that. Catchy and suitable music as well. Gives you a good sense here. There's some fun going to be had here. This is a nice start to this game, I thought. Mm-hmm. Once you start things off, you get a nice interstitial where you've got, like it says, Monday, and you've got a little animation of a character as well. Again, something that Zeppelin do always pay a little bit of attention to with their games at this level, where they have a little bit of extra. CJ's Elephants was one of those, I think, wasn't it? Or
Yes.
maybe, and that does the same sort of thing. So once you start things off, you're inside the mansion and you're on your quest to prevent good old Uncle Silas from meeting his maker. As I previously explained, you must divert him by getting in the way here and there, or thwarting any danger, or including setting things off that he might otherwise walk into. Sounds easy, but it isn't. The in-game graphics are good. You control a nice-looking Rory sprite around some well-realized backgrounds. This is presented in a kind of 2.5D-ish, so flat 2D, but with doors in the background and foreground and associated details in each room, so you can go further into the screen, further out of the screen. On the right-hand side is the ticking grandfather clock, like I said, giving you the time as it ticks away through the night till dawn. And the only other thing available to see on there is the score, and of course, as I've said, the number of jumps that you can take on as Uncle Silas. The controls here are exceedingly simple. Joystick for movement to navigate around the rooms. So directions. That's all you really need, because remember, all you're really doing is diverting Uncle Silas around.
Yeah.
The Uncle
CJ's
Silas
was Codemasters, by the way.
Oh, I don't know why I thought it was them, but I think they've got that kind of production.
It's a similar
vibe,
kind of
haven't
look
they?
to it. Yeah.
Yeah. The Uncle Silas sprite here is well drawn, and there's a nice comedic comic book vibe to the whole proceedings. It's very similar to the other game that the guy did. So it had a vibe of the whole round the bend-ish kind of feel to it a little bit. That had that as well, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So, and like I said, nice, simple controls. The complexity is low here, but they've retained the kind of fun that we last saw in a way. I think in something like Star Paws, this gave me that kind of, there's actions and animations for doing stupid stuff, and that happens a lot in this. Star Paws, and there's a couple of the games, I'm thinking of some of the more event-based games where there's funny animations, the Epics kind of games where silly things happen if you do stuff.
Yeah, or that Caveman Olympics.
Caveman Olympics, yeah, that kind of vibe. And of course, so you're trying to prevent your uncle from bumping into stuff, but if your uncle bumps into too many things, traps, or he gets woken up, well, it's game over, and you get quite a nice little game over animation as well. It's a nice and arguably different idea in of itself, this, and it looks and plays okay, but there are a couple of small niggles, and these niggles are only small depending on how much attention you give them. The main one I felt is around the complexity of the task that you are essentially doing, because really, underneath all of this, you are just wandering around getting in the way. And that's really all there is to this. And that's kind of it. There's no real puzzles to solve or things to pick up or move around. You just walk around and try and get in the way to move your uncle around and get him back to his bedroom. Now, it's simple, but maybe too simple. And this is something masked by the multiple methods of death or shock that can happen. So there's little funny animations that occur throughout. And they are quite funny in the way they occur, and there's quite a few of them. But the issue becomes, are they funny enough? And is the game too light on design to make it fun for longevity? Question you have to ask yourself. I liked what I played, and for the time I played it especially, it's not too serious, this, obviously. And there is real fun to be had in the way it works. And the production of the game is excellent, but it's very light touch. It's not terribly bad at all. In fact, it's quite good. And maybe that's plenty enough to do for £4, because that's all you've paid for this. But it's almost like it's a walk and seek adventure without the adventure. Of all the games that are missing that component of going and picking something up and putting it in the right place, if you could walk around this game and pick things up and put them in your uncle's path so that he would bump into things, or he would do things like that, or you could set traps for something else. Maybe there's an alternative thing in the game that's a bit like a spy versus spy mentality. Maybe there's a hidden two-player game in here where one of you is trying to kill Uncle Silas to get his inheritance, and the other one's trying to prevent that from happening. There's a game in here waiting to be made, and this isn't it. This is just missing that bit.
Well, this is half of it.
Yeah, this is half of it. And that's what it really feels like. It's a really good-looking, really nice, interesting experience, but there's only half of it here. And the half that you've got, as much as it's fun to do, how long are you really going to want to do that? It's a walk and seek without the seek. It's an adventure without the adventure. What you end up doing is being an intervention method for somebody's death, which, by the way, if you ever have children, is what you do principally from 0 to age 5, is you are just a death prevention system for them so they don't stick their fingers in sockets or drink bleach or any of that stupid shit. So if you've had a kid in your life, you probably know what it's like. But is there mileage in a C64 game of this type? Is the humour enough to carry that along for the longevity of the overnight period of the game? Obviously, you played the game through till dawn and then he wakes up. I don't think it is. And that's a great tragedy, because I think had they just put the puzzle logic in, had it just had 1 or 2 extra mechanics, this could have been a really funny, good Star Paws type game with a really different approach. And because it's just missing that, the only thing I can say is it got 78%, probably partly because of that, and it's budget price. And that's what carries it. It's a good looking budget price game, a bit different, and you're going to get away with it. But ultimately, it's just missing its game. Such a tragic mistake, I felt. And I enjoyed what I played and what I saw, and it's all there. It's just missing its game, for me anyway. But what about you?
Yeah. There's an interesting idea for a game here. And I think you're right, pretty much what you said. The presentation, as you rightly said, the whole thing is great. The front end, really nice.
It looks really good.
Yeah, there's a suitably somnambulistic tune, which fits the game really well. Seeing Uncle Silas wandering about in the windows is a great touch. Sort of that there's that big house, isn't there? The lights from the top
absolutely.
windows.
Yeah, it looks great.
Forth.
It's a really nice title sequence, that.
Yeah, there's a nice high score, bouncy letters and fireworks. All works really well. The start to the game where you sort of sat on the Monday night and then it disappears and you drop off into the game. That's really good as well. I found the game a little frustrating because I was not entirely sure whether I was. I mean, I think I was looking for more game than there actually was.
Yeah, same.
I wasn't sure whether I was just supposed to go around the house and hit every possible trap, and that was it, and try and get him back to bed. It was like, am I supposed to be doing this? But every time I did, I got points, so I guess I am. Okay, so is that it? So there's no way to actually interact with these traps apart from just trigger them. No. And I was like, okay. I also tried guiding him. It never seemed to work though. He'd just walk away from me, and then I couldn't guide him because then I'd try and run, and I'd run into him, and that would wake him up. And
because you can only he only moves if you're stood still.
Yeah, he only bounces off you if you're stood still. So, but then he'll just move in a weird random kind of direction as well. Guiding him anywhere is a nightmare.
Yep.
So yeah, and certain traps would wake him as well. Whatever. I also found it was quite difficult to keep track of him.
Yeah. Without a map or something.
Yeah, maybe a map, some indicator as to where he was would have been helpful.
An arrow or something. Yeah.
Yeah, just telling me where he was so I could leg it and find him. Because I'd be wandering around sort of looking, and then it just cut to him treading on some tacks or something and getting woken up.
Yeah.
So I think you're right. There's the germ of a really good game here, a really interesting original title. It's just not. It's missing some constituent parts that would have made it into a really good game. And I think that's the budget. It's what we've seen with Zeppelin. They have some really nice ideas that don't. That Stack Up was a Zeppelin one. We saw that one that was like a really, really good sort of dropping things down Tetris style, but then got stupidly difficult within 3 seconds.
Yeah.
If these elements, it's like they're either whacking them out too quick or nobody's QAing them or whatever. I like the look of the game. The main sprites are quite nice. The level, the layouts. The rooms are a bit bare, but they're working. They work. I did like the sound effects though. There's some nice sort of digitized speech when you tread on stuff. He goes, ow, 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 or things like that. The screams are very good. And I do like the originality of the game. It don't quite come off for me. I think for £4 though, it's a nice slice of something different. I'll give it kudos for that. It's not a shoot 'em up. It's not a platformer. It's not a collect 'em up. It's a guide 'em up. It's a protect 'em up. I don't know what you call it, but it's something a bit different. I also really like the bell chime of the grandfather clock.
Yeah, it's good that. Yeah,
that's a really nice bell chime. That is. That's almost Ghouls and Ghosts.
Yeah,
bell sound. Yeah,
very good.
Great presentation here. Just lacking a bit of depth to the game. I think. Which is a bit of a shame because I think this could have been silver medal quality if they'd have just got that bit more. Just running into traps. Okay.
Yeah.
But if don't take our word for it, that's just our view. We reached out to loads of people, and we reached out to Andrew Fisher, stalwart of the C64 retro world. Andrew Fisher, author of loads of books. I've got one of them here somewhere. Where's that book I've got of his? Arcade Imperfect and things like that.
Yeah.
Loads of stuff. And he's done C64 Nightmares recently.
He did.
C64 Dreams coming out soon as well, I think.
Yep. Very clever guy.
So, yeah, very clever, very good, very astute. We asked him what he thought of Sleepwalker, and he thought this.
This is Andrew Fisher, former writer for Commodore Force and Commodore Format, and currently writing for the revived Zap 64. Patreon.com/Zap Magazine for more details. To really confuse the players out there are 4 different C64 games, all called Sleepwalker. There's even an Atari 8-bit game from 1983 of the same title. The one we're talking about today is the budget title from Zeppelin in 1991. Let's take a brief tour of the others. Gavin Rayburn hid a mini-game called Sleepwalker in Pro Skateboard Simulator, published by Codemasters. It's based on the Game & Watch title Manhole, where you get little men walking across platforms and must move your platform into place in time to stop them falling. Ocean's Sleepwalker was a tie-in with the comic relief charity in 1993, raising money. A human called Lee has started sleepwalking, and it's up to his dog Ralph to save him by becoming a bridge, kicking Lee to a higher platform, or falling down a trapdoor. The bonus area features giant tomatoes to collect, a reference to the shape of that year's red nose. Ocean reused the gameplay for its Eek the Cat game on the Super Nintendo. John Darnell had the design for his Sleepwalker back in 1984, but finally released it through Cytronic Software in 2017, and it was later renamed Bear Beware to avoid confusion with other games called Sleepwalker. John and his wife Glenys created the graphics and game design with the help of Trevor Story. As a security guard at the fairground, you must protect a teddy bear that comes to life at night and starts sleepwalking. By using lifts and switches, the guard must keep Teddy out of danger. Sleepwalker by Zeppelin was released in 1991. David Sowerby created the code, Neil Hislop drew the graphics, and Drew Roger provided the excellent music and sound effects. The plot sees your Uncle Silas living in a dilapidated mansion full of hazards, falling bricks, loose planks, objects carelessly left on the floor, and rusty trapdoors. And you want to stay in Silas's good books, and more importantly, in his will. But Uncle Silas is a somnambulist, a sleepwalker. Every night he gets out of bed and roams the halls, potentially getting into trouble. If he wakes up, he will suffer mental trauma and write you out of the will. So there's nothing for it. For a whole week, you must protect Silas from the hazards. This means throwing yourself in the way to stop Silas from getting hurt. You can also redirect his movements by standing directly in front of him to try and guide him back to bed. But if you push into him too much, you'll wake him up anyway. There are so many dangers and so many brilliant sounds when they are triggered. Attacks on the floor see you hopping around in agony, while the loose electric cables give you a shock with a sizzling electric sound. There's also the ticking and chiming of the grandfather clock to remind you that time is passing. The animation of the sprites is good too, making you feel every bump and bruise. The one frustration is that it can be difficult to find and follow Silas through the large flip screen mansion. An indicator at the edge of the screen or other visual clue would have helped, but very often it leads to you being too late to save him. I also like the bitmap title screen where the clock animates and the silhouettes of Silas and his nephew can be seen moving around in the windows. It's a nice touch to a fun little game. Zapped concluded that the game was worth 78%, with the comment, "It's all great fun in a masochistic sort of way, even though most of the entertainment is from the humorous special effects rather than the game itself." Strangely, Commodore Force reduced that to 72% in a later issue. Commodore Format's initial review by Roger Frames was a more glowing 80%, with the Skinflint character saying, "It's fast, smooth and fun with tons of scrummy animation. A bit weird, but still lots of laughs." Again, this was reduced to 3 out of 5 on a later compilation review. Personally, my rating would be around 80%, and I suggest people check it out for something different. Not quite a hidden gem, but certainly an unusual experience, if you don't include the other games called Sleepwalker, of course.
Well, there you go.
Cool.
Not just this Sleepwalker, he tells us all about the others as well.
Yeah, which is fair. That's fair. Yeah, but he knows stuff he can use.
Yeah, he does. The stuff he's forgotten more than I know.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Probably.
Very cool.
Probably.
Very cool guy.
So my tutor said that about Billy Wilder to me once. I was going to like this film. Anyway, Billy Wilder's forgotten more than you'll ever know. I went, I'm only 18.
Yeah, get out of town.
I was like, okay, weirdo. Anyway, thank you, Andrew. Yeah, I mean, you really like the game. I think you had the same issues as well as Map, trying to find him. It gets a bit random a little bit, things like that. But I think we're probably on about the same page with this one. It's a decent little title. But thank you very much for the contribution. That is awesome stuff. Go buy his books because they're really good. Yep. Go buy them if you haven't already. Again, you probably have. I mean, if you're listening to this, you probably know them, but go buy them anyway. Yep. They're really, really good. That's it. That's all the games, but it's not all the content. We've still got more stuff to come, Graham.
We have.
Gary Heather, another one of our awesome patrons, says, "Congratulations on 200 episodes from your resident ZX Spectrum fan." Well, that's always nice, isn't it? We've got a ZX Spectrum fan.
Yeah, it's nice to have a Specky fan because we can always prove them wrong about everything.
He says, "Perhaps once you are done with Zap 64, you should take a look at Crash."
No.
Of all the things we would consider doing next, going through Crash, I've actually got a bit anxious at the thought of that.
Well, a question I had for you, actually, because you might know, was because did the style of Crash, was it similar to Zap? Did they have their own Spectrum version of Julian Rignall? And did Crash last as long or longer than Zap, or were they the same?
That I don't know. Crash came first. I know that. So Crash was out before Zap. I don't know of how long Crash went on for. I couldn't tell you that. I mean, I could find out right now by just looking at the wiki.
I remember, obviously, when I was at school, we had the C64 fraternity. That was me and you and a few other people, and we obviously, either group bought or shared or looked at a Zap magazine. One of us would normally get it. But I had a number of Sinclair Spectrum buddies, and they would always buy Crash, of course. And so sometimes it was nice to see, because the Crash always felt like it was a lot thicker than the Zap magazine. I think they had a lot more games out, didn't they? And a lot more in it.
I think there was a lot more in it. Yeah, I mean, according to the wiki, it's launched in 1983, so it's well before Zap.
So it was going for a long, long time. So they probably established the format in Crash, actually, didn't they, really?
Yeah, I think so.
And so fair play to them. And I remember the outrage that they all felt because there was Sinclair User and there was Crash, wasn't there? Because there was always two magazines. So we had Zap 64 and Commodore User. They had Sinclair User, and then Crash released an episode, a mini hand-in magazine or a mini version of a magazine inside Crash called Unclear User, famously, which then got pulled off the shelves, I think, because it was a step too far. And so Crash was pretty ballsy, and the reviewers in there, very similar. It's the exact same sort of layout as Zap, wasn't it, with the comments and everything else? So they'd obviously established it there.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't read. I only read Crash very infrequently because
vicariously,
yeah. It says here that Newsfield was suffering in the 1990s. The last edition of Crash, published by the company September 91, like Zap, when it went into liquidation, sorry. The magazine was relaunched by Europress that December and continued for just a few issues until April 1992. After this, Crash was bought by EMAP, publisher of Sinclair User, who merged the two magazines. Yeah. In practice,
User.
In practice, this meant little more than the appearance of the Crash logo on the front cover. There you go. That's what happened to Crash.
That's not good, is it? And I guess, the 8-bit machines, such as they were dying off back then. I don't have an appetite. I was never a Spectrum owner, fan. That's not to say there were certain games I liked. The Attic Attacks, The Gift from the Gods. There's a few games on the Spectrum I always have a little bit of a soft spot for, Scuba Dive, because they were all pretty cool at the time. But and Jetpack and things like that. But could I call myself a Spectrum fan? Not really, and I'd be doing it a disservice to go back and play those games, because I'd just be perpetually telling everyone how crap they were, which would annoy Spectrum owners a lot.
Absolutely. I think we wouldn't gain listeners.
I think people would get angry with us, and we'd end up getting lynched or something, I think.
Yeah, probably. Andy Marsh, more questions. Good Lord, this man has a lot of questions. In your travels, you probably walked into a few retro collectible stores. Maybe you even saw some C64 games or a C2N on the shelf. Were you ever tempted to buy one?
I was at the very first replay in Blackpool, when it was the very first one they ever did. I was very tempted to buy a C64 GS at the time, because I wondered what the hell it was. It wasn't particularly expensive. The games were. But I was quite taken with it. I was like, that's actually a really cool thing. I didn't actually buy it, weirdly, at that point. I ended up buying a SNES. So there you go, which I never really played. And then that went to live with my ex-wife. So there you go. That's what happened to that.
There you go. I've never bought any kind of proper... I had a Mega Drive at one point. I think someone bought me it. My ex-partner bought me it. So.
Very first replay was a little bit special in a number of ways. It's a pity you weren't there, actually, Aid, because I think you would have really enjoyed it. I met Ollie Frey when I was there, and Bob Wakelin. They were both actually signing posters on the stand at the same time. I met Jim Bagley when I was there, John Hare he was there. He was actually in a band called Sid 80s with Ben Daglish and Fred Gray, and I forget the name of the drummer they had now. It'll come back to me, but they were in a band and they performed in the evening time. There was a whole bunch of people from Ocean there that I didn't recognise. The Team 17 chaps were there. It was a really good event to just go and meet a few of the old retro heads and people like that. I mean, I was a bit of a fanboy, really, visiting that. I got the world's highest pinball score at that event as well, because they had a pinball section. Really mad. And that's when I played Archie McLean, met him. So it was a great chance to go and meet people like that. Met Jeff Minter at that event as well. Played a few of his games with him at the same time, which he was really alarmingly good at. It was just one of those events. So I have very fond memories of the replay event and meeting a lot of people there and stuff like that. And just it changed later when it became some of the newer, bigger events. The spirit of it was captured a little bit of that Zap Live event we went to. That felt a little bit like it. Well, it felt a lot more like it did when you got that kind of just really keen, retro interested people. And the replay event was much better than the sort of, when it got a lot bigger and they did a bigger retro event. I forget what they called it after replay, but they did a much bigger one. And don't get me wrong, there are amazing events to go to. I don't want to be disrespectful in any way because there's amazing consoles and the sheer volume of retro technology that comes together to make those things happen is mind-blowing, and the people that attend them are amazing. But there was a magic to going to that god-awful hotel in Blackpool, walking around the drips and ceiling cracks and floorboards creaking and potentially falling through the floors. And that place, honestly, I wonder that place has fallen into the sea. It is there. It's very much a part of the replay philosophy is that when you go to replay, they still do it now. Thankfully, they went back to Blackpool and they still do it every year in October, I think. So I would definitely recommend going to that. I've not been for a long time, but that first one was very special. And I did buy a SNES there and played a lot of old C64 games that I hadn't in a while, and kind of kept me in the spirit of gaming at the time because I was knee-deep in new console games and getting very excited about Xbox 360 and PS3 games at the time. So it was nice to take a step back into that world for a bit. But yeah, there you go. Just a fond memory.
There you go. Just to also mention, by the way, for Andrew Fisher's books, he did let me know that they're on sale through fusionretrobook.com.
Yep, with a load of other good books that Fusion Retro do.
Yeah, I don't know if they're still on sale, but he did let me know at the time when we were chatting, which was a few weeks back. And he'll also be selling signed copies of both through c64books.co.uk. Quite cool.
Ooh, definitely go and get some of those signed. Some good books have been put out actually over the years, haven't there?
Yeah, and he's doing a C64 Dreams 2 in 2026.
Ooh, nice.
So there you go. So I'll give that a mention as well. Another question, Graham. This is quite an interesting one, and I've got views on this, but why is your retro limit, Andy at Marsh asked? What is the last game or system that you consider truly retro? All right, so I think there's two answers to this, because I've thought about this quite a lot when I think about these things. I think anything pre-2000 is the hard cut-off point. I think pre-Dreamcast, okay? So PS1, N64, Saturn, backwards. I think there's an argument to be made that that's your kind of retro era, but because obviously, you know, the last century, 20 odd years, 20 plus years old, and going back to them games, even though they're 3D, especially on the PS1 and the N64, they feel a bit ancient. They feel
retro-y looking.
They're hard to go back and play. Things haven't been, you know, the controls aren't there. The things,
N64,
all the things
things like that.
Yeah. There's another argument. I mean, the Dreamcast and stuff like that, because the Dreamcast does go online and stuff. But the other argument that I have is I think that anything pre having a digital store.
Yeah,
so
I'd agree
I
with
would
that.
then bring it forward to include the Xbox, PS2, GameCube, Dreamcast as retro. Because I think there's a cut-off change point in the way games were bought and sold and everything like that with around about 2005. With the advent of Steam, with the advent of, and I know there were ways of getting games online before then, especially on PC. That's fine, but in terms of consoles and things like that, your Xbox 360 had its digital store. PS3 eventually got one. The Wii, when the Wii came out, had a digital store, and I think that those consoles kind of changed the landscape of what you expect from your console, from your gaming experience, and they changed everything. Before then, it was solid state, you know, it's hard discs or cartridges or anything like that. So it's something in there. So it's either PS1 back or PS2 back. That's where I think retro. There's depending on whether you count like the digital age as the start of the modern age.
Yeah, I'd agree with you actually. I think there's that. I think there's a little bit of hardware for me, and I mean that in the sense that some of the later chipsets and proprietary graphics chips and fancy pants things that they threw in, I think probably the N64 era and whatever was aligned to that, and you'd know more about that than me, but for me, the
PS1,
N64,
Saturn.
PS1, I think that's where there was because there's technological leaps. So there's a 16-bit leap, which is kind of your Sega consoles and your Amigas and your STs and things like that. There's 16-bit. And then there's almost a super technological leap to where 3D became a thing that could be moving quite fast, and your N64s and your PS1s are where they're pushing those things around. So I think there's that point for me. I don't know if I would include the PS2, because the PS2 is an iteration after that, and you could argue the N64 is an iteration of the Nintendo, but it's such a jump from previous Nintendo consoles. And you might correct me if they're wrong, because there was probably others before that, I think.
Well, I mean, the SNES was the one before the N64. So you're talking about the retro stuff is the jump from 2D to 3D.
Yeah, I think for me, yeah, there's a technological barrier where that happens.
Yeah.
Because I think you could pull all of the 16-bit stuff, the SNES, the Genesis, the Mega Drive, whatever. You could pull all that into the Amiga area, and you could probably say there's more or less an affinity. They have strengths and weaknesses and all, but there's a leap. There's a sudden leap to the N64 and the PS1, and
there's the weird grey area in the middle.
Yeah, what was the Sega console that came around that
in the
time?
middle with the 3DO, the Jaguar. They're kind of proto
the handhelds,
3D.
I suppose, as well. I suppose have a factor in all of this, don't they? Because they're an important part to play in the accessibility of games and the ability to take them. We wouldn't have mobile games on an iPhone and Android if it wasn't for your early Nintendo devices. But we were talking. What's the cutoff point? And I think if I think I'm going to look back at a thing, I genuinely think, if I'm perfectly honest, Xbox backwards for me. Is my so the Xbox is kind of where my retro line is in the sand, because I think there's enough games. And I have to say, because that's a strange thing, because you look at early Xbox games, and I only know this because of you. If you look at the early Xbox games and you look at the later Xbox games, I mean, the later ones are, crazy good. So I don't know if that's really the right line to draw. Is there a midway between Xbox somewhere where there was a kind of a programmatic leap?
There always is. I mean, the Xbox only lasted 4 years. I mean, but it launched with Halo, which always throws my thinking into disarray, because Halo's quite forward thinking and program.
I suppose
Project
really, is it that last batch of Sega consoles that just anything before Xbox? I think maybe is the real retro line.
Yeah, Dreamcast is an odd one as well. It's somewhere around there. It's somewhere around the turn of the century.
Yeah,
I would say.
I think you were exactly right, around the 2000s. I guess is that around that time.
Yeah.
And I wasn't playing a lot of games then, so I'm leaning on your knowledge and your experience of what was around at the time, because by that point I'd kind of tuned out for quite a number of years.
I mean, it's that's the thing. I think the thing to remember is that the Xbox, the Dreamcast is 27 years old now. The Xbox is 24 years old. The GameCube and PS2 are similarly 23, 24 years old. They're all 2001, 2000, 2001, 2, 3, around there. So, they're older than you actually, your brain doesn't sort of equate them to being that old. You think, the Xbox, I remember the Xbox. It's like, it's 23 years ago. Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah. If you think like when the time from us to the Xbox, if you go from the Xbox coming out and go back 23 years, that's 1978.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. And I suppose there's a couple of interesting points you could make from that. So does the retro line occur from a technological perspective, or does it occur from when you could afford to get more games? Is it an affordability thing? Because I couldn't buy a lot of games when I was younger.
Is it when we all went through that stage of you had time but no money, and then suddenly you had loads of money but no time?
Yes, exactly.
As you grow up, that thing happens, doesn't it? Our own personal retro cut-off, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, there's obviously there's the industry technological advances and things that you could draw a line in the sand, but there's also actually a personal accountability factor to retro, isn't there? When did it become retro for me? When was I able to afford more games? And when did I start looking back at the games? When did I look back at games and go, I remember that game. I remember that. I remember playing that. And I think I didn't really, because I remember, and I suppose one of those things you could think about is when were games retro compatible? So when I got an Xbox 360, there was a number of games that were compatible on the Xbox games that would play on it. And I wonder if that was when I started looking back at that kind of retro mentality. And this elides, of course, MAME and the entire emulation structures that exist around retro. And oh my gosh. So what kind of worms has he opened, dear?
I don't know. I think that's a good three-line point there. I think the jump from 2D to 3D, so 16 to 32-bit is an argument to be made. There's an argument to be made when consoles went online, which is Dreamcast, Xbox, PS2, GameCube, and they went around 2000. They became, you could look at those games still today and go, you can go back and play Halo and go, this is still fine. Or there's when consoles went digital and digital storefronts were opened, and that's the next generation. I think after that, everything's just iteration.
Yeah.
Up to on PS4, PS5, that's just iteration.
And a final thought for me is the games that looked truly retro then become your Spectrum games and your BBC Model B games for UK people, because in the UK, the Spectrum, I mean, the Commodore 64, of course, as well, to some extent, but the Spectrum and the BBC Model B, because every school had one. Most people had some kind of experience with those. And so when you were looking back and going, the computers I had when I was a kid, So when suddenly you hit 30 and you're looking back to your 15 years ago when you were 15 and what games you were playing at 15, for us it was Spectrums, C64s, and BBC Model Bs, and Acorns and Amstrads. So that's really what formulates your understanding of a retro mentality. What was old when you were 30.
Yeah, I find that with teaching, I talk to new students and like, oh yeah, and you talk about retro games. Oh yeah, I love like Spyro. And I'm like,
yeah.
I remember Spyro coming out. It's only 20 odd years. Then you go, oh, it's 20 odd years old, and you're 18.
It's old now. Yeah. Funnily enough, I found a box of old Xbox 360 games in the cupboard upstairs. My lad had asked me if I could dig out some Xbox One games because they'd all vanished off the shelf and I didn't have a lot of them. So I went into this, I just found a box of games and I was opening it up and my gosh, it was like a trip down memory lane. And he was retro remembering games on the Xbox 360 going, oh my God, Mini Ninjas. I remember playing that when I was little. I'm like, doesn't feel that long ago for me, but okay.
That's
How crazy is that? And then I had a real retro granddad moment, like, oh my gosh, these games are so old. What am I doing? I had 99 Nights. I'm looking at it going, oh, that game went on forever. I hated that. It brought back some famous nightmare flashbacks, let me tell you.
We could talk for ages on this one. But anyway, that's a good question. I like that one.
Very good question, yeah.
We've still got some bit more and some comments, some very pleasant, nice comments from ALH2 Retro. Always a star.
Always.
I've got to say, ALH2 Retro, your channel on YouTube has been an absolute godsend for this podcast.
Yes, it absolutely is.
Because I can talk about the end of levels and games and stuff when we play them, but we don't play them to completion because some of them are just too damn bloody hard. But you do, so thank you very much.
And not only that, but I mean, he is almost like the grandfather of what we do for this podcast because as much as we played every game vicariously for all the magazines and everything else, he has played just as many on every format. I mean, it's phenomenal.
Crazy,
phenomenal thing to do. My hat is doff on a very permanent basis, especially because we've made him go back and play some real crap as well. And I can tell he periodically gets really angry about that. I'm like, sorry.
Yeah, but it gives him content for his website. It's a win-win.
An amazing YouTube
everyone.
Channel that guy has got. It is phenomenal resource. It really is.
Yep. But he says, for the last 4.5 years, Adrian and Graham of the Zapped to the Past podcast have piped their dulcet tones into our collective ear holes, reviewing the best, worst, and downright weirdest games that the Commodore 64 has to offer. Reaching 100 episodes was achievement enough, but doubling the tally to reach 200 is truly the mightiest of mighty feats, availing listeners with over 400 hours of quality content that no self-respecting C64 fan in their right mind should miss out on. Down tooting. As we enter the final months of Zap 64 magazine and, dare I say it, the podcast at large, our stalwart and steadfast podcast hosts can be rightfully proud of the body of work they have created. To have covered the collective works of so many developers and publishers in such detail and lived to tell the tale is a truly remarkable feat, one to which we doff our caps. There you go. 1992 is looming large, and though the dog eggs may become thick and fast, some buried treasure may yet be found. To Graham and Adrian, huge congratulations on 200 episodes, another landmark in the best retro gaming podcast to grace the digital airwaves. Very nice, isn't it?
That's really nice. Mutual cap doffage, I
Absolutely,
think.
We're doffing at each other here.
Yeah, I'm doffing you, you're doffing me. We're doffing each other, we're doffing him as well. Everyone's doffing. A doff to you, sir, to you. Doff Vader.
Doff Maul.
Grand Doff Tarkin.
Indeed. Thank you very much, ALH2 Retro. That's very, very kind of you. Best retro game. I don't know if we're the best. We're one of them. We're
up there with. I think dedication wise, we've stuck at it, and I think that counts for something, doesn't it?
That counts. Yeah. More questions. You wrote loads, Andy Marsh. Here's one that will tax your knowledge of the C64. Ouch. What is the longest game in hours on the C64? It needs to be one that can be completed, not a million-level game that can't be completed. And what's the shortest?
So I would say Pink Panther's the shortest because you can complete it by going to the right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go. That is true. I was going to say Wild Street because you can complete that in 5 minutes by jumping.
Yeah, I mean, if he means actually playing a game as opposed to just circumventing, well, that's still, you can do that. maybe you're right about that, actually.
Yeah, Wild Streaks took 5 minutes for me to get from beginning to end.
Yeah.
And that was only because you had to wait for that guy to walk across the screens on the way back.
Yeah.
God, that game was so crap. Dick Tracy might have been shorter.
Dick Tracy was quite short as well. But longer games, that's a tricky one, isn't it?
There was that stupid one with 32 million views, Explorer.
Explorer, yeah, because that was that. And there's also the Sentinel, of course, because there's 10 million levels or something on that, isn't there? Or something ridiculous.
That's true, yeah. I mean, you just say not a 1,000-level game that can't be completed. I don't know if Sentinel can be completed.
Yeah, I think, Impossible Mission would take you a while, I think.
I would think so, yeah. I don't know. What about games like Maniac Mansion, Zach McCracken?
Maniac Mansion, that can take you a while. The point and clicks. Fist 2 is a long experience for many reasons. Not all good.
Yeah. Things like early games like Coronis Rift might take a while.
Yeah, that's a slow burner. I believe there's the term for them now.
Yeah.
There's a few like that. And of course, you've got some of the old adventures where that's as long as you want it to be, isn't it? Unless you have to wait and then wait and get eaten by a bear.
Piffling bears. Oh. I moved to the street with the piffling bears.
Why did they cover my pants in werewolf blood? Oh, the shame of it all.
Absolutely. He's come out with no pants on. Kill him.
He killed my daughter. He's a werewolf. Murder him.
Oh, wait. I don't know. Yeah. Longest game. I don't know. Elite. I suppose Elite would be really long.
Elite's a long one. Yeah. Mercenaries, that take a while to do? Because of the frame rate. That train game would take you about 1,000 years to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there you go. There's your answer. Southern Belle. The sequel.
yeah. Andy Bell.
Yeah. Moves it 2 seconds per frame.
There must be some games like that of that type. I can't think of any shorter form games that would take you a long time. I remember some of them famously don't take you much time at all when you get past it, if they're doable.
How long did it take to go through Turrican 2 or something?
Turrican 2 is quite a long one if you're going to blast your way through it, because that's quite a challenge. And Antiriad took about 20 minutes, 30 minutes once you knew what to do.
Yeah, once you knew what to do, that was quite quick and easy.
I don't know. There's a few. Green Beret, how long did that take you on a full loop?
That's not very long at all to go through a full loop. Once you get good at it, you can go
once you know what you're doing. Okay, fair enough.
Cauldron 2?
Oh, you're never going to do it. That'll take you 1,000 years. And there's still people now playing it who've never done it with really long eyebrow hair.
Absolutely. When you look at them sort of thing, their face just disappears like that dropping pumpkin.
It's like I can't play this game any longer.
It's been 84
Keep going, Grandad.
years. So I don't know. In answer to your question about the longest game...
There's the ones that have felt quite long, I think.
Yeah. Don't know. Dr. Goggles, he gave us something to talk about as well. Good old Dr. Goggles. Quite a long bit. And he's actually reviewed something that we've never looked at, which is quite interesting. So, first of all, he says, I would like to say congratulations, Adrian Graham, on reaching episode 200, providing us many hours of entertainment and playing so many dubious C64 games. Dubious. In the early days,
thank you, sir.
In the early days, I was mildly offended that you didn't like some of the games I had cherished memories of. I certainly don't remember so many dog eggs at the time, but maybe we filter out the bad ones and remember the good ones. Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah, we do. Some of my favourite moments from the show have been when either of you has completely lost it with exasperation about how terrible the game is, and I can picture Graham's Dreyfus-style eye twitch as he explains them. Yeah. I also very much enjoyed the look at the music, films and TV you do, which provides a warm, nostalgic glow. Although there's definitely a lot of trash around in those fields as well. Yeah, you don't realise. I think Lee Dove makes a good point that 95% of stuff is rubbish.
Yeah.
No matter what medium you're in, and 4% is good, and 1% is great.
Yeah, it's absolutely right.
I think that's right. I was going to review a game for the 200th episode, but I think you've covered all that. Having a browse through the January 1992 Zapped 64, I was struck in the nostalgia gonads by the advert for the Konix Navigator on page 6.
Ooh.
Joysticks were obviously a huge part of C64 gaming. I don't think you've ever mentioned them. For me, the quest for the perfect joystick was never ending, and I tried many. From the simple one-button joysticks of the early days to the reliable Cheetah 125, and the more rugged QuickShot 2 Turbo with autofire, ideal for waggling games. not so good for precision control games. I had a multitude of different controllers, helped by the fact that they kept breaking, so I had to replace them anyway. One I tried was Cheetah's The Bug, a sleek black controller which was held in one hand with a small stick on top and 2 fire buttons which looked like bug eyes.
I remember that.
Remember
Yeah,
that?
I
I don't
remember it.
remember that. Another was the Koenig Speed King. I remember the Koenig Speed King.
Yeah.
Again, held in one hand, came in 1 or 2 button versions and very ergonomic fire buttons, either 1 or 2 and auto fire on some models. Unfortunately, it didn't work for left-handers, so my dad couldn't use it easily. The Koenig's Navigator was another one-handed one, but even more ergonomic. Worked in either hand, had a trigger fire button and looked like a sci-fi phaser. I'm not quite sure it broke the performance barrier as advertised, but it was comfortable to use and allowed good control, and not ideal for joystick waggling games.
No.
Again, many thanks for playing the game so we don't have to. I look forward to the remaining episodes to take us through to the end of Zap. Well, you're very welcome. Joysticks. We've talked about joysticks a little bit, I think.
Yeah, around the edges we have.
Yeah, because you were always... you were the Championship Pro, was it?
Competition Pro 5000.
Competition Pro, yeah, that was
for the win. Best joystick ever made.
Yellow buttons?
No, that was the red buttons. The Zip Stick for the Amiga was the one that had the yellow sort of glowy buttons. But they were both of the same genus. They were basically arcade controllers, really, with micro switches.
Stick with a ball on top and 2 buttons on the outside, weren't they?
Yeah, and suckers on the bottom, so you could like stick it to a dinner plate or whatever, or a dinner mat or whatever, and
or desk
if you wanted to do it that way, or a desk, and then go for it if you wanted to. But those
the desk
might
is
go
obviously
to
the
joysticks.
more obvious joystick. Why would you stick it to a dinner plate?
Not a dinner plate. I meant like a dinner mat. Sometimes a mat, and you'd put it on a flat surface because I didn't have a desk. Right. Sometimes I had a desk that was made of wood. And it wouldn't stick to it so easy because of the texture of the wood.
It's like a mouse mat or something.
Yeah, well, I'd grab one of the wooden cork dinner plates from not dinner plates, I keep saying plate, dinner mats from downstairs.
Table mats.
Yeah, so I could put that on top of my desk and I could stick the thing to it. It didn't work massively well, I have to say, but...
Oh, well. Yeah. But no, I for the time I had my C64, we went through numerous QuickShot 2s.
Yeah, same.
And they snapped and broke and were crap until we finally got an Atari joystick, and then I used that forevermore.
Would you not have just had the Atari joystick from when you had the Atari originally?
Well, no, because the Atari joystick went with the Atari.
Ah, okay. You just bought one somewhere.
Yeah, I think I've got hold of one somehow, somewhere. God knows how. But those things, I think Gary had them as well. They're just indestructible.
Yeah. They are pretty much,
yeah.
Which is mad for the kind of technology that's in them because they weren't microswitch at all. They were kind of like leaf spring type thing. But to be fair, they just were, and they were also ultimately repairable. You could just open them up, quickly repair them, bend the metal back to where it needed to be, and you were good to go. Always good. But short form sticks on them. The QuickShot was at a weak point, didn't it? Because it was quite long handled with the trigger on the top. So if you were going to do any kind of waggling, you were exposing a weak anchor point between the bottom of the joystick and the handle. So it was inevitably going to snap or crack or whatever.
Yep.
Because I had one of those and it died pretty much it wasn't killed by Summer Games or any of those. It was actually killed by Kung Fu Master because you had to waggle to get the dudes off you.
Free.
And that killed my QuickShot 2 pretty quick. But my replacement for that was the Competition Pro. I did actually have a Konix Speed King as well, weird little thing that it was, which I was quite taken with, but I could never quite get to grips with it ergonomically. The Competition Pro with its big, wide format, arcade-style red round buttons was it was just a good slammer. You could just slam the buttons for the kind of games I liked. So
I remember, first of all, I think we did also have a QuickShot 1.
I remember them. I never owned one, but I do remember them.
Yeah, we had one. They were again. They had they were tall and they had the grooves at the front with fingers to fit in, and your button on the top and the button on the bottom you could use. But again, very weak.
Well, it's because I remember
Danny Thompson's Decathlon did mine in.
I remember the Spectrum chaps that I spoke to before. The Spectrum chaps, the people that owned Spectrums, they weren't Spectrum people. Though they might have been, I don't know.
It just changed colour when they walk past something.
yeah, colour clash with everything. He had like a joystick that was compatible with the Spectrum and its interface, whatever the hell that thing was called, the Kempston interface, whatever it was called. But he had it was a really weird looking thing. So it was like a grey and black base, similar to the QuickShot type style with a long handle, but it had a white button on the top, which was like a really big press down button. So it wasn't like a click where you just tapped it and it clicked. It was like a fairly lengthy mechanical process to press this button down. It made games unenjoyable on a system that didn't need that level of extra button press. It was horribly squishy. It was like a squishy button on the top, like where your thumb naturally, if it occurs right at the top of the joystick pole,
What was that called
8
again? Sorry.
It was. I don't know the name of the joystick. It was he had it plugged into his Kempston interface.
I was going to say, the Kempston. You had to have that, didn't you? The Kempston interface.
It might have been a Kempston joystick, but I remember it being. It was a black and grey base with a slight bit of metal pole that ran upwards, surrounded by a black handle, which had a white push button on the top, which was like pressed directly downwards. So it was really odd.
Yeah, I don't like that.
But he had that for his Spectrum, and he was like, "Oh, it's quite good." I was like, "It's not that good."
That was that look and that sound was always my response to Spectrum owners. Always. They'll go, "Oh, it's really good." Isn't it? Well, it's not that. It's going to go and play Green Beret.
Yeah, check out the sound on this. It's like,
it's not that good. Let me just play you Rambo.
Yeah, I was playing Crazy Comets.
Yeah. Finally, it's been a big episode because, of course, it's episode 200.
200.
We've got one more question from Andy Marsh. What was the C64 game that had the nastiest bug? You talked about games being made hard because they were buggy later on, but which one was unforgivable?
Rastan, RoboCop.
Yeah, those are the two that sprang to my mind. Yeah, because they couldn't complete them.
No, they were incompletable.
Yeah,
and that is, and there's a number of others actually as well that were ocean type games where they ramped up the challenge, didn't they, by making it basically impossible. There was one game, it might have been RoboCop, that was actually bugged out when you got to the levels. It simply was unviewable, let alone
the graphics all went crazy mad, didn't they, on about level 5 or something like that, or level 4 or something.
So those.
But Rastan was the one where you had to make a jump and you couldn't make it or something, was it?
Yeah, you couldn't do it. And Fast Fist 2, of course, famously had a bug in it where you had to jump over a certain part of the game, and it was always working against you a little bit, that one. But maybe there's a few games like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think nastiest bug. I don't know. There's been a few crash bugs.
Some of the shoot-em-ups that had really bad multiplexer glitches are a bit unforgivable. When you play Armalite where it doesn't have them, and then you go back to some of the ones that do. And I'd include things like Catechus has got a few glitchy
I was
going
to say Catechus is a pain to play at places.
Yeah, and they remedied that for Turrican too, but Catechus does have some glitchy bugs in there. Nemesis does as well, which is a shame because Nemesis was a good conversion other than that.
Yeah, I think Salamander did as well, didn't it, at the end?
Salamander did. A few of them did. Only really Armalite and maybe Delta that didn't really. Delta didn't have, but Delta was also incompletable, wasn't it? Unless you happen to keep your upgrades.
Yeah. Yeah, Delta was different. Delta didn't have bosses though, did it? It just had sprite. It had sort of set those weird set stages, didn't it?
But if you lost your upgrade, you couldn't complete it.
Yeah, you couldn't get past those towers, those rock.
No,
because you needed the speed upgrades, didn't you?
Yeah, you couldn't do it. Yeah, so it was stupid. Yeah,
I seem to remember quite a lot of glitching and flashing in things like Commando and Ghosts and Goblins.
Yeah, they did have their fair share of the original versions. Had a few glitchy bugs, didn't they? And they weren't.
Yeah,
the multiplexers weren't quite doing the thing. Whereas weirdly, Green Beret never had any of those problems, did it?
Not totally. The odd occasion, I've been attacked by a pair of legs.
Yeah, I suppose. And I think that is a curse of that particular sort. It's actually the sorting routine that does that, not so much the multiplexer. The multiplexer in of itself is actually doing what it's meant to do, but it's the way it sorts the sprite pointers out. It just can't do it quick enough.
But yeah. All right, that's the last question, but it's not the end, Graham.
This is not the end. Doom, doom, doom.
It's not the end.
My only friend. Okay.
We said to our patrons, if they wanted to submit something that even wasn't about this episode, they could do. So Muba has submitted a review of Iridis Alpha.
Oh, okay. Because
he thinks we got it. I think it's our love of Minter that he doesn't agree with.
Okay.
It's our appreciation of Minter game. So have a listen to what Muba thinks of Iridis Alpha.
We're all parasocially aware of our host's blind spots and predilections, their low-key loathing of elite, their hatred of mercenary. And whilst one of those things is somewhat justified, the other being simply nuts, there's one thing I cannot let stand: their minimal engagement with the games of the most persistent developer out there, Jeff Minter. The first time I saw a Commodore 64, it was running Minter's Grid Runner. The first dodgy tape I got for my 64 was Attack of the Mutant Camels. The first legit tape I got was Hopper Bobber. And whilst none of those games were perfect, they all had playability that most other games lacked. But one of Minter's Commodore games, in my mind, stands head and shoulders above the rest. And that's why I wanted to revisit my second favourite game on the 64. And, coincidentally, my second favourite Minter game of all time, the mighty Iridus Alpha. Originally covered in episode 35 of the podcast, this split-screen, bidirectional, counter-scrolling shooter is possibly the most cerebral blaster seen on the 64, with 100 levels of varied enemies to conquer. These levels are spread across 5 planets, accessible via warp gates, each planet having an energy core. The core acts as a bank of your life energy. Any excess energy gained by shooting enemies can be deposited in the core and retrieved later when you're low on life. It's a neat mechanic, and all but essential when you consider that having too much life energy, as dictated by the colour of your ship, is just as deadly as having none at all. So the gameplay becomes a challenging loop of shoot enemies, dump energy into core, repeat. But there's also a mechanic called entropy that prevents you from focusing on any one of your 2 playfields at a time. And as more planets open up, you have to keep an eye on their progress as well, often necessitating frantic walks between planets to prevent yet another player death. Technically, it's as solid as a rock. Smooth, fast, bidirectional scrolling, with the 2 planets and hordes of enemies all being visually distinct, and the sounds having both Minter's trademark bass thunks and high-pitched whistles. There's 2 pause modes, leveraging his CompuNet experiments, and a ridiculously fast bonus game. But the technical polish is let down by a bug on most tape versions of the game. An errant 0-byte was placed at C1000, overriding a simple LDA and causing a crash at the end of the first bonus level. The fact that most early cracks of the game didn't notice that bug, let alone make the trivial fix, speaks to the approachability of the game, because Iridus Alpha is, as with most Minter games, pure Marmite. It starts gently enough, but look, everyone hates the liquor ships that show up on the 3rd level, and later in the game too. But that's fine. They're a gatekeeper, a test, an evaluation of your commitment to meet Minter on his terms. They're also nowhere near the nastiest enemies in the game. My personal nemesis are the baddies that give you too much energy when you shoot them. But even then, there's an easy enough solution to dealing with that. The player's under constant threat, whether by enemies directly, too little energy, too much energy, entropy, but it's all there on screen, challenging you to pass it out to overcome the game's home field advantage. And that's become a common theme in Minter's games. The idea that you can have a frantic, often overwhelming shooter with simple puzzle mechanics thrown in. I reckon Iridus Alpha is the first time that Minter nails that blend. To be fair, our podcasting heroes were generous with their somewhat bewildered praise for Iridus Alpha, declaring that there's something there, but it was just too bloody hard. And that's fair enough for people with their workload, churning through multiple games every week for review. But if you can invest a chunk of time into Iridus Alpha, learning to see and hear its mechanics, you can find an immensely satisfying game which is just as much a puzzler as a shooter. I absolutely love this game. I reckon it's possible to draw a straight line between the sensory assault of Iridus Alpha and Minter's magnum opus, Space Giraffe. And that one's an all-time epic shelf game for me. And whilst Iridus Alpha doesn't quite reach those all-time heights, in terms of the Commodore 64, it's absolutely worth playing, if only to understand where Minter's current output stems from. I'm here to say that Iridus Alpha is both deeper and crazier than initial impressions would suggest, and, most importantly, so incredibly satisfying that I feel obliged to twist the words of our hosts to benefit myself. I'll play this game if you don't want to.
Still rock hard though, isn't it?
I still hate the liquor ships.
Yeah. I mean, out of all the Minter games, Iridus Alpha was the one that I had the most time for because it felt like the less cyclotronic. And that's saying something. It's the one that I think it was the more approachable of his games. I think if you're not in the Minter zone,
yeah.
But maybe apart from what was the other one where you've got the angular view and you're shooting down a tunnel. That one, what's that one called? Tempest. Yeah, Tempest. That's an arcade, isn't it? Originally, I think. But Tempest,
he's just done
his version of that is pretty good. Yeah, that is pretty good what he's done there. But
I think the thing with Iridus Alpha, and I think the thing like was said with most Minter games, is they're always technically excellent. I mean that man can program the C64. He got to There was him and like people like Krauser and stuff who got like really, really good at doing stuff on those on that machine. I just never got on with the design ethos and just the elements of them. The liquor ships are a perfect example of that. You know, and people say, you say it's a test, you get past it, there's hard bits, like it's that fine, but it's like it's such a wall that it's just like I can't be bothered. So I get that, you know, people love him, and they still do, and he's making loads, like you said, like Space Giraffe and, you know, all the new games he makes, and he keeps doing them, and that is awesome. I mean, let's not forget he did the visualizer for the Xbox 360, the music visualizer.
He did?
You know, so the guy's incredibly talented, but not every game is for everybody.
No, I think that's a good assumption, I think. I mean, he is a classic example. I know in this modern world, we have artificial intelligence, don't we? He's an actual intelligence. He's the other kind of AI. He's actually intelligent. A really interesting, clever guy, savant, amazing at what he's done. And what I like about Minter games, I don't, like you, I don't get on with many of them. And the ones that I do, all right, maybe for a bit. But there's no denying that the guy has got a vision and a style and a way that he makes things, and just stuck to that. And I totally admire that.
Yeah.
He hasn't deviated from the kind of games he makes. He makes the games that Minter makes. There's no mistake in them. And I totally admire him for that. And there is a book about him, I think, or a documentary, I think, actually, about Minter that's either out or imminently out. So go and watch that if you want to see a bit more of the inside story. Having met him a couple of times, he won't remember me. I'm just another spod in the crowd. But he was a very welcoming, friendly, and competitive guy in the sense of, and he really did have a passion for making games and product, and he had a passion for it, and that his games were super colourful, super psychedelic, and everything else. That's just the way he made them, and I kind of admire him for that, because I think you could have easily have lost you. He could have coded any one of a million games if he wanted to. He would have easily been able to do any kind of shoot 'em up he wanted. He knew how to code on that machine. There's no doubt about that. But he made the games he wanted to make, and I admire that about him. I think that's a great thing to be able to. For all these years, he's still doing it. That's cool. That's super cool. But I didn't like Idris Elba. I don't like Idris Elba either, strangely enough, particularly as an actor. So maybe it's just in the name. Maybe it's the name.
Could very well be. There you go. I think that's it. For this episode, Graham.
It's 200, and it's been 200 long, hasn't it? It's been a long one.
It's been a very long one. God knows how long.
It's been 2 meets. This one. It's been 2 meets worth.
2 meets. It certainly has. I would like to say thank you to all the contributors.
Yes.
Whether you've written us, whether you've recorded something, where patrons and other people from the C64 retro community and everything sort of thing. Thank you very much for helping us out to make this hopefully a really, really cool episode to listen to. It's been really cool to be part of it and put it together. And we are on the back straight now. We are very much in the final lap of the podcast. We need to have a chat at some point about what we want to do next. We've got some thoughts and ideas. We'll see how that goes. Anything you want to add, Graham? Anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'll echo exactly what you've said. So firstly, thank you to all our amazing contributors. Thank you continuously to all of our listeners and our patrons, especially, who have obviously been with us, some of them right from the start. And that's not to belittle the contributions from any one of those people that have taken the time to go to our Patreon, register, and chip in and help us keep this podcast trucking, because that really does help us do that. And their contributions, their participation in the Discord, and the continuous dialogue that we have in that space has proven to be one of the greatest things that's come out of this podcast. We've got a community of people. There's not a massive amount of us, but there's enough people in that community to have a really good laugh with each other about retro stuff. And I suppose in the next, however long we've got left to do the podcast, at some point we'll make an effort maybe to go and meet some of those people in somewhere. We've been talking about it for ages, so at some point we'll do that as well. There's things we will do. We'll make good on that we've been aiming to do for the last 5 years. So we will try and make good on some of that. But not only is it a thank you to our amazing listeners who continue to battle on with us, and the patrons and everybody that contributes, that it's a special place for them, but also it's a thanks to the retro community. We were fresh-faced noobs coming into this. We'd not made a podcast before, ever, believe it or not. AD had an amazing idea. We tried to make good on that. AD is a master of putting the content. What happens behind the scenes with this is something that AD is very humble about, but there's agendas for all of the years. There's all of the documentation, all of the games that need to be pulled together, all of that stuff, all of that amazing stuff. I don't do that bit. That's AD that does all of that. So AD pulls all of the back office together for all of this. Now, I do, obviously, with the split we do, I do the music production. I do the production of the podcast, so I do the recording and the editing and all of that. But that is a part of it. But the rest of it, all of the gathering, all of the info, the images, the stuff for the website, all of that, that's all on AD. He does all of that. So just wanted to say thank you to you personally, from me to you. I know for episode 200, that's no small task to do that for 5 years. That's a job, right? That's a job to do that. And so thank you to you for doing that, because that makes my life easier to be able to do the bit I do. But ultimately, again, thank you to the whole retro scene that have embraced us a little bit. We were noobs into this, stuck to it, we've got through thick and thin, my God, for years. We've outseen a pandemic. I mean, that says something about the longevity of this podcast. We've outseen COVID. But thank you to the people that have given us content for this. It makes a big difference to us to know that the journey that we set out on 5 years ago, 4.5 years ago, was worth it. And people telling us that, they don't want us to stop and they want us to continue tells me that we made our mark. And that was weirdly never the intention for this, but it was always going to be a really positive outcome if we could just leave our little footprint in the sand for the retro community. And if we've warned a few people off playing some real crap games over the years, well, then I feel like our mission is complete to some extent. But also, we've brought some games that people had forgotten about back into the realms, haven't we? There's some really great games. The Train is the one I always think of off the top of my head that was lost in time somewhere. And we've got an entire audience of people that have perhaps replayed that and found new energy in the C64, even more than perhaps there was already a community around that. So for all the players in the game and for all the games for the players, I know we play the game so you don't have to, but ultimately we have played all those games so you didn't have to. And it's been a ride, and we've still got some way to go yet. We're not out of the woods 6 months plus yet, so we're still, you ain't rid of us yet. But it has been an amazing journey to get to episode 200, and I am eternally grateful that in reality, what I get to do every week is get on a meeting with one of my best mates and have a laugh for a few hours. Nothing wrong with that. I could do that anyway. So the fact that people enjoy it works for me every time.
That's too nice. You're too nice. I can't do it. it.
And then we brought Gary onto the podcast and it all went shit. No, I'm joking. It didn't. No,
it didn't. I'll just echo that. What he said much more eloquently than I could ever do. Okay, we're going to end there. We hope you've enjoyed this episode. We'll be back next week, I guess, with episode 201. Seemed like a come down, wasn't it? To episode 201. Back to the games. What we got next week, anyway? F1 Tornado.
Oh, okay.
Elvira, the arcade game.
Okay.
Sky High Stuntman.
Is that they're really high on drugs, or that they're really high in the air? We'll find out.
Who knows? And Santa's Xmas Caper.
Okay, I'm presuming that's not a like a capers that you put in food, like a spice.
I don't think so. No, I think it's just a bug. I think it's a crappy sort of horizontal scrolling shooter.
Oh, great.
But we'll see. We'll see anyway. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, 201. Bring it on.
Bring it on. 201. I think we finished there. So as ever, I have been Adrian Mills.
And I have been Graham. It's been a great pleasure to do 200 episodes, Raddings.
And you've been listening to the 200th episode of Zapped to the Past. We will see you again next week. Goodbye.
Thank you for listening to the Zapped to the Past podcast. We hope you enjoyed our deep dive into the world of Commodore 64 games, as well as the music, films and TV from around the 1980s, driven, of course, by the issue of Zap 64 magazine published at that time. We will return with a whole new batch of games and stuff to talk about next week. Until then, if you want to listen to or download previous episodes of Zapped to the Past, and why wouldn't you, they can all be found on our website at zappedtothepast.com, as well as being available on Podbean, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Deezer, Audible, Player FM, and, well, pretty much anywhere where we can upload them. By the way, we do always love to hear from our amazing listeners, so if you'd like to contact us about anything in the podcast or beyond, you can do so by emailing us at zappedtothepast@gmail.com. We're also active on Twitter under @ZapTother, as well as Facebook, Instagram, and most social media platforms. Just search for Zapped to the Past and you'll find us. Oh, and if you like the podcast and what we're doing, please do like, share, review, rate us. It really helps. Something, apparently. The Zapped to the Past podcast is written and produced by Adrian Mills and Graham Raddings, and recorded at Flaky Bits 2.0 Studio. All opinions expressed are those of the writers, and while we indeed love Zap 64 magazine, the Zapped to the Past podcast is not affiliated with it in any way. Stay safe, see you next time, and remember, we We play these games so you don't have to.